The HUNS Esports, the Mongols, and Guangzhou Gaming. These names have solidified themselves as the three-headed dragon of East Asian MLBB. But by the end of the night, only one of them will secure their MSC 2026 main stage slot and be crowned as the best team in East Asian MLBB. This is MCT, the East Asian Championship Tour. My name is Renmar. Gani's here as well. We're going to be your casters for the day. Gani, you see the stage. The beautiful Michelle is opening it up. How are you feeling?
I am excited. Renmar, and of course, Michelle is here. And yeah, two best of fives. And we might see a potential repeat here of the upper bracket finals. And let's see, of course, we will get some action between the, again, a Mongolian team going up against a Mongolian team here in the lower bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen.
狭路相逢，勇者胜，全力突围，奔赴终极赛场。待上半场鏖战落幕，万众期待的总决赛也即将重磅登场。两大顶尖战队已经形成淬炼，脱颖而出。巅峰实力正面硬碰，全力角逐至高荣誉。从绝境逆袭突围到巅峰，王座争锋，谁能冲破阻碍，胜顶争锋呢？一举夺得我们的总决赛桂冠。答案即将揭晓，那我们的精彩比赛也即刻上演。
The teams that we have here today have already secured their slots. Again, welcome everyone. We are here for the East Asian Championship Tour. We're going to be your casters for the day. My name is Renmar. Gani is here. We saw the lovely intro from the beautiful Michelle. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day. It is going to be an action-packed day of MLBB and definitely an action-packed start. As the first series of the day, we're going to be seeing the HUNS and the Mongols go up against each other, and we only have one expectation here. This is going to be entertaining, action-packed MLBB.
Again, we can expect a little chaos, maybe a lot of chaos here, and because we saw what you guys did, you know, the players did yesterday and even the day before. A lot of action indeed, so I expect nothing less today. Remember, the team that is going to win the first match straight to the grand final. So again, both teams, they will fight to death.
Yeah. It is an elimination match to open up here, the lower bracket finals of MCT East Asia. Of course, just to remind you all, we have 3 teams already playing for today. It's the HUNS Esports and the Mongols from Mongolia and Guangzhou Gaming, who are waiting at the grand finals after defeating the HUNS Esports 2-1 in the upper bracket finals. And again, just as a reminder to everyone, in case you missed it, they are going to be fighting for the crown of East Asia and most importantly, a slot on the MSC 2026 main stage. But the teams that you are seeing today, and of course Sunset Ravens as well from Japan, have already secured at least their wildcard slots. It's only the champion who's going to be getting the main stage slot. Before we go on over to talking about MSC, talking about Guangzhou Gaming in the discussion, we have to start off first with HUNS and the Mongols. We know these two have already a very storied history. Mongolia is a very prideful region of MLBB. They've faced off against each other already in the opening match of this leg of the playoffs. And HUNS got their revenge, man. Mongols, they look like the better team in their tournament in Mongolia, but here, it seems like HUNS continues to grow.
They got the better of Mongols from at least from the early stages of the playoffs here, Renmar. And again, you mentioned the 3 teams that will have some MLBB action, but yeah, I think Mongols, if they don't change their sort of play style, right, I think they're too familiar with each other. And the thing is, HUNS, they brought in spice again. Kenny, right? I think a standout player is got to be Kenny as well here. Yeah. And it will be solidified with Yuki, OU, still meta, and as well as Ban Kai on the EXP lane. On the other side though,
yeah, you see there Mongols, K, Ox, Meiki, ZXora, and Mumu. For Mongols, they are a team that definitely exude that aura and vibe of we know we're better than you. We just have to deliver that result at the end of the day. So it might come as a little bit of a shocker to them, the result from their match yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, where the HUNS were able to take them down and they had to crawl through the lower brackets, which is why they're meeting here in the lower brackets. You mentioned Kenny on the side of the HUNS. If I'm gonna pick out one player from the side of the Mongols, I think I know everyone expects me to say Zexora, but I think the pressure has to fall onto Ox, man, as the roamer. If you're up against someone like Kenny in the mid lane and HUNS, as the roamer of the opposing team of Kenny, you have to find a way to manage him. You have to find a way to stop him and stop him from getting a good angle to have a good ultimate in.
And that's why, again, later on, we will get to talk a bit more about the situation there. The pairing between the roamer and EXP, I feel like they gotta go a line here, especially going up against Kenny in the mid lane here. As we welcome you onto the stage, this is the HUN Esports, man. They're ready to create a mark, and they already defeated the Mongols earlier on. Can they do it again?
Of course, the HUNS, they were called Akatsuki during the qualifying tournament here for MCT. And they went up against this team coming out onto the stage right now, the Mongols in the grand finals, where the Mongols just looked like the better team. If the result was different for the upper bracket semifinals, we might be saying for sure that Mongols is going to the grand finals. But again, going into this, the HUNS got a win back. This is a name that's a little bit more familiar for a majority of MLBB esports fans. Of course, the Mongols have already been established org in esports and in MLBB esports. But of course, they got players such as Zexora, who was a member of the Team Zone squad that competed in the M7 World Championship. So they have a good mix of veterancy in the local scene and in the international scene. I'm sure this is going to be a very competitive series.
It's gotta be, and it's gotta start from the coaches as well. Again, a part of, I guess, the adjustment from the HUNS, able to beat the Mongols are from the drafts, right? Even if it was a scoreline, a close one, 2-1, but they got the better. Now it's gonna be a different story. The dynamic is definitely going to be different because it's a best of 5, Rennie. And let's see here, the opening game, it's going to be very important for both because it definitely will set the tone on towards, the next game and the next, and potentially, if it's not a sweep, the next game, it's going to be a long one, folks. I'm expecting it to be close.
Yeah, with how these two teams just know each other, as you mentioned, with game one setting the tone, it doesn't only set the tone, it sets the tempo. These two they're gonna fight a lot. Sometimes in moments where we don't expect them to fight, but they will fight. That's just their play style. That's how they like to compete against each other, and that's how they bring out the best and honestly sometimes the worst in each other. But we're not gonna complain. It makes for a very entertaining watch and a very entertaining cast. So a little bit of a throwback, of course. There are very familiar names here besides, of course, Zexora, K, Coach Summer in Mongols. They were all former members of Team Zone, while for Bankai and Kenny, they were also former members of Team Zone. So after the success of Zone, they got split up. 3 got acquired by the Mongols. The rest had to crawl and claw their way to this stage. But you mentioned the coaches. Gani. Coach Bebex is the coach for HUNS, and of course he brings a lot of experience as well after he transitioned to coaching in 2025. He was also one of the top players back when Mongolia was still rising. So the fact that you said that this is going to be close, I can't help but agree with you, man. These two just know each other way too well, and they have way too much history.
And that's why the elimination match here, you guys, you cannot miss it, all right? You just got to stay tuned. You just got to enjoy the show. And you mentioned earlier, right, about Zexora and, of course, the roamer. Again, I want to also add the the meta right now seems like, the pairing between, mid-roam, yes, there has to be some sort of connection and chemistry, but the layering with the roamer in this patch, it's gotta have some sort of, layer with the EXP, right? Either the communication definitely needs to be relayed as clear as possible. Because if the EXP wants to initiate, the roamer needs to cover, say, the cores, or vice versa. Or maybe they want to double down on, let's just full on dive. EXP diving first and then follow it up with the roamer. So I'm expecting Mumu here as the EXP as well to step up his game again. He likes the Alice. He really seems to have it really locked down in his arsenal. So I want to see maybe some sort of respect from the HUNS here on again just the pairing between the roamer and the mid from the side of the Mongols.
Yeah, I think respect for Mumu, as you mentioned, is going to be very important, considering that Bankai for HUNS, I don't know him personally, and I'm not gonna say that I do know him personally, but he seems to be that kind of player with how he plays, his aggression, where he might be one of those dudes who just goes into it thinking that he's better against anyone that he goes up against. Yes, I'm making assumptions about the man's professional character, but he backs it up so well with how he plays, his aggression. It's so well timed every time. Okay, maybe not every time. Sometimes you just have to slow down a little bit. But the Roam EXP thing that you mentioned, the link up between the two, that's why side laning now, especially in this meta, is even so much more demanding. If you're an EXP laner and you mess up your laning phase, you're actually making it a really difficult time for the rest of your team, because that's one less lane that your team can work with when it comes to flowing the minion wave. You're one less body to have, or frontline potentially with most of the picks that we end up now in the meta. So very important, the EXP lane matchup. If you want to see respect from HUNS towards Mumu, I want to see how MongolZ is going to deal with someone like Bankai, who, well, if you guys watch the anime Bleach, dude lives up to the name. It's like he's always going for his final form in every game that he's in. He's just that good.
I mean, you gotta show a bit of ego definitely in game, right? And Bankai definitely feel that aspect as an EXP. You mentioned and touch on the importance of side laners specifically. Well, we're talking about EXP laners, so specifically EXP laners, because a lot of time gold laners, a lot of weak side, so not much action early game. That's why it translates towards the drafts as well, right? They want to prioritize the phobias if possible. They want to prioritize EXP laners that can give impact level 4. Big ultimates like the Lapu Lapu. Again, just a lot of influence on the neutral objective takes that can allow you to build that early foundation that can transition to the mid game. And so I think that again we can just expect that sort of play style here. Again, Alice, a Throne of Ruin, game changer during neutral objective takes. Got to keep an eye out for that one, as we are still, ladies and gentlemen, waiting on the drafting phase.
With the big ticket ultimates available for majority of the EXP laners, looking back at the drafts of the HUNS and the Mongols from the opening match of the playoffs, the HUNS, I like that they decided to put priority in the Uranus as their EXP lane. You don't really think that much of the Uranus as a pick that you can attribute to someone like Bankai, who wants to be in your face, who wants to carry, but the value of the Uranus can be massive if you're not careful with how the Uranus, or how you deal with the Uranus, cutting your waves, flowing minion waves, playing the macro. You're gonna get punished. If you let it constantly invade your jungler is gonna get constantly marked. That's less surprise. That's you getting delayed. That is a chance that, a very off chance, that maybe even the Uranus steals away some farm from your jungler. So I like how, despite these two loving the fight, it seems like HUNS has a little bit more importance in terms of the big picture, in terms of the minion waves, in terms of the macro. that they know that, hey, the Mongols might be a little bit better than us in fighting. Okay. But sometimes the Mongols forgets about the map. They forget about the minion waves and they don't get to take care of it. I think that's a good approach to start.
I think that adds just more, layer of on towards the Mongols, right? Adds pressure, during the drafts as well. Okay, they can play the Uranus, so we gotta have some ammunition to shred, to deny it or anticipate the Uranus. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump into the drafts between the two Mongolian teams as the Mongols going up against the HUNS. And already quick bans here. Renmar, Glue, and Marcel off the board from side of Mongols. Maybe it's quite specified towards the roamer. Sure, Glue is flex, but I feel like it's just giving more respect towards the roamer, right? You mentioned the roamer of the side of the Mongols as well, but it's just the HUNS here denying the Freya and Zushin, so it's still very prio bans from the red side.
Yeah, you get to see a little bit of their mindset of where they're at. The HUNS take away, of course, the power pick and the Freya. Mongols, hey, we were talking about the Uranus, respecting that. So it's good to see that Mongols sees the weight that the HUNS put in the Uranus pick and how they played it in the start of their series. Of course, for Oyu, the roamer of HUNS, the Marcel is a favored pick. And HUNS continues to pressure on the big impact picks that could shred right away, that could be strong side right away. They take out the Harith. It's an easy call for Mongols to just go for the Claude now. But with heroes such as the Phoveus open that could track with the shoulder tackle, with Oyu loving to pick those strong roamers with damage like Hilda, Khalid, he even has a pretty good Kaja under his belt. This might be a really risky start, but kind of greedy by Mongols.
They're really banking on the Claude. Yes, it's very I guess popular. It's power, right, in the gold lane. And again, the Blazing Duet after the Trinity definitely can deal a lot of damage. But you mentioned a lot of prio heroes are still open. It seems like the HUNS, they got it in the back here. They got a Valentina, who is just so stable and popular here in the mid lane. And with the Yeeth pick, that's a free RWM. For the HUNS for the taking.
Yeah, kind of not going to be questionable, but I think with how fast these two drafted, you really just see a lot of their familiarity for each other. The fact that Mongols is willing to give a big ticket ultimate like the RWM against a team that has a Suyo, and of course HUNS expectedly will pick out the Claude to close out their first phase here as one of the best picks that you can just go for, with the Claude on the other side, seeing the Eve on the other side. So as much as I want to think that Mongols have made some risky decisions, you can't help but think they probably they're okay with it. Again, they exude that aura of, hey, we're better than them. We don't care if it's risky, we're just gonna go for it. So HUNS, they look to stabilize a little bit. They take away the high loss. Fantastic combo with the even would make things difficult for every team fight, even though they could have taken it away. While a very strong EXP diving pick, I think, is a worthy ban here for Mongols. Take away heroes such as the Lapu-Lapu that you mentioned and Alice. But with the Baksha around, they might be a little bit okay with letting it through. Yu Zhong definitely is a fantastic ban. It would have been a great easy dive.
Yeah, again, with just first turtle, quite prioritized when you pick up the Baksha. You don't want to risk going up against Yu Zhong on your enemy team, but that's a quick and specific ban here, I gotta say, Renmar. They ban away the Benedetta that has resurfaced here in other regions as well as an EXP. You can flank, you can provide as a distraction as well, and it's a good far lane controller, right? The Benedetta. And it seems like HUNS with a Moskov in their composition saying, you know what, we don't want a neutral far lane control. Take away the Benedetta and let's see. Because Mongols, their theme, at least for the first 3 picks, is speed. So are they going to go all in with speed later on, or do they want to look to restabilize? Last ban is going to be the Sora.
Good pickup here on the Khalid for HUNS, although there's an avenue that Mongols can consider if they are crazy enough to go for it, just put that Baksha in the roam for Ox and then just show up with a Fanny. Yes, you're going up against the Moskov already, but with what you mentioned, HUNS taking away the Benedetta, they don't want Mongols to end up with another pick that's good with far lane control. If Mongols have it in them, pick up the Fanny, put the Baksha in roam. You get a lot of protection. You don't need to worry much about the Khalid messing up the Fanny, and there's not a lot of picks left in the EXP lane that can actually handle it. But we're not gonna get that. We're gonna get the Kalea instead. More big ticket ultimates given to the Valentina here, but Mongols, they decide to go for stability. Here's a surprise. They show up with a Paquito who has been buffed recently, and yeah, his damage hurts. It's no joke here.
Yeah, I think it's somehow like a sub in towards the Benedetta. You know, far lane control isn't that great, but the damage, right? You can create flank angles with the Paquito, and I don't really see the combination between the Kalea and the composition from Mongols, but you know, prove me wrong. There's no insta burst, right? There's shred definitely, but it's not like an insta kill button. And HUNS, we talked about the Alice being picked up by the side of Mongols, but it's going to be picked up by Bankai instead. So again, the Throne of Ruin definitely can cause problems towards the Baksha. First turtle. Let's see.
Yeah, I think HUNS are going to have to do a lot of tempering of the tempo that Mongols can go for here. It's clearly one of those lineups that could go out of control quite early on, even though there's no clear obvious combo for the Kalea. It's a -1. It's you forcing out a dash from somebody, a flicker for someone. It forces reactions, which you're happy with if you're playing a lineup that wants to be the one taking control. You have a tank, a fast rotating tank jungle in the Baksha. So this could actually work out very well for Mongols really quickly. In terms of the late game though, HUNS has some good options. They have the Valentina, of course, with the late game damage. I think something overlooked with that hero, the Moskov as well. But it feels like across the board, Mongols just have good damage, good control.
Yeah.
And my remaining question is this Alice pick actually going to end up becoming a problem?
Well, let's see here, folks, as we enter the opening game of MCTEA lower bracket finals at the best of 5, still with Gani and Rennie at your service here, and let's see what is gonna happen.
Yeah, a lot of the early rotations gonna determine how this game's gonna start. Of course, as always now, we really just expect roam mid to always be a very early aggressive posturing to see if anyone's going to be forcing out any battle spells early on, some regen, some flickers. You get magic worship there for the Paquito, so he's really just going to be focusing for damage. Let's see if it's a balance. Ox, it's spotted out.
Oh, the lethal will fall to the hands of still meta, and so far so good. Just the spell though, that was burned for Ox, so no threat of the flicker knockup from the Kalea later on for the fight for the first turtle.
Of course, the Kalea just trying to man mark Oyu, who will be able to rotate much faster. ZXR is here, he's safe, he doesn't have to worry about getting invaded. Still a lot of posturing in the river as expected between these two.
The connection was not there just yet. That was a good attempt though. You know, HUNS understanding that the Suyo is very strong and has a kill threat early game. OU getting spotted on. That's going to be Shield Unity. Almost connecting, but the Shield Unity actually just invading and getting the orange buff. Here comes the backup. Will they find the kill? That's going to be the stun connecting. Now Kenny dealing the Terrify, dealing damage as well. On the other side, you can see first blood will happen. Ox not having the flicker will be the first one to fall.
All right, good spot out there. I had to also double check. It seems like the orange buff still ended up for still meta, but that forced the retribution to be used. But ZXR also used his in an attempt to steal it away. They'll both have it back for this turtle. Ox just trying to get back into position first, but it looks comfortable for HUNS.
Yeah, not level 4 just yet, Ox, so it's going to be very tough here to find an initiation. There comes the knockup. Oh, on the other side of the map, that's going to be Purify. That's a solo from Yuki in the early game. Now, in the mid lane, 2 real-world manipulations already happening here. Mumu and Bankai stuck in the box. That's going to be the Paquito power showing a kill, but Kenny finds a clap back. Both EXP laners and earlier EXP laners went down.
Yeah. HUNS gets 5 kills to open it up. Yuki got a solo kill, not the start you want to have if you are a Claude. So K needs to revisit how he's handling this laning phase. That's not a good sign for the gold lane of Mongols. While for HUNS, they look like they're still continuing their momentum from the last time they faced off against each other. They get the turtle.
They got the turtle, they got the kill, they got the early lead. Almost at a 2K gold lead here, folks, and if they are able to transition later on to the second turtle, they might double their gold lead. Now Momo's desperately looking for some compensation. Maybe this might be it here in the mid lane. Has a Tsunami Slam, but still holding on to it, knowing that Kenny rocks a Purify, doesn't really want to waste a big ult just yet.
Yeah. So HUNS knew that they needed to match the aggression that Mongols can show up with, because if they didn't take it to them, if they didn't respond to the early posturing and invading that Mongols did, then Mongols will be able to bully them out of the jungle eventually, bully them out of the first turtle. So it's good that we're seeing this level of aggression from HUNS early on. It shows where they are mindset-wise. They already know that they beat Mongols. They can beat Mongols, and they want to continue that momentum with aggression in-game. Ox trying to defend, but oh, he gets punished!
First damage, of course. Now it's a 4v3. You take a look at the composition. The real world relation locking 2 members down. Immobilized. Down goes still meta. So no roamers on the board. That spells disengage for HUNS.
HUNS are looking for blood.
Still meta jungler. I bet.
Yeah. Still meta. Although we're still getting used to these two as well, but they are showing the familiarity between each other as the aggression continues. We knew and we set up that we'd be seeing a lot of kills early on, but not even 5 minutes in, we're already 9 kills deep. I think that's gonna double by the end of the series, maybe even triple. I wouldn't be surprised, because again, with the type of heroes that you have for both squads, with Oyu even packing the rush on the Thunderbelt, this Khalid would want to be aggressive, get those stacks early on. So we look at the Paquito, also looking for aggression. With Lethal Ignition on him, he got the rush on the Hunter Strike, got the basic boots, but here comes an entry.
Yeah, with Tsunami Slam and the real world preparation coming down. 2 members from the side of HUNS is actually very low, but Bankai, the last big value comes into play. It will be a trade for roamers, and the Mongo is like, we focus on the Lord. HUNS looking for an angle to find a connection here. Yuki comes in. Yuki with the jump. Bankai misses the stun. Take a look at Kenny. Very low. Mumu wants some action. Wants to kill. Kenny though will secure it. And Sora will be the trade. Yuki! The gold laner will not be able to survive, but still meta finds a quick 1-2. And they got the turtle earlier on.
A lot of trades for the bodies, but the major objectives go to the HUNS. Seems like still meta has to dance so much in every objective fight, but Mongols cannot keep up to the tango that he is dancing. While for HUNS, they are matching the steps that Mongols want to take. And if I'm Ox, I'm gonna slow down my attempts with pickoffs. It seems like every pickoff he goes for, HUNS are just gonna jump on him immediately. They burst him down. And 4 deaths this quick on the Kalea, you're gonna have to slow down your tempo, Ox. Play around your team, wait for them. If you have to, commit your flicker to get out. Stop using it to initiate.
I think that's definitely gotta be one of the adjustment from Ox to be more influential in this game. Top lane is a 2v1. Paquito though will have the power to clear, but the dive will still happen. 2v1 overwhelming Mumu on the EXP now, looking for compensation. They will commit a fight. Khalid, defensive Raging Sandstorm. The box will be put down, but now Yuki is very low, finds the Purify to deflect the immobilization from the side of Meiki.
Mongols still only got away with 1. They lost Mumu earlier, Good use of the Purify there by Yuki to keep himself alive with that extra bit of movement speed as well to provide space for him to escape. SOD is not gonna land. He's not gonna be able to get back into lane, Yuki, to defend his tower as K takes it. So despite all the aggression, all the objectives that HUNS has been showing, Mongols still believing in the power of the trade. Sometimes the best objectives are just bodies. I'm talking about MLBB, nothing else.
7 minutes in, and you mentioned the kill Mike double. We are definitely on that way. That's gonna be the Tsunami Slam on towards Bankai, who is a little bit out of position, still able to get out though. And HUNS is saying, you know what, we don't care about the third turtle. We see no angles, we have no tempo, and we will not force a fight. Bottom lane is looking very juicy there, and Yuki's already shoving it.
Well, minion waves aren't going to be able to take it down. It's a cross-map trade. Mumu won't be able to defend it. He gets chased down. Here comes the XR to try and provide help for the Paquito, but the damage is relentless. The chase is unstoppable. Mumu gets taken down, and still Meta gets his 5th kill in the game.
8 minutes in. Oh, an off-cam kill in the mid lane. Makey, perhaps out of position. They're overextending. Punished. He popped the flicker, but he was still able to be taken down. So now all of the tier 1s from the side of Mongols are off the board. Renmar, they got the turtle, but the chain reaction here seems like for HUNS, the wave manipulation from the Mongols needs to be better.
Yeah, HUNS have been controlling the minion waves. Mongols have been forcing themselves to get kill trades to help balance out the gold, help balance out a little bit of control, but that can only take you so far. That's one of the big factors we talked about heading into this game. Despite the Uranus getting taken away, we know Alice to be the sexier Uranus with a stun, who can almost do the exact same thing that the Uranus wants to do, and even with a bigger impact. And HUNS are just taking so much better care of minion waves. Yeah, they lost a tower at bot, but you saw how quickly they went into an opposite map side lane push, taking down towers there. Mongols is gonna run out of room eventually.
Oh, Raging Sandstorm. That's going to be 2 members stunned up. Just a bit. That's Throne Ruin already committed now. OU taking very low. Sandstorm healing will not save you. K finds a kill. Makey will be the trade, but still Meta is going crazy in the river. That's going to be Zexara in no man's land. They got the roamer, but HUNS finds 3.
If you have any questions if Suyo is still good, he is still Meta. 9 kills, 1 death, 1 assist to start things off, and they will get this Lord without a problem. It'll be way too risky for Mongols to try to steal it, way too greedy. Mumu and K know they cannot get close enough. The Moskov will continue pressure towards the bottom side of the map, and Mongols look outpaced. HUNS always seem to just have 1 more rotation ahead of them.
It is definitely evident that is the case, Renmar. And I dislike still. I mean, I personally touched on the Kalea pick, and I quite dislike with this composition. And I don't know, it shows, right? No insta kill. See Tsunami Slam on towards Penny, but nothing to fruition. Now they are in trouble. Oh, great. Right there, actually. I spoke too soon. Through the ruin, finds 1. Yuki jumps in. That's a stun in a no man's land in a good position there. That's gonna be Bankai though, holding all the damage until he falls. Will be traded with the Baksha. So at the end of that fight, it will still be a 2 for 2 while the Lord is charging top.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest problems with this Kalea pick. Other than what we mentioned, there being no obvious -1, they're playing it as if they have that obvious -1. You see Ox, he's going all in, very aggressive, expecting that, okay, we're gonna take down this guy that I just decided to Tsunami Slam. Nope, he gets punished right away. Yes, it ended up becoming a play. At the start, it looked good for Mongols. Makey had a good entry with the real-world manipulation. But then HUNS has their own real-world manipulation. HUNS has their own longer team fight. Which, again, if you look at the Mongols lineup, you see the theory behind it of how this could have been good from early to late. But they just haven't been executing it well enough that HUNS, again, taking control of the minion waves, being a little bit more disciplined, that little bit of extra discipline is what's costing Mongols.
Definitely the discipline is more towards HUNS. And so far, Mongols, they have yet to find momentum. And Rennie, I gotta add that they have not picked their battles here. It feels like they are always baited on towards a fight, that HUNS are in a better position, or at least has a better say. And now they're behind almost 6k gold lead. That's a full 2 items if you add, right? Technically.
Yeah.
So they gotta reassess here. They gotta reassess the situation, especially the Lord is coming up in 25 seconds. They gotta pick their battles, and I feel like they have toned down the tempo here. Not baited easily should be their play.
So far, HUNS. Oh, you.
This is it. Tsunami Slam. Real inflation already put down. The stun K off the board first. Not a good sign for the Mongols. And the collapse for HUNS is looking deadly. Still meta, wreaking havoc in the back lines. One member, that is Bakito, is isolated. Mumu, nowhere to run. Bankai's on you. And that's going to be the Alice dealing damage. Here comes the shred from Still Meta. And suddenly, OU is the only trade. But Mongols, again, they lose 3.
Too many stacks on this. So Yuki almost found ZXora, but he's able to get away. But they're not going to be able to get away from the inevitable fact that HUNS will get the second Lord of the game. Mongols have just lost it, while HUNS just look like the better team so far at the start of this best of 5. If they cannot get Still Meta down, it will be close to impossible to win a team fight.
And here's the thing, man. I'm sure he's rocking the Sky Piercer already, and he's on 12 kills. Only one that can only spell one thing. That's a full stack Sky Piercer, baby, on HUNS' composition. And with the Lord, second Lord, mind you, no holy shields to play with from the side of Mongols. If they find a pick off HUNS, it's going to be a game-ending push with the Lord. Let's see the execution.
They do it. Great flow of the minion waves for HUNS. 3-lane push. Mongols is handling it well enough as ZXora is holding the Lord up top, but here comes the pressure.
Yeah, box will be put down. That's going to be the damage coming through. OU able to reposition. Oh, Tsunami Slam. A good one this time. Finds one. ZXora, though, will not be able to sandbag the damage. It's going to be a trade, a jungler for EXP. Now, another way is pushing top. Still Meta with a full Sky Piercer stack is definitely going to eat all of the members. All the turrets now down for side of Mongols.
HUNS are way too dominant. The Suyo had too great of a game. We might just be delaying the inevitable here, folks. It's still 90 plus seconds until the next Lord spawns, but I don't see a world where Mongols will be able to take that comfortably. They're gonna have to commit some trades. Speaking of committing some trades, the entry by the Alice earlier of Bankai ended up being perfect. It looked greedy at the start, but it forced out the real-world manipulation. It forced out reactions from Mongols that it gave HUNS that extra bit of space and extra bit of time to turn it into a full clear of the base turrets. Mongols no longer have any map to work with. They're just desperately gonna try to look for picks, maybe something like this.
Oh, that's gonna be Tsunami Slam. Again, Ox still. Oh my goodness. Again with Penny finding the kill. It's gonna be a 5v4, not a fair fight. Mickey, no Yves, no gold laner, and no roamer. This spells disaster.
Still Meta 1v1 against ZXora. That's a double kill for the Suyo. Momo gets taken out. Mega kill for Kenny. It's a wipeout. They have minion waves up top. It ends with 39 kills. In less than 17 minutes, HUNS takes game 1 in this best of 5.
Oh my goodness, Rennie. What a closer. What an opening, rather, from the side of HUNS. And we get to see the better of HUNS here. Unfortunately, Mongols, they cannot adapt in-game. And Rennie, a well-deserved win from the side of HUNS. But, yeah, the Kalea pick did not come to fruition, man.
Yeah, they couldn't make the most out of it. Again, I think it will just have to go back to the idea where it looked like the Kaleo was being played as if they had that surefire combo to delete someone. I get the idea of wanting to pick it to force out battle spells, to force out ultimates getting utilized. I'm fine with that. But they weren't playing like that. Every pick-off attempt was like, all right, go. They weren't respecting the response from HUNS. Once Ox gets a pick, I would expect that maybe they'd play it slower. See how HUNS would react. Once you see them entry, once you see them commit ultimates and abilities, thinking it's going to be a full fight right away, that's when you re-engage with your Mongols. Maybe you sacrifice Ox along the way, or he commits the flicker to safety, then you can re-engage longer team fight, you have the heals, but they just didn't play that. They kept trying to match the pace of HUNS, which they couldn't. It's a Khalid. The Khalid is known to love aggression at the start because he deals a lot of damage and he can heal himself while doing that.
That's the thing. Again, they understand that early game pressure that they are able to bring, with the Suyo, add that Khalid, the mobility, the kill threat is definitely there. When we saw that already after that first hurdle, it was really hard for the side of the Mongols to find an equalizer, not just turn the games around. They were desperately looking for compensation. They were desperately looking for an equalizer in the field. But the power of the composition from the side of HUNS equal. Strong early game, the mid game power spike is still there for the Valentina. The late game we got Alice, who is practically unkillable when you're far ahead, and we get to see all of that checked. That box is checked from the side of HUNS, whereas the Mongols, man, they were punching strays, they were punching air, especially after the second turtle. I feel like they could not handle it after the third turtle. They got the turtle, they got the neutral objective, but they lose 3 base turrets. Less space to work with, less mobility that the composition, the main strengths of the composition, and thus 16 minutes of game time, but it's a one-sided game.
Yeah, it was a long one, but clearly it was just HUNS in total comfort. There were a lot of trades early on by Mongols, but again, this is one thing that we were talking about behind the scenes, where there are moments where when you take a fight, you have to check first, how does my minion wave look in the opposite side of the map? Is there a minion wave nearby that I can work with? So that if ever we get kills, how can this result into a big win? And the MVP of the game in still meta, Suyo is rewarded for being aggressive, but he's doubly rewarded if you're more disciplined, if you wait, if you take your moment to get those kills, get those stacks. It's wild to see. Again, the storyline here for still meta, he did admit that this is gonna be his last tournament. We're not sure if that also includes MSC, because I'm sure the man wants to go to Paris. But we are seeing still meta near the end of his career for now, because he needs to get back to his academics. Respect for him for that, but I appreciate that he is showing off some just really great gameplay on his way out the door. And the MVP Suyo, Mongols really have to restructure their draft. They have to start putting a lot more respect towards the jungle and towards the Roman trio.
I really like the way you point out. I think restructuring needs to be in play, and perhaps maybe switching sides needs to happen as well, because the Alice, that last big value, they were able to translate it to the game, right? Bankai was so influential in that game, finding Yves, finding the openings, wasting resources for the opponents as well. And you mentioned still meta, he had 16 kills, Renmar. If he bought 2 Skypiercer stacks, both would be 80.
Yeah, he would have 160 stacks of Skypiercer if only that was mathematically possible in MLBB. That's how crazy a game that he had. 16 kills in an MVP performance. That has to start ringing alarm bells if you're Mongols here. I'm trying to see their approach here. Looking back at the Paquito pick, do you feel like that was a little bit too much of an ego pick? Too overconfident to pick the Paquito in the EXP lane?
You know what? Now that you brought it up, I think the last two picks were quite doubtful. I dislike the Kalea and the Paquito pick. So the last two picks here, definitely they lose out on the draft because of those picks. And you mentioned, the Paquito maybe might have been ego. We saw glimpses, but we saw glimpses of brilliance, but it wasn't enough to really be a threat to the composition. Yeah. Again, the last pick value Alice. If it wasn't Alice, say it was a normal EXP laner, then maybe the Paquito would have more say in that game. But because practically you're going up against a rock, right, and able to dash in and dash out, is so annoying. The Paquito cannot really shove the lane, Paquito be more rotational. So let's see the adjustments. I want to see the sides first. But man, what a draft and what an execution from the side of HUNS in that game.
Yeah, HUNS, it looks like they are a team that sees the bigger picture much more clearly. They're looking at this series, they're looking at game number 1 and the subsequent games as if they're just watching something unfold before them, while Mongols seem to be in it. Whereas they're a little bit more, I wouldn't want to say one-dimensional, but it almost feels that way. They seem tunnel visioned at the wrong thing. They don't see the big picture. HUNS sees everything. They see the map. They see the value of very specific trades at the right time. And I feel like that Paquito is representative of the Mongols being a little bit more looking at this one way, wherein they just thought, we need something with burst, something that can bully. All right, let's bring out a Paquito. He did get buffed. The damage was there. Sure, maybe that's what they were thinking, that's the combo with the Kalea, but that's too demanding. There were some team fights also where we saw Mumu couldn't string the dashes well together enough, and suddenly he's just running, trying to wildly swing at the air because no one's in range. Everyone's too mobile from the side of HUNS. So they do get the side switch, Gani. I agree with you. There's a good start that at least it gives them a fresher view in the draft.
They definitely need it. And again, we mentioned about the tone for that first game. HUNS got it. Now I want to see the follow-up, right? That's definitely a morale boost for your team, execution-wise. Now let's see the follow-up. If HUNS is able to find a clean draft and execute a clean game, we might see them sitting at match point. Let's see from the side of Mongols, though, adjustments. Zushin and Freya will be banned from the side of Mongols. And HUNS now sitting at blue side. They will respect and deny the Suyo potential pick from the side of Mongols. So intelligent play there.
The Harley is left on the board. Mongols still do not want to give the Marcel. It is a comfort pick and a great one for Oyu. Very disruptive. But as long as heroes such as the Khalid and Hilda are left around, you're not really going to be stopping Oyu. If those two are gone, then expect that a high loss is going to show up for him, because that's his playstyle. He's disruptive. He wants to get up in your face, read your rotations, and give that info for the rest of the team. HUNS has a Harley available, as we mentioned, but of course they're keeping in mind the presence of the Phoveus and the Harith. Yeah, so I think Harley would be the safest bet. I think it would be a little bit too ego if you still pick up the Harith with the Phoveus left open. This adds even more again to the story for HUNS. They see something that maybe we don't. They rush the Uranus right away.
It was banned, ladies and gentlemen, in that first game. Now that is open in the second. They will instantly take it away. Now, do I like it? 7 out of 10. But hey, if the HUNS is that confident, prove me wrong, right? Mongols,
right? Yeah.
Again, the Phobius is on the board. Again, to shred the Uranus, maybe a Claude is also up and available. But Leomord locked in.
So
no Harley.
Yeah. Oh, they go for the Harith instead. Well, damage-wise, they will have it, but this Leomord is dependent on getting a good string of kills in the first 2 objectives. By objective number 3, if you're clearly not in the lead, it's way too close for comfort, and there's still a chance the opposing team can turn it around heading into Lord 1. So they don't pick up the Harley. They're worried about the Uranus invading and its presence, so they pick up the Leomord instead. And they know of course, the comforts of OU wanting to be high invade, high pressure. They're thinking, all right, let's pick a jungler that can protect itself. The glue gets picked up for Mongols. If there's one crazy pick in the EXP, I expect the HUNS to ban out the Alice here, just so you don't have to deal with that matchup. There's one pick that showed up in MSL Thailand quite frequently, and that's the Esmeralda. If you can get a good side where you get early invades with it against the opposing jungler, and it just makes it static. So we mentioned some of the best picks here for for HUNS, excuse me. They take away the high loss. They still have a decision between banning out something like the Khalid or the Hilda.
I think that should be the approach. And you also touch on the Esmeralda. Definitely can come into play. Do I feel if the Esmeralda is a greedy pick? Yes, but does it work?
For sure.
It might work, right? So let's see here what's going to be the approach for side of Mongols, who will have first pick second phase. Just focus on the roamer. Khalid was one of the factors why they really got the control, but instead the Khalid, another hero that is also very oppressive and has high mobility. Hilda will be taken out.
Okay. There's one pick, though it would make the lineup awkward for HUNS if they don't end up picking up the Khalid. They can go faster and pick up a Cho. The problem is you don't really have strong lockdown crowd control front through your EXP laner because you're playing the Uranus, which would mean that your mid laner has to be something equally annoying or equally fast and bursty, which might be too much of a risk. Still looking for a mid laner for both sides and a EXP for Mongols. I think they can save their mid laner pick. They get their EXP. Oh, they get the Deeroth. Okay. One of the picks that rose up as a response to the Uranus. Expect this Deeroth to just be able to shred in lane.
And again, the shred you mentioned, combine it with the Leomord in a perfect ideal world. The Bongos definitely will run the composition of HUNS. Let's see though, will that execution come to a realization here? HUNS taking their time here for the final 2 picks.
If there's a crowd control. Yeah, if there's a crazy pick and they need crowd control, consider the Atlas and pick up they're not gonna pick up the Atlas. There's a Valent. Oh no, Valent's gone. Maybe Atlas, Zetian. No, they'll still go for the Khalid. Okay, nothing too spicy. Still a great way to close out the draft. And it's a Kimmy as a last pick for Mongol, so they still get some more constant damage. They already have burst in the side lanes. They need that continuous source of very strong damage coming out from the Kimmy. While for HUNS, it's a lot of pressure on OU to make this work. I feel like Mongols have some very unique ideas that could work, but so far, again, if they don't take care of their timings, if they don't take care of the map, all these unique ideas are going to be wasted.
Exactly. And another thing to add here, Renmar, is the composition from the side of HUNS this time around is slightly lacking in crowd control. Definitely can be utilized here. So just a stun from the Raging Sandstorm, I believe, and of course the knockback from the Zetian's passive, but nothing too crazy, nothing too game changing. Perhaps, unless he gets a 5-man raging sandstorm. That's gonna be crazy. But yeah, I think composition draft-wise, I like it better here. Despite the Dairoth pick, that's crazy, but I see the vision. So hopefully a better execution here for side of the Mongols.
We have to return to an old ancient idea written in stone tablets before MLBB even came out. More crowd control wins games. It's the simple fact of life. And Mongols has more crowd control. Now that you mention it, across the board, all their heroes have some form of crowd control. The Harith has his initial slow with the Zaman Force. You know the Leomord and Gloos kits. Even the Dairoth, when he wants to dish out an Abysm Strike, has just a little bit of slow first before it dishes out the damage. So maybe that will be the difference maker here. Welcome back to in-game, as we are now in game number 2 between Mongols and HUNS. If you're just joining us, thank you. Again, it's Renmar and Gani still here, still calling the action.
Yeah, in case you missed it again, game 1, it was a landslide win, though it took 16 minutes, but the HUNS got the better of Mongols. Now we will see if Mongols can actually equalize here. That's going to be a lot of damage taken by OU. Still holding on to that flicker, so it is all okay. And yeah, a lot of kills happened, guys, in game 1. We might see that come into play in game 2 as well.
I think it was like 37 or like 39 kills at the end of it.
Suyo himself got 16, so...
Yeah, Suyo himself still meta the MVP of game number 1, got 16 kills again. Very standard start for these two. No crazy invades. I think they're both just prioritizing some semblance of good control in the center of the map, maximizing level 4s. And as expected, this is a difficult matchup for every Uranus. But if Bankai can be crafty with how he flows minion waves, he'll bring some value. But his value will be outside of team fights. In team fights, Mumu has way better value compared to the Uranus.
That is true. That is true. And oh, what?
ZX Aura got a little bit too greedy, wanting to take farm away, and he gets punished heading into the first turtle. What a mistime.
That is unfortunate, or maybe a stroke of genius from side of Mongols to set a pick off that early on towards the Leomord. Now Mankey getting applied pressure here by the side of OU. Still able to hold on, and also Flicker is still available. Now it's going to be the fight. Seed popped. Oh, that's the Fury of the Phoenix doing its work. Bankai actually deals enough damage on towards Meiki. That's going to be Mumu now in trouble, but the 2-man immobilization might be a game changer. Still meta off the board, but the composition from HUNS is too stable and too durable. They take 3 members in that fight.
Meanwhile, the opposite side, K is experiencing hell yet again. Yuki still has his number in the lane. It seems like that death by Zixora, though he was able to get back in time, made it awkward for HUNS to fight into that. Another one breaks out. Off's trying to get away from this split just to play a little bit safe for Mumu and Zixora. Dragon, the Lord Ox, goes down. There goes the roamer of Mongols. Meiki and Zixora get forced back. This Uranus, whose value was questioned in the fight, is showing hella value early on, as Mongols has a high damage wall they can't break through. Mumu falls, Gani.
What a crazy sequence indeed, Renmar, and they go for more. Zixara taken very low. OU wants to close the distance, doesn't really find the connection, but he will be able to take Zixara down. Folks, twice already Zixara is taken out in this game, and we haven't even touched minute 5.
What is going on, Mongols? It seems like HUNS is just completely in their heads as another fight breaks out, and Mid-Fury with Phoenix is not going to land. Meiki able to sidestep, but OU applying the pressure on him. He's under tower, so it looks like he'll be able to get away safely. Off trying to run back. ZXora shows up with the Phantom Steed. Wants to go after, still mad up, but he has a space escape to get out of there. It resets for both.
This early game, Renmar, is crazy. You know, just 4 minutes in, and it's 7-1 already, you know, and it's crazy to see again the Mongols now already starting to crumble, man. This is not an ideal early game, definitely with this sort of composition, you know, with a Leomord. Only good thing, I guess, is K. Yuki got a kill, so that's 200 gold extra in his bag. But K, his farming hasn't really been disrupted. That's, I think, the main agenda from HUNS now. Already rotating towards bot.
Oh, you just said it. Don't tell me we curse K. K is still trying to escape. He survives. Yuki gets taken down.
That's gonna be K. Taken down, so both gold laners off the board. We low-key jinxed it though. K Yuki was able to be taken out as well. Aux now, ooh, 1 HP, able to get out. Oh, the burn. Blow your screen.
He's like, oh, but Kenny, did he use the Fury of the Phoenix just to kill the glue? Oh, that is insult to injury. They get the kill, Mongols lose the roamer, and they are completely out of their own comfort time. HUNS, this looks good for them for the turtle, but ZX Aura is close by, Gani.
Yeah, it seems like they want to restabilize and they want to assert dominance here, taking control of the river and the turtle spit. Mongo says, you know what? I have enough firepower now. K is already in the mix as well. That's going to be the steed popped. Still meta, waiting for the right timing. That's going to be a mount. Zixora finds the turtle. Zixora with the steed now, trying to provide damage. Blazing Duet! That's a very aggressive approach! K finds the kill. That's going to be now MongolZ a little bit favoring this fight. That's going to be still meta taken out as well. Bankai finds a kill, but ladies and gentlemen, the clapback is here. Zixora will not be able to go anywhere. And MongolZ, they overstate their welcome.
Bankai trying to get away from this. OU already left, but he decides to come back to try and help the Uranus. I think Bankai is just buying time, disrupting them. He gets taken down, but that provides a little bit of space for Yuki in the bottom side of the map. It delayed K from being able to get back. A slight flow in the minion wave. But yeah, Mongols clearly overstayed. The trade ended up being more value for HUNS, but there is some fight in Mongols. If they can just shapen up their execution, they might be able to rebalance the game towards their favor.
This is a very equal at the end of the day. You know, a turret top or a turret bot. The gold lead is just, it's barely a 1k, so it is still anybody's game here entering mid game. That's going to be a mount. The flicker was committed. Bankai already baiting Aux's position. That's a two-man stun with the Raging Sandstorm combined with the Fury of the Phoenix, but the follow-up damage from HUNS isn't quite there.
Ooh, HUNS didn't have Yuki there, but Yuki was playing the map. A lot of members of Mongols are focused on that fight. The Kimi and the Harith are in the bottom lane and are going to be able to take that tower down. So we are 2-2, dead even in tower takedowns. Meiki is going to be the Sky Piercer holder for the team. Let's see if he can string some kills together to get some stacks to make longer fights more difficult for HUNS. Turtle spawns in the bottom side, being handled well by Bankai on the Uranus, sitting at a 5, 2, and 3 KDA.
That's a healthy stat. Oh, in the mid lane, a little bit action here. Oh, for members actually occupying and able to take Kenny down, and they go for more. Here comes Bankai, here comes Zixora as well with the steed, taking a turret in the mid. That's a lot of value for the Mongols as the Lord spawns in the bottom quarter.
Yeah, they timed that well. We questioned their timings, but in that instance, it was perfect by Mongols. This Lord looks good for them, Gani.
Bankai will be bursted down. That's going to be a pullback from the glue, and K gladly will take that kill. Now the Lord is open, ladies and gentlemen. A different story here in the second game. The Mongols mid game is looking hella strong.
They got the tower. They did it at the right time. Turtle turned to Lord, and tower turned into a Lord push in the long run for Mongols. Despite some questionable decisions early on in executions, it is the mid game where they found their spike. Phantom Seed for the pressure. Traction Pulse forces Yuki to BMI out of there. Bankai trying to cut the wave. OU from out of nowhere with a Raging Sandstorm and a flicker. Meiki goes down, but Mongol still has members to fight through it. The glue has latched on to Kenny. Kenny zoned out, but that's a double kill for still meta. Zixora will be pushed back, and HUNS will be able to stop the Lord from getting close to the turret. It gets pulled away. Their holy defense still stands, but K is opening up the map for Mongols up top.
The overextension, Renmar, from the side of the Mongols was punished by HUNS, and they took that beating hard. They got 2 kills. The Lord was irrelevant for the side of Mongols. Holy shields from all lanes are still active. The only good thing from that, push from side of Mongols is they got tier 2's top and mid. But the rest, it's nothing. It's practically nothing. HUNS got 2 kills, so it's a reset. Take a look at the gold. It's barely 2K. And it's still anybody's game,
Yeah, you're looking for that turnaround. Johan, this Khalid is going to be through him. But it seems like the team fighting for Yuki has been difficult. When he shows up and he decides to go in, he just eats a brunt of damage. So if he can time his entry a little bit better, then it might be better for the HUNS. Mongols definitely playing a improved game from game number 1. Despite the early mistakes, as we mentioned, they've taken care of the map. They've timed their team fights much better here in the mid game. They're taking away objectives. You can see the checklist of things that they want to do.
Yep, it seems like they want to assert dominance here in the bottom side of the map. Shaman Force actually popped. Steed as well. That's going to be a turret takedown. All tier 2s are down. Take a look at the damage. Bankai is receiving. Still able to sidestep, but that's going to be the Mongols already on the collapse. One member, OU, will be falling down. Oh my goodness, blazing duet. Almost there. Finds a connection, but it seems like Yuki will not be able to handle Zaxora. Zaxora again with the jump, and the Steed finds 2.
Too difficult for the Claude to go in. Mumu, Zaxora, and Meiki are low, but the Claude just keeps getting blasted when he shows up, and we're seeing a fall off here for this Uranus. Yes, he can take the damage, but a lot of the value that the Uranus could bring against the specific lineup that Mongols has been diminished as they are no longer in control and haven't been so for a while. Mongols look to rush this Lord. HUNS, they even show up in the pit. It looks like the answer is no. Second Lord goes to the Mongols.
Second round here. Another attempt for the Mongols to claim victory. Now, when the Lord shows up, the Holy Shield top will not be active. So, definitely, right? It's going to be an opening angle for the Mongols to find a pickoff before the Lord touches later on, and then, go for a potential end. Let's see here. The wave manipulation is far better for the Mongols here in the second game.
And so far, it looks like they're going to tri-lane push this. It's a quick cut by K. And look at the damage from
That's the thing.
Meiki. Oh, this Kimmy. It's not a lot of stacks of the Sky Piercer, but yeah, you have to be careful lest you turn into a stack. 3-wave push. Mongols looks like a clear cut to taking the baseball.
Yeah, it's gonna be the mid lane sieged by the side of Mongols. Top lane though, Shaman Force Pop. That's gonna be him out. Still meta out of position, and K gladly takes him down. Now the turret or the Lord in the mid lane will be taken care of, but the Mongols, they have another wave to play around with.
Mumu, it gets locked in. Ox goes forward. Phantom Seed blazing to Wet Fury of the Phoenix. It's not the combo that they're looking for, but Yuki takes too much damage. Zaman Force by this Harith on K. Near unstoppable. They don't have the firepower to bring the Harith down low enough.
That's going to be Bankai again. Sandbagging by Meiki. And as well as the Shred here. Enough to take the Uranus down. 2 turrets were taken down in the process, and that is, folks, the far lane.
We talked about crowd control, but what about add raw freaking damage as well to that? K is TPing in front of HUNS. They know that the comeback here for HUNS is close to impossible, but don't count it out. HUNS and Mongols have delivered a lot of surprises, even in their regional leagues. Looking at the items, we've had the Radiant Armors, Chastised Pauldrons already locked in. For frontliners, good. The conditions are checked. Items there as well. Still, Meta does have the damage, but I think it's really the difference of the fact that Mumu on the Diroth with the Shred, you talked about how that could help with a little bit of combo with the Leomord, which has been giving a lot of problems for Yuki every time he goes in. K is blasting the Claude every time he shows up.
Again and again, it's a different story. That's going to be mobilization. Kenny actually caught off guard now with the 5v4 in play. They want to close the distance. Take a look at the fight that they're creating. Now, take a look at K. Already dealing enough damage onto his one. Kai needs to reposition, and OU will not be able to see the light of day for now. Down goes for 30 seconds, and that's going to be... Oh, MongolZ again. What's the call here? The Lord is up. It seems like they got to go for the Lord. Oh, they're going for the end. Shaman Force already committed. That's going to be the wave coming in. Cell meta off the board. And ladies and gentlemen, the adjustment and the adaptation delivers from the side of the Mongols.
What a great read on the draft and the adjustments they needed to make. And they had to crawl for that. They had to claw for that. Again, it wasn't the best start early game-wise for Mongols. The first two turtles, it looked like it was going to be HUNS taking control of the game. But I think we have to go back to that one play at around Turtle 2, that surprise flicker blazing duet entry by the Claude of HUNS. Yes, in the long run, they ended up winning that in terms of the body trades, but then they lost a little bit of their map momentum in the bigger picture of it all. And that's been the theme so far for the series. Who gets to see the bigger picture better? For Mongols, it seems like they saw a different picture, a very old one, a Mona Lisa for MLBB, which is as long as you have more crowd control and damage than the other team, you're most likely gonna win.
It was evident, and we touched on it during drafts as well, or after the drafts, right? The crowd control is very minimal here from the side of the HUNS, and it was also evident that it was hard for the HUNS to control fights. Suddenly a blazing duet jumps in, but then there was no peel, there was no stun, there was no clear layer of execution from the side of the HUNS. Unfortunately for them, and this game, well deserved. That Gyroth 4, I when it got picked, I was like, whoa. But then, okay, there's a Leomord. Okay, I see the vision. And unfortunately for their side, it worked. What a draft from the side of the Mongols.
Yeah, it was a demanding game for the D-Roth. In the lane, at first it looked like he was taking care of him, but in of course, that extended Turtle 1 fight, you saw HUNS were able to dance around the fact that they realized, they still don't have enough damage just yet to deal with the Uranus early on. Early 3 kills there for the EXP laner of HUNS and Bankai, but then everything just fell apart. When the crowd control we're looking for from HUNS is much more difficult to pull off, right? It's through a Raging Sandstorm and Fury of the Phoenix, and there's like charge up time with that Fury of the Phoenix. It's not going to be the easiest combo to be able to execute. While for Mongols, they don't even need to think about combos, man. They just have to think about throwing out their skills. Again, almost some of the biggest abilities on the side of Mongols already compact with crowd control as well. So it's like you can just somewhat autopilot the game as long as you're playing alongside your team. Your comms are pretty good. You're all gonna land some big crowd controls, and because of the extra layer of peel that they have, the raw freaking damage that they can do to burst on the Claude, it's the Harith that ended up standing out. K is our MVP of the game with 8 kills and 9 assists.
And he delivered as a Harith right this time around. Different story. First game on that Cloud, but man, what a redemption this game. He was always Johnny on the spots. When needed, he was able to make plays. And of course, after getting the Holy Crystal, he was that confident to provide damage to his team. The crowd control was there. You mentioned the peel also being a main factor for the win, their success. And of course, the AoE with the Shaman Force comes into play as well from the side of K this time around, man.
Yep.
It's just so close. They were the grand finals in their respective in their region, and they went to see in the early stage of playoff. It's 2-1, and ladies and gentlemen, in the best of 5 right now, as it stands, it's 1-1 between the Mongols and the HUNS.
Yeah, and the big results of it all is a little bit more what we expected. Again, actually, even heading into the game, a lot of our initial takes ended up becoming some of the biggest themes so far of the first two games. Who gets to see the big picture better, who gets to handle their minion waves better, their timings. Our expectations of there being just a buttload of kills in this game still stands true. Close to 40 or maybe even around 40 kills for that second one. So with that, as much as I appreciate the Uranus pick, HUNS needs to keep in mind that they need a bit more crowd control if they want to go for that. Yes, the Zetkin and Khalid are a clear decision to cover for that fact, to bully exactly, to get that crowd control. But again, it's about ease of execution, how easy it is for you to get crowd control. That's why I was a little bit more crazy with my suggestion of, hey, why don't you consider picking up the Atlas? At least with all of the dive, I feel like could have been good. It has risen up as well as a surprise poison pick. Did it get did it ever show up in MPLID this season? It showed up like once or twice in PH. Oh, did it win?
Yeah, it got the dub, I believe. Yeah, it got the dub. Once played by Keyboy with the Onyx. Yeah, so Atlas definitely. And also we got a couple of Kufra games. We were talking about, the classic initiation roamers. We got to see action from Kufra and also Atlas. So yeah, a very understandable and sensible approach. We might see that later on, hopefully from the side of either of the Mongols or the HUNS.
Yeah, but it's not to say that the HUNS had a bad game. OU was fantastic yet again on a Khalid, a really great KDA. But then with the Raging Sandstorm gone, there was nothing stopping Mongols from just diving and fighting. That's why I was looking for the Atlas, because the value of the Atlas isn't really on the Fatal Links for me. It's that little bit of freeze, right, that he can dish out. It's really good in longer team fights against lineups that have like a lot of dive. We're back on the stage. Of course, the beautiful stage in Shanghai right now. And you know what? Gani, I wish we were there, man. The place looks awesome. and the crowd looks great too.
You know what? I really wish I was there. But I will share something. I am going to go Shanghai. I'm going to Shanghai, but not for MCT. Cool. For a vacation, but unfortunately the timing isn't right. If I was there right now, I would, I would go through. I would jump in. I would jump in. Yeah, to see.
Maybe like a surprise guest on the Chinese broadcast, maybe. I mean, Michelle's there. She can help translate for you, of course. So that'd be great. Oh, it's cool. If you're gonna be going to Shanghai, then are you gonna be going to HQ? You're gonna be able to see the Moonton HQ. You should ask, man.
That's what I am also in my personal itinerary. That's in my personal agenda. I will ask, but I will not expect. If that the green light, it will not hurt to ask.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you let them know, it's like, hey, I could make a bunch of content for it, well, why not? I've been casting for you guys for a long time. I think it'll be great to see.
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. I wouldn't be here if I were you. That's my pitch.
Yeah. And,
I want to see.
You know what? If I was the big wig and making the decisions in Muton, you have me sold. Gani, we're getting you a ticket. we're bringing you into the HQ. But again, thank you all for joining us here. We're still in the very first series. Guangzhou Gaming is waiting in the grand finals. Our grand finals later tonight will be a best of 5, similar to this series. So whoever wins this, they still have to win one more game. It's a race to 3, of course. If this is your first time ever watching esports or sports in general, that's what a best of 5 means. The lovely crowd in Shanghai looks very stoked to see the action. Waiting for the draft as we are. Any expectations you might want to share here for game number 3?
I think, again, it would be more clear if I know the sides already. But what I can expect, and the theme has been so far for 2 games, Red side has been winning games. Again, the last pick value is...
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Is just so high nowadays. And at least for teams that are able to utilize that last pick value, it's good, right? And it's a step ahead of the opposing team. Now, it's going to be a very important game here, Renmar. Why? Because whoever wins this game, they're at match points. We can expect. So we can expect both teams here might show a power pick rather than a meta pick. So that's what I'm hoping. Maybe we get to see a Benedetta first phase action here, just so that she cannot be banned.
You know what? I'm gonna go on that same boat as you, dude. I'd want to see a power pick like a Benedetta, something surprising, something you don't even. It's also not a pick that you answer directly in the draft. You're forced to try and deal with it with just better gameplay and better execution. So hopefully that does show up. I would also like maybe another surprise in the Rome. I asked for the Atlas, please, maybe somebody. Valentina got banned out in the second game. He got picked up in the first. If the Valentina's gone, you could pick up the Atlas. It's one of the conditions for it. Outside of picks, I'm glad that you touched on the fact that whoever wins is at match point, because there's always that tendency the team who's up and at match point will almost always, I'd like to think maybe like 95% of the time, pick a lineup that is just so overly aggressive that they could snowball out of control and win it. And whether it's Mongols or HUNS, I expect them to lock into that idea. Whoever it is who gets to match point first, right?
Exactly. And this is why, again, I think both coaches need to both be zen and also be they gotta deliver as well. They gotta, because I feel like game one, it was a draft issue with the last two picks coming from the side of the Mongols, which was they look lost in why they look lost in that game. And second game, we also touched on, they went a little bit greedy from the side of the HUNS, not taking more crowd control components. And let's see, they will switch sides again. So the HUNS this time around will have the red side again, like game one.
All right, in game number one, Mongols on this side banned out Glue, Marcel, and Uranus from the side of HUNS. If I'm the Mongols, I think I still wouldn't be completely okay with giving the Uranus. It was impactful in the first game, and with the information from game number two, I wouldn't be surprised if HUNS acknowledge that, they were lacking a bit of crowd control, and if the Uranus is open for them, they'll just add more crowd control to be more okay with it. So as expected, this is going to be a constant ban here for Mongols this entire series. They aren't really a team that also pick up the Marcel. It's not really their style. I think the golden hour to them is just a waste of time. It's like, why would I want to use an ultimate that stops the team fight even for me? That's not my tempo. So just take it out. Take it out from OU as well, who's fantastic with that. But here's the first adjustment for Mongols on the blue side. They ban out the Suyo.
Yeah, I think after getting, beaten down in the first game with the Suyo, who had 16 kills.
True.
That's a direct. Of course, it forced a direct adjustment. But I expect more, I guess, stable draft. But also, I don't mind a flare. We touched on Benedetta maybe taking first phase. Just because it was always banned, man. Game one, it was banned in the second phase. Game two also banned in the second phase. So if they really want Benedetta, they gotta pick it up first. They got red 3 now, HUNS.
Yeah. We're just waiting for the draft to make a reappearance on the screen.
Yes.
Be patient with us, folks. Of course, our marshals in the arena in Shanghai are doing everything they can to make sure everything is good. It seems like the draft may have taken a pause for now. It looks like let's see if there was maybe any ban that wasn't supposed to happen. Maybe the Suyo wasn't the intentional ban. We're gonna get an update for you once we have it. But again, thanks for tuning in to the East Asia Championship Tour with us. Of course, the Championship Tour is one of the newest elements of a global MLBB esports. From East Asia to North America, all across the world, we're seeing more of these pop up. So it means a lot to us to show your support for this. Kind of got a question for you. if you're Guangzhou Gaming, if you're the coach of GZG and you're watching the series right now, what would your reaction be with everything you've seen so far?
Generally speaking, my reaction would be, I would. Okay, that's a good question. Okay, so to be fair, we only got two games at least for this series, right? So my general reaction would be, man, I really want to stay on red side. I really want to stay on red side. I think that's my general overview, but I'm sure GZG has something already up in their sleeves.
Yeah.
Already prepared. What would your reaction be, Renmar?
I would be salivating. Mainly because I feel like I'm already seeing a lot of things to expect. And even heading into the tournament, if let's say I was going at this with the right mindset, a lot of my initial thoughts about the Mongols and HUNS have just been validated even more seeing these two fight again, and especially in this series that it seems like it would be much easier to come up with a game plan now, especially with you can just double down on one thing, get a good row mid and play for a flexible EXP. You can slot whatever in the jungle, slot whatever in the gold. EXP can be a surprise pick, row mid, as long as you're getting priority. You've already ticked out a lot of the boxes. You allow so many things more for your team, and you stop a lot of what the Huns and Mongols want to do, because clearly these two center so much around the rotations of their row mid trio in an overly aggressive fashion. Not that I'm knocking on it. Again, it makes it entertaining. There's so many team fights breaking out, but it's also in some ways predictable. What's about to come towards your way, right?
Yeah, I think for the most part, we have a great idea. We were able to read all the drafts very well. What could happen, what would happen as well, with that sort of composition, such as game 2, Hans not able or having minimal crowd control. They would struggle during big 5v5s, potentially the 4v4s. And we saw that in that game being displayed. Folks, the ambience, the environment there, it's crazy. I feel like again, what a venue. I like the venue. It's cool. I like the mood board. I like the concepts, the color scheme of MCTA this season, man. Crazy.
Of course, it is the first MCT East Asia tournament ever. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, MCT being a new concept for this year of global MLBB esports. Remember, these teams that you're watching here today alongside Japan's Sunset Ravens have already at least secured their slot for the wild cards, but whoever ends this day as grand champion numero uno, number 1, will be the team going to the MSC 2026 main stage in Paris. I feel like that's also something we have to think about with global MLBB esports now, especially for qualification for wildcards and MSC, that it seems like it's an extra bit of motivation.
Yeah.
Like who wouldn't want to go to Paris to compete MLB? Bro, I didn't think we'd actually see this for another maybe 5 years. Or maybe 5 years. I know we're already going to Turkey most likely for M8.
Yeah,
it's already been announced. But Paris for MLBB, bro, what a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive indeed, Renmar. And again, it's not it's game changing, right? It's for the players as well, and that's why they really want to compete. They really want to have that same chance. And same here, Sans, when he got the official, announcement, he stood up and immediately started to, I really want to go. He was firing himself up. I really want to go to Paris. I'm ready to go to Paris. And crazy scenes indeed. Here comes the drafts again, folks. Thank you for your patience. But yes, let's see again the journey for these two teams currently sitting at a 1-1. Who will take match point here in this game? Valentina first pick this time around. First game, folks, it was the Claude that was picked up first. So there's an adjustment immediately.
Yeah. Interesting that they didn't ban the glue, which means that they're thinking about picking it up themselves in the first phase. But then obviously HUNS needs to get the Claude, which the Claude is very okay with going up against the glue because you can quickly get Art of Thievery stacks through the little mini glulets, the longs, as we read in one patch note. But man, interesting decision in the trade. Or are they trying to bait HUNS into rushing a glue? I don't think HUNS should do that. There's so much more other picks that you have to watch out for. They get the Claude as expected. They get the Leomord instead of the Harley. So HUNS doesn't want Mongols to be aggressive, and they want to make sure Zexora ends up with something that's a little bit more assassin focused. But the Baksha is still open.
The Baksha is definitely still open, and it was picked up by the Mongols in that game. So now, do they want to go with that same approach, or do they want to spice things up a bit? You know, it's good going up against the Leomord. I like the Baksha, but in that game, or in that first game, at least the Mongols wasn't able to utilize the Baksha properly. So maybe a different approach here. Ooh. Here comes the Yusun Shin. A mid lane. Okay, sorry. Phobius maybe, but no. They prioritize the mid trio, right? I expect this Yusun Shin to be in jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a possibility.
Yeah,
there's a possibility to gold lane, because it's a Claude. It's going. It's a winning lane.
True.
Up against a Claude.
Oh man, that hurts. The Yuzhong right away. It will be a lot of struggle here for this Yisun Shin. If that's gonna go into I think now that definitely has to go into the jungle, and you're gonna have to pack another carry in the gold. So at least you'll have the double carry set up. But the obvious risk here is that HUNS might take a lot of the early objectives through their Yuzhong. I also appreciate that they're respecting first the Guinevere and still the Benedetta getting taken away here as an option as well for Mumu. So now HUNS can really just focus on dominating. Turtle 1, Turtle 2. Mongols might not be completely online as far as until like Lord 1. Which at that point, HUNS should be activated, especially through their Claude. If he doesn't have his Trinity yet, is at least very close to it.
Okay. So yeah, with that being said here, HUNS, really like their first 3 picks again, man. Renmar, it's, if they can add more, I guess I don't mind a good utility mid here, picked up for Kenny. I think it's good. It's good. So the Valentina, I don't mind the Eve. Sure, it gives a real world manipulation, but no, they delay the mid lane take, and instead they want to be more oppressive.
Man. Yeah. You said the perfect word there. Oppressive. All this 4 picks. Okay, maybe not the Claude, but if you just look at the Leomord, the Yuzhong, it can. There is a lot of oppression coming out from HUNS right now that I don't think a poor little high loss is going to be enough to deal with it. So a really good EXP laner here needs to shine through.
A classic Therese, maybe?
Yeah, something solid and stable I think would help them out. At least it's an EXP lane that's not going to be easily gankable. And then in the gold lane, what sucks is you can't even Bruno anymore because the Yuzhong. So they go Alice. So this is the last season that showed up as the response to the rise of Yuzhong. I remember that in the MPL season 16 playoffs. Yuzhong was one of the picks to watch out for near the end of the regular season, and then Alice shows up in the playoffs and just makes it a little bit much better for the Alice. But times have evolved and players have learned the matchup. It's a Moscow for Mongols. It's a Lunox for HUNS. Oh man, this hurts. This lineup is pain personified.
I really like it. I really like it again. All across 3 games, the last pick value has been tremendous, folks. And let's see if they are, or at least this game, the HUNS will be able to continue the trend here. Still with Renmar and Gani. Remember, folks, what's at stake? 1 game win here means they're sitting at match point. And let's see it, witness it together. Will it be the HUNS or will it be the Mongols?
The mid trio of Mongols needs to play some of the best MLBB they've played in a long while if they want to deal with the aggression that's coming their way. Once the mid trio all hit level 4, you better watch out. That Lunox and that Hilda will destroy anyone who gets close to you. Let's see if the Hylos and the Alice will be enough to deal with the damage that's going to be coming their way. Can the Mongols somehow find the lead early on? It's a slim possibility, but a possibility nonetheless. Previous trends have shown that you're looking at HUNS should be controlling a good amount of the game. Mongols will have a chance to start fighting for it much more heavily heading into Lord 1. But then it's that awkward spot of once they're there, the Claude is already fully farmed as well. Game number 3. Mongols and HUNS, 2 of Mongolia's finest. Storied individuals and organizations fighting it out for a slot in the grand finals where China's Guangzhou Gaming is waiting. Welcome back to the Land of Dawn, y'all.
Let's get it. Let's get it, Renmar. And wow, the Lunox went for Wilderness Blessing. That's, again, sensible. So the mid pair, both teams actually went for, wanting some extra rotations. But other than that, Master Assassin will be chosen by K on the Moskov.
Yeah. Wants to increase his chance that he has a better dueling against the Claude. OU a little bit overstepping. Ox and Meiki are standing up to the challenge. OU might have been overzealous in trying to control and be aggressive in the center of the map early.
The overextension again needs to be calculated here, Renmar. Not a good start for HUNS, but the Mongols here, they cannot get complacent because of killing a roamer. That definitely sets the tempo. But again, the turtle fight here, Bankai, he has the Black Dragon form to play around with later on for that first turtle. Again, action in the mid lane, the 2v2 pair just keep going at it. But what I like from OU, at least, he says, like, you know what? I'm just gonna die. I'm not gonna waste my flicker. And I will play my flicker later on where I can still be influential. That I can, as a roamer myself, I can understand.
Yeah, it's a good respect for the trade and battle spells. Oh, speaking of respect, he gets terrified. He gets stunned. He's gonna take a lot of damage here. He's gonna be forced to go back yet again.
I think he's okay now.
Yeah.
This time around, he's okay. In the bottom side, though, main focus. Oh, that's a dive! Off camera, you can see from the minimap. Petrify wasn't used by Bankai, but the dive 2v1 of Alice and Yishun Shin, where I believe he used the Mountain Shocker, was enough to take a kill.
Seems like that little trade mishap in the center of the map ended up being bad for Bankai as there was no information. Here comes the Phantom Steed! A surprise turnaround! Will HUNS be able to eke it out, but still Meta gets punished? Here comes the Dragon, fresh from the respawn. A dive onto Zixora. Bankai gets the kill, but the gold laners have joined in through an SOD, through BMI and Blazing Duet. All hell has broken loose. Just for Turtle 1, Mongols has 5 kills over 1 on HUNS.
We get to see a different story here, folks, from game 1 and 2, where the blue side will have more control in the early, and that 5 kills is looking very good. They get the turtle, and they are moving more. They want more. You mentioned the mid trio before. Has to play their perfect game. Renmar, it's coming to life.
Exactly. They just knew because of OU going down early. There's no vision on the river to supplement Bankai and letting him know that there was an eventual dive from the YSS coming in. SOD committed by K? Oh, maybe he could have saved that for later, but you know what? It didn't result into anything bad, at least. That's fine. Nothing too crazy.
Nothing too crazy indeed here, folks. You can see the gold already building for the side of Mongols again, being oppressive. Mongols. Now we touch on oppressive being the composition of the HUNS, but it's in the line of dawn. It's different now with a jump onto it. Still meta. No steed. That's a free kill. They understand the execution, and they will take down the jungler.
Not a big miscom. Darkness by Kenny, and he'll get stunned. A lot of messy decisions here by HUNS. Still meta positioning himself and posturing like he's a Fredrin. I understand you're a Leomord, sir, but that is a single target lockdown roamer that you have with you. And they're like, OU wasn't ready for it. Mongols, the Roman trios right now is just out executing the HUNS.
Definitely messy here for the side of HUNS. Now they will try to dismantle more. They find OU. Black Dragon form committed now. Revitalized pop by Moon will just restabilize. Still meta. Again, still able to sidestep, but the displace from the side of Makey and Zixora is able to take the Leomort down. Ladies and gentlemen, still meta, who had 16 kills in the first game, sitting at a 1-3-1 this time.
Man, this game has went completely opposite of what we expected HUNS to execute through, and it's just, we asked a very tall request of Mongols and they delivered. Best game of our lives in recent memory for the Roman trio? Yeah, easy enough. And they're making it look so easy. They continue the aggression. It forces still Meta to use his own Phantom Steed. He can't even farm comfortably anymore. A Blazing Duet committed there by Yuki just to force back the members of MongolZ. Zixora gets punished. The Alice, though, still alive. Kenny falls and Ox goes down. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but still Meta has lost his buff. OU falls. Makey gets taken down by Yuki. Mongols might have just given HUNS a light of hope unintentionally.
A lot of opportunities definitely now for HUNS. What I like from HUNS there, Yuki being he was cheeky about it, only getting a kill, but in the mid lane still meta, get out of position. Definitely capitalize again. Mongols is just rinse and repeat, and now they will take the mid turret. Arguably the most important turret tier 1 is the mid, and they lose that first before getting a top or bot. Black Dragon form used up. 2-man petrify finds an equalizer. Again, just the jungler taken out. Bankai still able to find a connection there. Blazing Duets not really in range, but that is enough to disengage. They got Zixora, but they still lose the mid turret, which is expensive.
Yeah, way too expensive. You lose so much place on the map, and you barely had any space in the back to work with already. Glorious pathway in the face of OU and Yuki just to provide space for K and to stop any potential aggressive plays. But that's a little bit more for safety. They already had the info that Yuki used his Blazing Duet, so they didn't have to worry about a surprise dive. Ox with a Chastised Pauldron. That's going to delay the impact of the Claw just a bit more as well. Mongols, Ox, Mikey, Zixora, they've played a much better game here. Bankai still meta, will try to go for the trade, but Bankai is too low. You're not getting anything out of that. It's K who gets a dub. TP all you want, man. You deserve that. Outplaying Bankai. Bro, Bankai has had a long day. He's tired. He's stressed from work. That is a limp dragon.
That is, and now Silmeta, very vulnerable target. A 4-man dive under tier 2 will finally claim that kill. That's going to be another oppressive now. We expected HUNS here again, Renmar. I would like to repeat. We expected the composition from HUNS to be oppressive, but what we're seeing right now is blue side. They're the ones who is more aggressive, more oppressive. The purple buff Intimidation again now will gladly taken out by Zixara. Ops low, taken very low. Should be a kill for the side of HUNS. Now, can they take more? Can they close the distance as the Mongols are disengaging, hiding it away? But, 60 seconds on the clock for the first neutral Lord. Now, maybe that's where HUNS looks for an equalizer. So far, so good. 5,000 gold lead is the difference here.
Yeah, it's tough for HUNS though, because of how fast Mongols are moving around the map. K is doing a good job of taking care of the lanes. If he's not doing it alone, there is a member or maybe even the entire team just shadowing for him. Another fight.
Oh, that's gonna be the stun. Bankai stun! Oh, you flickers out, but that's still. Again, no, Dragon now Yuki out of position, definitely capitalized by Meiki. Now, can they close the distance? VMI 2 member says hello. Yuki nowhere to go, and Zixara will gladly take his 5th kill in the game.
Consolation prize, Yuki got to take down K, but that is a very small win in the big picture of it all. They've closed down the lead a little bit. It was 5K. It's a little bit closer to the 3.5K mark, but just as quickly, HUNS feels like they got a bit of room. Mongols continue the oppression. The tower takes. Again, this is why we put a lot of value into row mid trio trading. If one row mid duo just clearly plays better than the other, that ruins a lot of rotations. OU going down early meant Bankai was ganked without any information whatsoever, and that snowballed into a string of invades, a string of aggression, and a string of mistakes also by HUNS as they were desperately trying to find a bit more control in the map yet again. Kenny might get caught out.
Looking to close the gap here from the side of the Mongols. Under the turret, SOD doesn't land, but Unkai will not be able to peel the damage. That's going to be the damage coming from the Steed. K finds a turret. That's going to be, oh my goodness, K! Looking to find the connection, and Zixara gladly claims the double. Looking for the triple in the kill, but Ox will not survive. Kenny flickers out of danger. Zixara again. So deadly. Ladies and gentlemen, he is level 15. Now, 10 minutes in, that's a lot of experience coming through from the veteran Zixara.
And maybe that's the difference maker here. Talk about all the compositions you want. Oh, Mountain Shocker! Forcing Kenny to use the brilliance to survive. The Lord will continue its march down bottom while Mongol still has some more minion waves to work with. Holy defense in the bottom lane is going to get popped. No more for any of the base turrets.
Yeah, the mid is looking very juicy. That's going to be the siege. Steed will be triggered as they got the clear for now. Another wave is coming top. Another wave is coming bot. Now, what will HUNS do? It seems like they will take care of the top. That bottom side will not be able to stand. Surely, Blazing Duet, no! From the side of K, will be able to clear one more spear. Almost there. That's a stun, Bankai. 5th time this game that he will be taken out. Now it's going to be the Lord. They end as well. OU not able to survive. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mongols has match points set in their eyes, and down goes the main base. Renmar, I did not expect this. The trend of red side winning breaks in game 3.
Talk about surprises. Your expectations getting thrown out of the window. Oh, what a fumble there by HUNS. They had it. They just needed to get to their level 4s without a hitch. And it was a high loss. It was Ox who said literally, nope. Over and over again, he made the most out of every stun. It's things like that can be very frustrating to watch and even analyze, knowing that HUNS had all the tools to be in the position that Mongols were in, but one mishap, a lack of any vision and control in the river, you're not gonna get that. I will flip the script and look at Mongols more. They answered. We asked them, can you play some of the best games that you've played in a while in recent memory? They said, hell yeah. it's the experience you talked about of Zixora. I feel like was also a big factor. He was a Skypiercer holder on that one. Once he got more than 3 kills, that would just continue the aggression. Actually, no, not even aggression, but the disciplined. Yeah, disciplined, calculated approach. Exactly. From the Romid duo of Mongols with Ox and Makey. It in some ways it felt like I was watching HUNS thinking, all right guys, we got this in the bag. They're so excited. We have the better lineup. We got some early mistakes. Don't worry, let's just keep this up. Why are we keeping this up? We're not winning anything. And then Mongols looking at HUNS going, thanks for continuously feeding us, I guess. Cool. Thanks for more kills. Thanks for more stacks. Thank you for more space. Unfortunate.
I think you mentioned it correctly there. I think they got a little bit overzealous, HUNS, with the composition that they have. They gotta understand that Clock needs time, 3 items to be more active, as well as Lunox, man. They need Lunox to be more influential, but the early game, the Lunox cannot deal a lot of damage, and Mongols, like you mentioned, the overextension, the misposition that HUNS were able to display cost them the game, man. They were like, okay, thank you, and you can see the gap in gold where Moskov is almost at full items already, but MVP this time goes to Mumu.
This Alice, once you see the situation in the center of the map and knowing that, again, going back, this was the old response, still currently a very good response to the Yuzhong and lane, you're gonna have a good time. You time the first gank out of the jungle rotations. It was from Zixora towards the Yuzhong. Even though they were pushed under tower, the Yuzhong was safely under the tower. The Alice can survive a lot of hits. There's good damage against the one coming out of the Yi Sun-shin early on. Time the Throne of Ruin as well, and any bits of crowd control that you have, and you're gonna be able to get that kill early, and then it just continues on from there. Knowing that you've already beat the Yuzhong in lane, you're quickly able to get a lot of access into the lizard and purple buff area of your opponents, of the HUNS, which is why I really have to nitpick here how HUNS were handling the mid lane trade. I get that your Lunox is comfortable with fighting at the center of the river in the mid lane, but your Hilda isn't against a Valentina and Hylos. And what are you doing even being overly aggressive trading in the center of the map, in the center of the mid lane, when you don't have to worry about your Leomord as much? It's a Leomord. The Lunox and the Hilda will be able to clear the lane eventually, that even though Mongols would threaten a very early invade towards the Golem? Is that what they were worried about? This is why I have to lean towards the idea that maybe they just got a little bit too overzealous, excited about the potential of their lineup and their picks being better in the early game, that those little things they forgot to think about.
Definitely gets foggy after minute 4 there. Their calls as well. I don't think it was aligned in that game. It was quite evident in the game where I remember when Leomord was suddenly all alone, pops the steed all alone, and then getting jumped on by 3 members of the Mongols with no backup, with no cover, with no peel. Yeah, again, the communication wasn't aligned there forward side of HUNS in that game. So I guess that should be addressed right now here as we speak. Game number 4, it is not over yet for the HUNS, folks. In case you don't stop support the HUNS, but the Mongols, man, they are at match point. One more game to seal the deal for the grand final spot here, Renmar.
Yeah. If I'm the Mongols and I've seen how HUNS play, I think I'm willing to run the YSS back. I mean, they clearly already showed that even though it was a terrifying lineup for the Yi Sun-shin to theoretically fight against, just looks like they are in that zone right now. They use that veteran experience. They use that aura that they have, knowing and thinking that they're just better than their opponents. It's game 4. End it here. Maximize what little break time you're gonna have, because you still have to fight a best of 5 grand finals against GZG. Our schedule's gonna get pushed back just a little bit. Maybe they'll get an hour break if they're lucky. I don't know, but if I'm Mongols, they have to close it out here, because any bit of advantage you give to GZG with even more info, with less time for you to rest, it's gonna be bad news for you in the grand finals.
And that's the thing. I'm sure with the momentum, that's what they're hoping for, to close out next game and get more rest, Renmar. I think that's going to be very important here for the grand finals. And for the side of the HUNS, man, now that I think about it, it's easier said now. But yeah, I think they went a little bit too greedy with the Hilda pick for Red 4. Sure, it really amplifies the composition, but then they went for the greedier route. They went in for a little bit too, one-dimensional sort of play, and definitely it costed them here in that game, where the Mongols, they drafted themselves a very I gotta say it's more complex, it's more complex to execute, but with composure, and then of course the slight mishaps, the overextensions that were given, they were able to capitalize very well. Again, I want to see now what's gonna be the change for Zixora and of course HUNS here. Renmar, I gotta ask you, what's your expectation for a potential final game?
I think for starting it off with Mongols, I don't think they should fall back to getting a Boxer here for Zixora. Clearly, they're much more comfortable with him being aggressively active with damage. Though the Boxer still fits the bill of aggression, I think just pack him on something that is more of a traditional carry, something that can surprise and lift the team through damage. Again, that's why I said I don't mind the Yi Senshin coming back if they can build around that really well. They obviously have to play fast, something that scales up a little bit quicker. I don't think the Claude is gonna do it. I think they're more okay with giving the Claude, run it back with a Moskov or run it back with a Harith if you can and if it's available for you. Meanwhile, for HUNS, I think that's 2 games now where it feels like they sort of tunnel vision on a very specific thing, wherein they had a clear idea of how they were gonna win, but it was either too demanding or they just messed up the one very important thing that they needed to do. In game number 2, it was too complex. The Zetian and Khalid as their only main source of crowd control. Oof, they tunnel vision too hard on the value of their Uranus. And then in game number 3, it was cool, we have the better lineup, but then did you smoothly transition it to level 4? That was the requirement for the Hilda, the Lunox, and the Leomord. Comfortably hit level 4. Even if you don't get Turtle 1, once you're level 4, you can string together a bunch of kills, surprising the Valentina, forcing the High Loss back. You create space for you in the river. You create space in the opposing team's jungle for you to invade through. So it seems like the checklist for HUNS right now might just be a little too complicated. While for Mongols, it's simple. End it here. Play aggressive. Use your best picks. Get an assassin.
I think that's a good approach there for the Mongols, who, again, very direct, especially after getting a win earlier on. Momentum-wise, it is on their side. You can see smiles. You can see just the composure. Now HUNS on the other side, you can see based on their facial expressions, more on the serious side. They know what's at stake here. Just one game away for the Mongols to take that slot to the grand finals. And again, both coaches, they gotta think clearly here. They cannot overthink. They cannot also underthink. They cannot again simplify the approaches as well. But man, oh man, I am quite nervous here actually for the HUNS. After game 1, they started to grow on me, But let's see here the adjustments from the Huns, because the Mongols, man, this guy right here on your screen, Zoxora, a lot of aura already inside of the game as well.
Yeah. Man, I think he's locked in. He knows that his team is so close to getting to the point where they want to be at. If I could put myself in the mindset of the Mongols head coach, of course, Coach Summer, I think I would go away from the idea of looking at the macro a little bit. I think I'd be okay with giving up some map control and just playing through unabashed aggression.
Right.
As greedy as it sounds, I think they'll work out for them better, because if you know the opposing team knows that this is match point. That if they lose this, they're eliminated. They're still going to France for the wild card, but they're not going to be able to fight for a main stage slot, a chance to be called the best team in East Asia. So you apply that pressure from the get-go. You draft a lineup that makes them go, oh, this is going to be tough in the early game. And the opposing coach is going to have to say, like Coach Bebex is going to have to tell them, yo guys, don't worry. Just be conservative, be disciplined. We'll win it out in the late game. Most of the time, it's the lineup that chooses to be aggressive at match point, that chooses to be in your face and aggressive, that wins it out.
Yeah, I think that's a good way on bringing momentum as well, right? You know what, momentum's on our side. Let's go and the quote unquote go all in. There's definitely something to lose, but if you have that, it's nothing to lose. We're 1 game away, and they're 2 games away. Sometimes it can go to your favor, And let's see here again. The Huns here, their facial expressions is quite, they're I don't know. Hopefully he's fine, but he seems that there's a lot of pressure in the players here. But Renmar, seeing 3 games of MCTA, I like the dynamics. I like what they're, at least based on the 2 teams that I've casted for MCT. I'm all for it. I like the adjustments already. Both teams throwing haymakers in their respective games, and we might see another one here.
Even though we haven't seen GZG yet today, in the series yesterday in the upper bracket finals, the Huns were able to take a point away from them. So it also speaks of their quality as a team. Guangzhou Gaming, of course, clearly the favorites here. We do have to put a little bit of a disclaimer there that in the game that the Huns was able to take away from Guangzhou, they tried to get a little experimental and risky by packing a Hellcurt in the roam paired with a Baksha in the jungle. Didn't work out for them, but they still cannot discredit the efforts that the Huns needed to deliver to get that win over GZG. Match point here for Mongols. We're in the draft. Huns no longer want to give that Valentina to respect ban towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and this again, Valentina, a very popular mid lane pick, I gotta say, where it's just so tough for opponents to deal with the Valentina. You can draft yourself a big ult, but then can be taken away, and thus Hans is saying, you know what, I'm just gonna ban it away. I'm just gonna take it away and take a look at the mind games. The Yisun Shin after Zexora gets 15, still in the 10th minute mark. They're like, you know what, let's not deal with this Yisun Shin.
I'm okay with it. In most cases, I'd be questioning it, but I did suggest Mongols to consider running the Yisun Shin back. So I get it. It was way too fast, way too unstoppable in the previous one. That it's just better to take it out. And of course, what better to try and end the game quick than picking up a Harith in the gold lane? So Han says, no chance that we're gonna allow your team to get it.
No chance indeed. And that's gonna be Zushin being the final pick. Oh my god, Han's like going for power and comfort here, Renmar. And the hero that got 16 kills on the first game for Mr. Still Meta. will again be played here in our potential final game.
This is a good way to start, not gonna lie. Mainly just because it uplifts HUNS even more. Like I'm not even looking at it from an in-game perspective. I'm looking from it outside of the game. Knowing that you got the power pick from game number 1 that got 16 kills, that's a really good start, man. It's gonna be uplifting for the team knowing that you have that Suyo with you and you can easily tell each other, yo, we got the Suyo, we're gonna be fine. That makes that takes a weight off the shoulders of HUNS. Mongols will still balance it out. They pick up a Claude and they get the Leomore, knowing that Harith is around, so we most likely will be seeing a Moskov show up for HUNS. If it's not the Moskov, then we might see a surprise gold late pick a little bit later in the draft. Carry, also still a possibility, but you don't really see enough slow tanks from Mongols right now to warrant it. It's up to HUNS to decide whether it's time to pick the gold laner now, but I would suggest just do it later.
They can delay that take, definitely. It's gonna be the Hylos though, locked in for HUNS. And now, okay, Uranus. The Ura didn't really work out for them in the second game from the side of HUNS. It was banned from the side of their side in the first game. It seems like they will get both Suyo and Uranus this time around. Mongols, what do they respond with here?
I think they have to take away some far range gold laners. Even consider banning out the Granger, not gonna lie. You might not have enough dive for it, like comfortable dive. I know there's not a lot of crowd control to worry about from the side of HUNS, but that could easily be rectified with a really good mid lane pick. And then just pair it up with a high loss. You have to consider an Eve ban as well, or pick it up for yourselves now, then considering that the Valentina is no longer available for HUNS. Lots of routes, but they decide to go this to me is quite out of left field. I did not expect the Gata Kacha to come out now, but they both get revitalized roamers, so I guess that's what they were just leaning into.
Yeah, if HUNS has yet to pick up a roamer, I slightly understand, but because they have locked in the Hylos, I guess what they're saying is they just want to control more fights, right? And of course, with the big avatar of Guardian in play in his kit, I think that's going to be a big possibility. Paired with a Blazing Duet, that's a lot of area of effect that the Mongols can definitely play around with during big 5v5s or in 4v4s. And thus, a hero that has surfaced here in the series, Moskov, a good far lane controller as well, will be denied in the hands of HUNS. And a quick to respond, the Alice will be off the board as well.
Moskov gone, Granger still up on the board. Mongols need not ban it. Actually, all right. Would have destroyed the Claude in the lane, although would have provided even more damage for HUNS and a quicker way for them to end it. They need a far lane mid laner right now, something with artillery, either the Eve or the Farsa. You don't have to worry about something like a Yuzhong showing up anymore. So they get their Deroth in the EXP for that shred for the matchup against the Uranus. HUNS is left to either just a Granger or a carry as some of their best picks. If they want to go kind of Gila with it, kind of crazy, an Obsidia, but I would like the first two that I mentioned just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout right there, Enmar. The carry, one of the heroes that you mentioned earlier, will surface here, and it's good up against the Gatot Kacha. Now paired with the Yiv, I like it, right? It's a good strong mid pairing for the HUNS. Now what's a good response here? No Valentino, no Zushin, and no Eve, of course.
They still have the Zetian and Fox available, but I think Zetian is more popular currently, and it's even more chances of you getting crowd control. Oh, Gord, right? They're not playing pickoff though. They do have the front line to help peel for it. Don't have to worry about it getting chased. Okay, I'm alright with it. there's not a lot of dive to worry about. The gourd might actually be undisturbed for a good amount of the game.
Yeah, let's see though. The only threat for this gourd is definitely that Tsuyo, who again just as we saw what again not meta, still meta is able to do on that Tsuyo, and it's just anglings, right? So again, the positioning for that gourd needs to be prime here. If the Mongols wants to continue the momentum, carry it forward for their potential grand final slot. Let's see, folks. It is 2-1 between the two. Let's see if it will be an equalizer or will it end here in this game.
Match point. Mongols. They are so close to the grand final, so close to a meetup with Guangzhou Gaming, a team that they have yet to meet in this playoffs for MCT. We're heading into the Lanadon to the potential last game. You can take some early conditions. I think I'd be a little bit more conservative here for HUNS. You got a good lineup. Just hit your level 4s first, man. Just get that comfortably and then do whatever you want. Outside of that, forget about it. Hit your level 4s cleanly and you should be fine.
Definitely, they got to pick their battles here early game, as it's going to be an early talent show again. Tenacity, of course, for the Uranus and the Hylos. And Claude this time around wants the Master Assassin and the FOB from Carry just to have some sort of sustainability with the basic attacks.
Of course, a very popular pickup now for the Carry. Actually, quite surprised that it's a Master Assassin for K on the Claude. Mostly it's been Festival Blood also for Claudes. For raw sustain also, once you have your Blazing Duet, makes you really difficult to take down in fights. K not picking up the Purify. Let's see if it's gonna work out well for him. I know he wants to pick up the Flicker so that he gets to Kenny a little bit easier if he's gonna be the one diving that Eve. But then now there's a threat of you just getting quickly stunned by the high loss once you go in. You don't have the safety of that Purify. So he might be a little bit more conservative with when he uses his Blazing Duet. Hopefully so. Ox and Makey lose the initial trade in mid and will get a bit of vision for the row mid duo of HUNS. But Yuki, his Flicker got forced out early on.
Yeah, that's already a loss there, trade-wise. And again, I think Makey will not get 4, right? He missed a minion earlier on. You mentioned it losing on the rotation. So let's see the aftermath before for that turtle fight. It's going to be a skirmisher. Seems like a 3v3 potentially, but no, HUNS, like you said, they got to play it chill. Even though they rock the Tsuyo that really wants a kill early, they got to hold their breath first.
Yeah. Zixora, level 4, both junglers in the right spot.
Yeah, not level 4 there, Makey.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for the board. I think Mongols will have to play this conservatively and not heavily contest for this turtle, but I think they have other plans.
Yeah, that's gonna be again the God of Kacha taken very low. Revitalize will be triggered. Real world manipulation, great placement. Zixora still able to find a retribution now. Do they fight? That's gonna be the Mystic. Gosh! With the damage from the Leomord, able to take the turtle and will be able to take a kill as well.
Still meta, not able to use his retribution. Mongols, it could have been really risky for them. That was a well-placed real-world manipulation by Kenny, but just a little bit too far at the edge of his RWM. Enough time and enough space for Zixora to retribution the turtle away. Good start for the Mongols. Again, it's just one of the comforts here of playing with a gourd. The Mystic Projectile, I know everyone thinks about the Gush, but it's the projectile that really brings so much value.
Definitely locking people down as well. Ooh, misses the stun there. That's, again, a tempo that will be reduced by both teams. Just a kill between them this time around, 3 minutes in. So a different color of the two in our fourth game.
Yeah, much more stable, right? Even Mongols, they're not overzealous, they're not over aggressive. They know that their timers will come in just a little bit later. They have to do what they can to smooth out the transition into the mid to the late game for the Claude, but here comes still Meta, spots Ox, here comes the Phantom Steed, and it looks like HUNS might be able to get punished here. The Revitalize keeping MongolZ alive, but under the real world manipulation, it might be too tough. Zixora misses the dash, but here comes the projectile and Gush from the gourd. Makey shows up to turn it towards MongolZ's favor. Oyu falls to K.
Hey, again with the finishing touch, man. 3 members off the board from HUNS. That's not a good sign here. And then the Mongols, they definitely will build and establish a healthy early game here. The foundation that was needed for the Mongols definitely ticked, right? Definitely ticked their box here, as it will be a smooth transition to the next turtle. And I'm sure that HUNS will not contest. Take a look at the gold gap already. It's a level between Zixora and still Meta now.
Oh, Makey is making it hard for Kenny to get comfortable, even at managing the minion waves in mid. Something you want to do, play this gourd like as you would a Farsa with a feathered airstrike. If you can, dish out your combo, get a stun, and bring the opposing mid laner back for a bit more space in the mid. Seems like HUNS are kind of jittery right now, knowing what's at stake, and MongolZ, they look comfortable. The veterancy that they have showing off. Zixora!
Uh-oh, again, just the displacements and the resources spent so efficient. Zixora finding another kill in top. Oh, that's a jump. AOG and the Gush, 2 members suddenly off the board from HUNS. Yuki still top and still Meta, so the ball is still rolling. And take a look at the chain reactions here, Rennie. The mid turrets taken down. That's a stun. They want to fight again. Oh, you! It was just 1 kill 4 minutes in, and now hitting the 6-minute mark. This is already at total 8 kills.
You mentioned something earlier when they took down the carry, efficiency. And MongolZ, they are playing a hell of an efficient game. They're making the most out of every ability that they have. RWM just to try and hold, but he took too much damage from the gourd to set up the sweep by Zixora on a Ducati. Still Meta and Bankai don't have enough gas, but Makey is able to still flicker away to safety as Bankai will just try to hold. Oyu will try to save him. MongolZ realize there's no point in chasing him as hard as possible. He'll be able to get under tower, but maybe they might just be able to get a kill.
You know what? A kill towards the turret seems like is the main agenda for side of the Mongols. Again, all tier 1s has been taken down officially here from the side of HUNS. And take a look at the item. Man, carry is behind an item, Renmar. An item, a full-on item, and that's not good for the carry here.
Yep.
One more item to be really influential for the 4K, and even with just 2, he's already joining the team.
Running out of time.
Engage. Definitely, okay. Blazing Duet towards the back. Still Meta, and Trouble K finds practically a solo. The only trade is just towards Mumu now. Zixora pops a seed. Take a look at the flank. It's disgusting. And he finds a triple and a maniac for Mr. Aura himself.
That is the dagger. The Mongol still has a lot of time to work through to hit the moment that they've been waiting for. If that isn't the dagger, I don't know what is. 18.5 for HUNS, 25k for MongolZ. All the control, all the aggression, and still Meta, who just came back, ate a face full of Mystic Gush with a projectile too. This gourd has been massive for the Mongols. 32,000 damage dealt in this game.
Oh, take a look at the nasty combination. The taunt from the Unbreakable and the Blazing Duet. K will deal enough damage to take OU down. And down he goes. Kenny shuts K down though. So that's a favorable trade finally for HUNS.
Still, the HUNS are down 7,000. A light of hope maybe, but a taunt onto Bankai. And another projectile and Gush with a flicker to cap it off. Makey is a god on this gourd.
My goodness, action does not stop, man. What, 3 minutes in is just a kill, and take a look at the total kills right now, ladies and gentlemen, and we're not even at 10 minutes. And again, now the tempo is going down. 5 seconds on the clock for our first lord of the game. Let's see the items. Ooh, again, just 2k almost between the plot and the carry. That's a lot of damage between them. And with the Lord already up, that's going to be the main agenda for the Mongols. HUNS, I don't think they have enough firepower to contest.
Yeah, it's going to be way too risky if they try to. They just have to see if Kenny is enough to clear up the minion waves. Even wave clearing for Yuki isn't going to be as clear-cut. There's a huge risk of you just getting dived on, eating a layer of crowd control and getting blasted. HUNS have to play around their Eve smartly, except that maybe they'll just walk away with a kill or two. But Makey starts it off out of nowhere. Call that an athletic gore. Naisu would be proud. He doesn't get the kill, but it's forced reactions.
Again, force spells will definitely cause problems. AOG onto his back. Real world relation popped by Kenny. That's gonna be the Ox a little bit out of position here. No minions to play around with, and that will be again a kill for HUNS. Now the 6-man will be the no 6-man no more. No Gatot Kacha. Now will the Mongols stay oppressive? Steed pop top. That's gonna be the damage. They want to close the distance. Kenny, they're keeping tabs on the flickers, and they got the kill.
It's in their name. The Mongols want to show that they are Mongolia's finest. Oh, you gets taken down. Bankai brought down really low. Still Meta gets a start off, but Mumu is able to flicker out. But the damage of the pokes coming out from Makey pushes them back. K goes in. BMI blazing to win. Takes down Bankai. ZXORA brings out the Ducati. Forces Yuki back. And Mongols look like they want to end it here.
Yeah, they got the mid turret, they got the bottom side turret. Mumu opening things up. Take a look at ZXORA in the back, just dealing enough damage. That's gonna be a trade only on towards Mumu, ladies and gentlemen. It's a full-on wipeout. Only the horsey is in play, and it will not be an equalizer here in this game, ladies and gentlemen. The Mongols have done it. They got the final slot to the grand finals.
Guangzhou Gaming awaits, but this is the Mongols' moment of glory. I'm sure they're happy, but they know that the job isn't finished. If they want to secure their main stage slot, they still have to go through China's finest. But for now, you can definitively say, this is Mongolia's brightest sun. Great effort by the HUNS. A great showcase between these two. The respect, they know each other very well. Former teammates for some of them. But the Mongols is on top.
They definitely are. They definitely are on top. And ladies and gentlemen, again, congratulations to the Mongols. And in a bit, we will have an interview here at Mark.
Yeah. Wow, what a moment there for the Mongols. But you can tell that they can't just completely be very happy, super happy just yet. They still have a best of 5 grand finals to deal with against GZG. But that is a way to end the series. I think that is momentum you can definitely ride on. We were talking about it earlier. If you're the Mongols, you end it here. Get a bit more rest time. Ride through momentum. Show GZG that despite the great showing of HUNS, that you can still dominate them. They ticked all of those boxes, so it looks like they're in a much better spot now. Mentally, in-game, mechanically, they look ready. And bro, that Gourd game was out of this world. Makey was way too good on it, dude.
He was pseudo mage, but towards the end, he was an initiator, Renmar.
Yeah.
On the stun, and also provided damage. He is Mr. Do-It-All. Definitely Makey a hero that needs to be, looked on by GZG, Discord.
Yeah. Oh, man. And it's how Ox also played into it. It looks like he was also ready to cover with Avatar of Guardian when needed. If it wasn't a big AOG, honestly, just him showing up with the Revitalize at the right time, a good taunt, is more than enough to set things up for ZXORA. Mumu handled Bankai in lane really well. Again, expectedly, they handled the first objective much better. Oyu and Kenny, they were just victim to really good gameplay. I wouldn't even think that there were a lot of errors here by HUNS. It was just more of you gotta accept when the opposing team is better. So Mongols, mid trio, everyone just better across the board, played a better game. Still don't want to discredit the effort showed off by HUNS. They've had a terrific run in this tournament. They're still going to be showing up in the wild card for MSC 2026. But Mongols is going to the grand finals for a chance to fight for an MSC 2026 main stage slot, skipping the wild card stage altogether.
And we are going to witness that match in a bit. Before we do, though, we got to talk about the overview of the last game here. 22-5 before under 11 minutes, Renmar. We talked about it off broadcast where, you know, this playoff for MCT, the theme has been kills. Mm-hmm. And in this final game for the series, it's just that, kills.
Yeah. And it's cool that even the K acknowledged his own lead. I'm pretty sure that he built the corrosion scythe there at one point. Maybe there was a strange little buy-in sell as to why he ended up with just a winter crown, but that's how ahead he was, where he could afford to do that. They already know the type of lead that they had. Even Ox here didn't get the full build and item. He just built a bunch of components. It was just the raw damage getting brought out by this Gord. The setups that they had for Zix Aura. It was a row mid trio game definitely for Mongols. When in the previous game that also ended up becoming the biggest reason why Mongols won. They had the lineup that was maybe a little bit more difficult to pull off against what HUNS brought out, but because the row mid trio executed better, were a little bit more disciplined, then they took the cake and they ate it twice. Makey, 4 kills, 16 assists. One of the best Gord games I've seen in recent memory, and I'm not sugarcoating there. That was just really that damn good.
I agree, and that was a sort of a clapback, right? 16 kills for Suyo for a still meta first game, but they got 16s. He got 16 assists for the Gord to close the series out. So a different contrasting figure there. But man, the scoreline, Renmar, it's 3-1. So it wasn't that close, at least for this series. But again, after that first game, the quality of the Mongols, they definitely shifted 2 gears, not just a gear, 2 gears were shifted from the side of the Mongols, where the clean execution was shown. The communication was also gone through for the side of the Mongols. Come through.
Yeah. And again, they needed to show a game like this heading into the grand finals against GZG. It shouldn't have been, and it couldn't have been, the messy, sort of everywhere, kind of scattered, chaotic gameplay that we've seen for majority of the run here of the Mongols and even the HUNS. One of them needed to get it straight together and just show off like step A, step B, step C with a little bit of flair, just the right amount, and that's exactly what they delivered. Now, if Guangzhou Gaming is thinking about this is going to be a walk in the park against the Mongols, they've already lost the battle. They cannot belittle Mongols at this point, because I'm sure Mongols is looking at GZG like they're looking up at a giant. GZG just needs to go to work here. No funny business. Same thing for Mongols. I hope we get to see the grand finals that we deserve for the East Asia Championship Tour, the first tournament of its kind for East Asia. Seeing all these regions get together for one big international: China, Mongolia, South Korea, Japan as well. It's a great moment in MLBB history, and I hope that the ending is great in the long run. And if I'm not mistaken, I think now we're gonna go to stage for an interview.
欢迎大家来到赛后采访，让我们再次恭喜的 MongolZ 挺进了我们的决赛。我们邀请到的是教练 Summer。Hello Summer, congratulations. Would you like to say hello to the audience here?
你好，我是 Summer.
Thank you, Summer. So you know why I just picked you here?
No.
No? Because all the questions our audience curious about is on your decision during the band picks. So why you just picked the Paquito in the game 1 for Mumu?
Yeah, we needed something to damage. We needed an XP laner with some huge damage. That's why we picked Bakura, and also Momo wanted to play it, so it's more of his preference that took over.
Yeah. It's flexible. OK， 第一个问题想要问到的是，你知不知道为什么我今天是让教练来到我们的采访席 ？Summer 说不知道，我说因为我们所有观众最好奇的都是在于你在 BP 上的一些决策，比如说第一局为什么直接给木木选择了帕奎特，在国际赛场也很少见到。他说因为木木自己也很想玩，再加上他认为他们的队伍是需要在金牛的位置呢抛出一些可以有强伤害的这么一些阵容。那么下一个问题想要问到的是，那么在第二局和最后一局决胜局，为什么又会给到木木选择迪亚这个英雄呢 ？Also for the game 2 and the last game, why they lost for Mumu?
Yeah, we practiced it. Yep, and we don't want to reveal our secrets about it. So Guangzhou Gaming is probably watching this because that's why I don't want to talk about it. So yeah, we want to reveal our secrets for now.
For sure, OK。我有问到他说为什么就是第二局和最后一局又会给到迪亚？他说这个问题的话呢，我没有练过，但是我不想过多的回答，因为我希望可以在总决赛之前保留一些悬念，因为他知道广州 Gaming 有看过他们使用迪亚的训练赛，所以他现在不想过多的暴露战术。那么下一个问题想要问到的是，因为其实我们知道就是在昨天的比赛当中，他们是落败给了 The HUNS， 所以当时很多的观众是不太看好他们今天可以进入到总决赛的。那么他们昨天究竟是进行了哪些紧急的复盘呢 ？So actually after yesterday's game, you lost to the HUNS, right? Maybe many people think the HUNS got the harder chance to qualify into the grand final. So when you go over that game, did you figure out any problem?
Did I think of any problems?
Yeah, did you figure out any problem?
There were many problems, including individual decision-making problems, and also there were some, of course, micro skills, and also luck was very included, which we have no control over. So, yeah, it was just a very off day for us. That's why we lost, I think.
Okay, for sure. Summer 说，确实昨天我们其实有复盘很多的东西，那么可能更多的是在一些宏观的战术啊、战术储备啊，以及我们个人的一些问题状态。那么其实他认为，其实运气的话，可能也是比赛承办的很重要的一点。所以他说，可能有很多我们可以控制和不能控制的因素，我们都在今天做得更好。那么下一个问题想问到是，今天其实我们看到台下呢，有穿着我们的 MongolZ 队服的一些粉丝来到了现场，他有没有看到有什么话想对他说呢 ？So did you see that? Some fans of you just with your jersey sitting in front of you to support you. Any words to them?
За ирж байгаа дэмжиж байгаад баярлалаа. Шахаад сурдаг, амьдардаг хүмүүстэй, фэнүүдтэй дэмжиж байгаад баярлалаа. Тэгээд тэр хоёрын за баярлалаа. Тэгээд баярлалаа. Өстө баярлалаа. Тэгээд тэр хоёрын jersey өстө гоё харагдаж шүү. Тэгээд HUNS, can I say something to HUNS?
Yeah, for sure.
Тэгээд маргата чи ML болохгүй заяа. Чи ML болохгүй. Тэгээд та wild card-аас гарч ирээд биднэртэй цуг ахаад Paris явна. За баярлалаа. Тэгээд дараа тэмцээнд намжуулт хийсэн тоглолтод намжуулт хийсэн. Тэгээд фэнүүдтэй ихэд дахиад тоглолт байгаа. Тэрийг дуустал үзээрэй. Тэгээд бид нарыг хүний нутагт тэгээд ирээд дэмжиж байгаад маш их баярлалаа гэж хэлмээр байна.
So what does it mean total? Can you translate in Chinese, English maybe?
Oh, yeah, of course. I thank them because we're in another country, playing against the hometown heroes, and our people are coming to watch us is something very
touch you, right?
Yeah, touching.
How about the words to the HUNS?
Sorry?
You just say something to the HUNS, right?
Oh yeah, I asked Still Meta to still play.
Okay, thank
to
you.
stay.
Okay, just stay. 然后我刚刚有问到他其实除了有对我们的粉丝说非常感谢你们，因为其实我们没有想到，就是可能我们是在异国他乡举行一个比赛，然后会看到有来自我们家乡的粉丝穿着我们的队服在台下支持我们，因为可能台下更多是支持本地的一些战队的一些观众，他觉得非常非常的感动。另外呢，他也有对The HUNS 就是刚刚他们的对手说一些话，因为同样是来自蒙古赛区的兄弟战队嘛，他们说希望你们可以不忘初心，继续保持战斗下去。那么接下来就要来到比较严肃的话题喽。怎么样预测一下下一场总决赛对阵广州 Gaming 的比分呢 ？What is your prediction about the next game, the grand final versus Guangzhou Gaming?
3-2 would be nice.
Oh.
3-2 would be nice, but we would prefer 3-0 tonight because we want to rest early.
Okay, sure. Summer 说，3-2我也可以接受，但是我们肯定更希望是3-0了。最后有没有什么话想要对广州 Gaming 说呢 ？Any words, any trash talk, be more spicy to Guangzhou Gaming?
No, but I wanted to say that we don't mean any harm to Guangzhou Gaming. We're just playing games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're just teasing. You know, it's not real life. I just want to say that we have nothing to you guys.
OK， Summer 这句话呢，我来帮他翻译成中文，就是他要说，广州 gaming， 我其实不知道要跟你们说什么，但是我想说，没关系的，这只是一场游戏，赢了输了，希望你们都可以接受，就是如果输了也不要太较真。其实还是比较凡尔赛的一句话哦，希望广州 gaming 接受他们的信心，并且做好准备，备战到我们稍后的总决赛。非常感谢 Summer。那么接下来呢，我们有一个重磅的好消息要和各位分享，让我们先来看一段 VCR。在这个激动人心的时刻，我非常荣幸地向大家宣布，不同科技将携手蒙古本地重要合作伙伴 eSports Network， 共同为东亚冠军巡回赛 MCT开启全新舞台。下一届 MCT 总决赛将于10月31日正式落地蒙古乌兰巴托。届时，来自中国、蒙古、日本、韩国的4支顶级战队将齐聚于此，共同争夺通往决胜巅峰至高竞技殿堂 M8 世界总决赛的门票。蒙古拥有世界上最热情的决胜巅峰玩家，也拥有最纯粹的电竞热忱。从草原到赛场，从呐喊到荣耀，乌兰巴托将成为东亚电竞的新焦点。下一站，让我们相约乌兰巴托，见证东亚新王加冕，见证通往世界舞台的下一段征程。而现在，让我们把目光重新聚焦于今晚的舞台，冠军的归属即将揭晓，属于 ACL MCT 的巅峰时刻正在此刻上演。让我们一起继续享受这场东亚最强战队之间的巅峰较量吧。我们也可以先稍事休息一下，精彩的比赛马上回来。
fade away. Now that I've come so close, 'cause I'm dreaming of us, head in a cloud, letting it rise tonight. Dreaming of us,
South Korea, Japan, Mongolia, and China. These countries have hosted qualifying tournaments for this first ever MLBB East Asia Championship Tour. Months of competition, years of growth leading to this moment. Guangzhou Gaming and the Mongols look to stake their claim at an MSC 2026 main stage slot and the crown of the Beast of East Asia. Welcome to the grand finals of the very first ever MLBB East Asia Championship Tour. Renmar and Gani to cover this, and man, I'm just gonna say I'm so excited for this. I think we're gonna be seeing a terrific MLBB.
Renmar, likewise, right? Especially after seeing what we saw earlier on. I am excited to see what the Mongols will bring to the table. Now, if you guys missed the interview with the coach of course, the Mongols, he said that we still have something under our sleeve. So expect to again, maybe surprises picks. We saw a Dairoth earlier on paired with the Leomord, and it worked well for them. Let's see what GZG will bring as well to the table.
2026英雄亚冠 ACL 决胜巅峰东亚冠军巡回赛，让我们有请 GZG 以及 The Mongol 战队登场。有请双方金币路选手 CYK。
They make their entrance to the stage. GZG and the Mongols.
有请双方辅助选手
Gold laners come out first. Here come the roamers at the center of the map, and if there's a specific matchup I have to watch out for, Gani, it's this. Ox needs to bring his A game
有请双方
against
中路
May.
选手
He
小鹰
declared he will be the
Nike。
nightmare of all teams in MCT East Asia. The Mongolian roamer has a tough challenge against him. Of course, Xying in the mid. His performance in the M7 stage, a little bit underwhelming. But now he has another opportunity to redeem himself in the eyes of global MLBB. But of course, in the jungle, Gani Zixora is going up against Recall.
We saw what Zixora was able to do. He got a maniac earlier. Let's see with that momentum. Will that come into play against the roamer from GZG?
Modi in the EXP was an absolute star. We called him Sicko Modi back in the M7 stage. Can he continue that here against the EXP matchup in Mumu? GZG and the Mongols, a best of 5 grand finals. Our coaches make their way to the stage, and I have one big question. What the heck does Coach Summer and the Mongols have under their sleeve? If they were willing to say that in an interview, it has to be something big.
We are about to see what Coach Summer is going to draft. But yeah, all eyes on that trophy. All eyes on that slot for main stage MSC. That will be held in Paris. So again, Renmar, it is just an honor to be a part of MCTEA, man. I can't wait for the opening game, and I'm sure both teams, they're ready. Again, we just saw what of course the Mongols did, but if GZG, their journey, it was an uphill battle, but it's technically they cruise through the upper brackets. Now they have the privilege to rest earlier on and watch their potential enemy play, and now they have a fresher, roster to start the grand finals.
Definitely, they got all the information in the world to work it, to find how they'll be able to tackle the Mongols in this grand finals. They faced off against Sunset Ravens in the opening day in the playoffs, going up against them, they swept them easy. Definitive dominance by Guangzhou Gaming. Against the HUNS Esports, it was a little bit more of a roller coaster. It almost got to the point where they would be the team going into the lower bracket to face off against the Mongols, but they still got through with the win. But if the HUNS can take a game from Guangzhou, then Mongols needs to bank on the idea that they can take a series against the giants from China. Of course, qualifying through this for this tournament through the China Masters Season 2, wherein they beat Yibin Game in the grand finals. Of course, Yibin Game was taken out by the HUNS during the play-in stage. So this is going to be more of a test than GZG realized. They just have to show up with discipline and respect towards the Mongols, and it should be a smoother ride for them. Because if they come out of this, man, thinking that this is going to be an easy battle, they're just going to get shocked and awed by the aggression and the surprise plays that Mongols love to do.
Definitely cannot get overzealous and complacent here. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the tournament path, or Renmar earlier on already summarized. And yes, it is going to be, in case you missed it, in case you forgot, it's going to be a best of 5 grand finals that we're having. Both teams looking to have 3 points, and GZG with CY Mei, Sheying, Recall, and Modi into play in full effect. What will the team from China bring here? Definitely some heat.
Mongols need to re-deliver the heat they showed off, especially in that final game against the HUNS, where Ox and Makey were on demon time, and they need to keep that up here against GZG. Again, to reiterate, the Roamer May, confident in himself that he will be the nightmare of all teams in MCT East Asia. And so far, this tournament, he has been dictating the tempo, making it difficult for every opposing team to take control of the river and find any lead. But CY and K, starting it off with CY, as we've seen more performances from K today, he had to take over some very heavy shoes as Al, one of the former players of Guangzhou Gaming, of course, now in MPL Philippines with Twisted Minds, left the team, and his partner in Cananeo, that used to be the duo in GZG, Cananeo and Al together, the Canon Al tandem. But CY and Jorge, now renaming himself Recall in the jungle, have shown to be really good. Fun fact about CY, he's an MDL Philippines Season 3 champion, and we have the exact same birthday. This man is a Taurus May 10 baby.
Wow, so 2 weeks ago, he was celebrating his birthday, or more or less, and alongside with you, Renmar. But yeah, that definitely another lane to watch. That the gold laner, of course. Yeah, gonna be a very interesting story. The carry was his most used hero. Now, will it resurface here today? Most picked heroes, let's talk about it. It's gonna be the Claude here, folks, for this playoff run. A lot of Claude games here. 19 times already. And the gap between the second, that's 7 games.
Yeah. And you see here why we put a lot of importance for Roman mid, especially here in East Asia, MCT. Because look, Hilda, Khalid, Hylos, Valentina, all up there. It becomes a big point sometimes where, yes, most often than not, you will be getting one of those heroes, if not both. But who you pair it up with, how you handle the early trading in the center of the map can have big implications. We saw it earlier today. Those implications can bleed all the way into the gold lane where Sai needs space. CY has been terrific. I've asked a few of our friends from China. They were very happy with how he showed up in China Masters Season 2, and it's as if Owl never even left. And in some cases, for some of the talents there, some of the people there, it's as if Owl got even better. CY is a better version of the gold laner that they had last time.
So the evolution, or not the evolution, but the change definitely is positive. You mentioned the change name in Recall. Now he looks ready. You know, we saw X Ying earlier on, and of course Modi. What do you call it again? The Modi
Sicko Modi, bro.
Sicko Modi. That was a good shout there. Sicko Modi. Again, and you can see the fans from GZG there. This is their home court, folks. Their home court advantage indeed. And let's see, with that ambiance, will they be able to cruise through the grand finals? Because they're up against a tough opponent with momentum already in play.
Yeah. Ox, I am looking at him and just thinking about how is he gonna handle Makey. At least he's there
Gord
to help back him up. Gord, yeah, I hope he gets the Gord again. I really do. Because I think if you're GZG, you're gonna have to test and see if you can handle the Gord early on. Because if you can't, at least now you have to remember, okay, we have to be ready for it or we have to ban it. If you can handle it, then that's like one less thing to worry about. You don't have to overcommit thinking too much about the Gord, considering banning it out, because you've already had that one game to tell yourself, hey, we can actually be okay with this being through. I think early on, these two definitely have to take some risks in the draft. Allow picks you don't usually allow to come through. See if you can handle it. See if your answers for it, if ever you prepared any, are good enough. And if not, then at least that's a step-by-step process. At least for 2 games, take more risks. Once you head to game number 3, you really have to find your solid strategy and continue that all the way up until the end.
Strategy is definitely going to be needed here. Again, a potential 5 games, so we will see a lot of layers come into full effect. And as we get to see the players get ready here, folks, let's talk about the Maniac again from Zexora. We gotta refresh our memory, because earlier on in the lower bracket final, Zexora on the Leomord was able to equip and claim the Maniac.
Yeah,
that's crazy. One more would be a Savage, but unfortunately, wasn't. He got away. The opponent got away.
Yeah. For GZG, I think they can also approach this similarly to how they approach going up against HUNS. You know that there's a lot of power coming through in the jungle for Zexora. Treat it as if you were going up against HUNS, in the sense that no matter what side you're in, you're banning Harley, you're banning Suyo, you're banning the Marcel. And then you consider picking up the Leomord early on, or you pick up the Baxia. But I think it'll be a good start to take out the Leomord. But then remember, there also still is a Yi Sun-Shin available for the Mongols. A Guinevere can show up. So at least now, if you take away some of the favored picks, you at least expect what could come through. And that's something that you can work on, instead of having a much wider pool of, oh, what can we actually expect to show up?
Okay, I think, again, just be direct. Don't overthink for the drafts. And let's jump into our first game of drafting phase. GZG, take a look at the bans, man. Already a target towards Zexora. Yep. 3 jungler heroes. That, I feel, that holds a lot of aura already, going up against the finalists.
So far, going through our expected bans here, Mongols still will never give up the Marcel to anyone. So let's see if GZG will go for the oft-coveted Valentina, but no, exactly what I was just discussing here. You pick up the Leomord, and then at least you whittle down the pool. You know that a Guinevere is going to be an option, potentially the Baxia even, so it makes it a little bit more laser focused in terms of what you can expect to deal with.
Definitely forced the Mongols to pick the jungler first phase, right? And the Leomord is also a form of deny. We talked about the Maniac. It was on Leomord, and GCG like, we're not going to give you the Leomord. You're too efficient and effective with it. So the Mongols, what's the pair going to look like here? Yeah. I feel like a mid laner. Oh, not the mid laner. I thought it would be the mid laner, gold laner, but instead they prioritize the roamer instead. The Hylos and the Claude will make an appearance here in our first game.
Likewise, bro. I really thought that they'd be picking up the Valentina. It's a favored pick here in the mid lane for Xing and would slot in very well right now for them. But hey, they forgo it. They're still chasing power picks, and maybe that's what MongolZ is looking at. That when it comes to ZGG and the drafting style over in China Master Season 2, they want to chase power right away, sometimes forgoing some of the best picks, because to them, they just want lane dominance. Very important for the Chinese drafting and playstyle. So they pick up the Harith and the Yuzhong. Just pick up the Valentina now if you can. I know you need a jungler, but the Valentina would be so good. You steal away the Black Dragon form, and we've been seeing it more often recently. You can even take away the Phantom Steed to act as a Leomord cosplay with surprising amounts of damage.
You know, I would advise to pick up a jungler, but I get your point, Renmar. I would really get your point. The Valentina, very prioritized. It was the most used hero in MCT playoffs as well for a reason, but I think the Mongols, they're saying, you know what, the Guinevere is definitely not going to survive the bans of phase 2. So let's just pick it up right now, add crowd control power, and, you know, if lucky, you know, there's a chance that the Guinevere can knock 2 up and then AoE party, baby, with the Blazing Duet. So second phase is going to be Glue and the Benedetta. Seems like the Benedetta has not make it to the Lanadon here, at least for the lower bracket finals and the grand finals, but it's always on the banning list, second phase.
Yeah, it seems like it's also a favorite pick for teams from Mongolia. So that looks like GZG is just doing their homework really on the best picks that could show up that can sometimes be forgotten about. Gatatkacha gets taken away by the Mongols, one of the favorite picks over in China, so I'm alright with this. You're going to be forcing something different. If ever you do pick up Valentina 4, or maybe in the last pick, if somehow GZG don't pick it, I think Guangzhou would like to consider picking up a Grok. If they're thinking about domination, if they're thinking about control, a Khalid would do well for them too. Yeah. But it's how you pair it up with your mid lane or whatever it may be. They need a little bit more reach right now. Guangzhou Gaming's lineup is a little bit too divey. While Mongols, because of the presence of the Yuzhong, Phoveus might be a little bit awkward, but it does combo really well for the Gwyn. So let's see how they handle it. The Alice is also still available if ever.
Alice, the Valentina, but you know what? I gotta say, GZG, I dislike the Darath ban. Why? I remember it's usually paired with the Leomord. Now, without the Leomord, I don't think the Darath needs to get a spotlight, but GCG, you know, they're not taking a risk. They still banned the Dairoth, and Valentina, you mentioned it on the first phase. Guess what, Renmar? They got the jungler and still get the Valentina, so that's double value for the Mongols.
Pretty criminal, honestly, that the Valentina got through. I also see eye to eye with your point of the Dairoth. This really feels like GZG leaning very hard on the idea of lane winning, lane domination, ease of laning as much as possible, which sometimes can be a little bit too narrow-minded. They do end up picking up the Khalid, one of our suggested picks in the roam. Now I'm okay with this, that they still close out the draft with the Lilia. Fantastic combo in the center of the map, would make trading very difficult for the Hylos and Valentina together, especially if Xing can keep placing those glooms closer to the turret, so it makes the trading in the mid awkward. Good closeout. I understand their approach with wanting to draft something like this. They're lacking the range, but they're leaning hard on the idea of we're stronger than them in terms of individual picks. Can they translate that?
Let's see. It's going to be answered later on. Now, this is interesting because when you see a Lilia, you usually sway away towards the Phoveus, but the Mongols is either they're confident enough to pull off a Phoveus in front of the Lilia, or there's no other better picks, right? I think it's either that or the other. The Mongols and GZG, they have set the heroes that will be deployed into the Lanadon, Renmar, for our opening game of the grand finals.
Yeah, I think because of what you mentioned about the Phoveus, I mentioned it as well, that even seeing the Yuzhong, it makes it an awkward pick. It's even more awkward now with the Lilia. They had a choice here. if they went for something like the Sora, since they have the Valentina with them, one, laning wise against Yuzhong can be very awkward as well. And in terms of the initiation, there's a good chance that the rest of the team might not even be able to join the Sora because there's a Yuzhong on the team already diving on them, or the Khalid is there, or the Leomord's already there. So that's out of the boat. Same idea with playing a Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu would have been all right, 50-50, but then the same problem. So they go out with the Phoveus so that it's a little bit more frontline minded, extended team fight, someone who can dish damage while holding the front line, but still a very awkward pick. So demanding for Mumu to play, I gotta appreciate what GZG did drafting the Yuzhong at blue 2-3. Game number 1 of the grand finals between Guangzhou Gaming and the Mongols. Let's head into the land of dawn.
Let's get it. Let's get it indeed. And again, right, I gotta say, I think that Lilia pick might just give them the edge here in this game. And if they're able to execute it well, that pick itself can secure them game 1. Let's see how the Mongols will be able to handle this one. Already early mid action here. Oxygen very low. Oh my goodness, this is the power of Lilia. We just talked about the value of Lilia going up against melee heroes, close distance hero, and we get to see it here, not even touching minute 1.
Yeah, as expected, it's going to be a very awkward laning clearing phase for the roam mid duo of Mongols, but ZXORA will get a knock up out of nowhere. Mei brought down really low, but no one bites the dust. But the Revitalize already committed there by Ox. He gets dived on. This might be the bad time for the high loss to commit, but it becomes a roam for roam trade, but ZXORA's gonna get punished. GZG are starting this off hot.
Hot is an understatement. They definitely are hot. Very, very hot here. And now, oh my god, that's almost a solo recall, securing it again. Just the utter outplay. Again, just the utter sheer dominance here. GZG already, take a look at the gold, already 1,000 on its way to 2 before minute 2.
Guangzhou Gaming knows. They've seen so much info from Mongols, how the mid lane trade is handled. The Lilia pick putting too much difficulty on the Valentina and high loss, leading to ZXORA getting an early death.
Now with the turtle spawning here, not looking too good here of a situation for the Mongols, and definitely GZG will take no time. They will cruise through turtle. Ox here taking a poke, will be able to get away, and that's going to be a free one for GZG again. Far from perfect start here, but it's just so ideal for GZG. This is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we were discussing in the draft. For China Masters, teams from China, it's all about better matchup, better than you, being aggressive and showing that. They don't want to give any ounce of control to each other and their opponents. So the bottom lane, K is doing what he can to send CY back, but quickly here's a rotation by Mei.
Uh-oh, that's going to be the 3v2. Okay, taken very low. Still able to deal damage, though. Here comes Meiki also from the back. That's going to Violet Requiem, locking Mei down. Now Mongols finally get a winnable trade with K staying alive.
A great use of the flicker to sidestep the Raging Sandstorm of Mei. When Mei has done his job, he was able to keep CY alive. And then the EXP lane, as expected, just very awkward for Phoveus. Add to that, the Lilia, it's almost way too tough.
It is. That's a good terrify. That's a good knockup. That's going to be Moni taken very low. Uh-oh, ZXORA still able to dash in and dash out. No Violet from still now. Here comes Mumu. He's very low. He has to make a decision. Recall or fight. Ox now closing the distance now with ZXORA taken very low. They should disengage, but here comes Mumu with a very low HP, stunned up with the shoulder pass and jump. He will fall. That's a double. I guess Mumu's skull should just go back.
Too much damage. These trades are getting a little bit more closer for Mongols. Doable, but in the long run, the Khalid and Lilia together is still too much. Recall has now started off this game, this series, with 5 kills, 0 deaths.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of kills already. And we have yet to reach minute number 5. He has already on 5 kills, folks. That's a jump. That's a good sidestep with the Furious Dive. Modi pops the Black Dragon form. Here comes Recall looking for his 6th kill of the game. Sixora, but Requiem, but the damage is enough to take them down. It's a monster kill, and here comes reinforcements. Mumu, shoulder bash, Infernal Pursuit, nothing to fruition. Catching strays here as GZG again is just finding the right connections.
Even Mongols trying to find some control of the map, some semblance of control as K double lanes, but CY is there to cover. And this turtle, second one of the game, will go to GZG. 7 kills already for Recall. Not 5 minutes in just yet. Ox is gonna get caught out. This high loss had too difficult of a time. This is why we were so surprised that the high loss came out as one of the first 2 picks, red side.
It doesn't feel like it's going to be an influential game here for the Hylos, and at least it shows for the first 5 minutes here, folks. And now the main agenda for GZG is the bottom side of the map. 3 members already occupying there. Mei dealing a lot of damage on towards Meiki. The turret here is going to be the target. Blazing Duet will be used to deal damage and clear the wave. Glorious Pathway committed. That's going to be CY taken very low, still able to dash out to safety. That's going to be Xing with the overwhelming damage on towards K. Did not have enough time to flicker, and Ox will be the next casualty. The duet between CY and Xing shown here in the bottom side of the map.
All smiles here from GZG. Even Modi earlier after that play, you saw him getting heated, and now he's just trading recalls with Mumu. Guangzhou Gaming understand with how they drafted, with their playstyle, with their familiarity after all the results that they've seen Mongols pull off. They are currently the team in the lead and the better team at that. Let's see how Mongols recover. That will still be really tough.
Uh-oh, about Requiem already on towards the Khalid here, taken down first. That Dragon Form fights a 2-man Petrify. Mumu goes down, Modi again. Again, Sicko Modi. That's a double for Sicko Modi, looking for a triple with the help of Xing as well. Meiki now in the no man's land, isolated, and with 10 seconds on the clock for the next newt. This is going to be GZG just controlling the map. Meiki, though, is again able to get out, then disengage with the flicker.
Meanwhile here, the purple buff K couldn't defend it for the team. CY ends up taking it. Guangzhou are taking everything from the Mongols. It's a 5,000 gold lead. 2 towers up to none. Mongols has been unable to scratch any surface on a turret.
Nothing, and they go for more. After the turtle fight, they were looking for an attempt to engage, but this time Mongols is able to disengage. Oh, Steve though committed onto it. Xora, the immune will not help him. Xing deals enough burst damage, and that will be the flicker from Mumu in the mid lane as well.
Roam mid trades dictate so much of the result of the game. Black Dragon form already committed here by Modi, just to push back Mongols, to show them just how much of the lead Guangzhou are. A kill from Xing onto Ox. Zaman Force behind the second turret and under the third. CY finds Meiki. Utter domination to start off this grand finals.
CY, guys, you gotta call the ambulance and not for CY. The Mongols already suffering a lot of loss here. 8 minutes and 18 kills on the board for GZG, only 4 for the Mongols. And with the golden staff finally collected by K, I don't think it's enough to, have a kill threat towards the composition of GZG. Mind you, Mei and Recall and Modi, they have defense items as well in their kit. Take a look at that. Brute Force Breastplate already in the kit of Recall, so that's a lot of respect. 3-man knock-up stun! That's the opening you want as GZG will continue to dismantle the compositions of Mongols. That's a double. That's a triple potentially as Ox the Horsey under his own belt. Modi almost connecting with the kill, but Ox is able to get back. 4 bodies though on the floor.
Guangzhou Gaming showing up to help him try to get out. A stun at the Mori, hits from the tower. They couldn't escort him out of the base, but still, it is a 10,000 plus gold lead that Mongols have to chip away at. I think at this point, they're just gonna have to think about going next. Because GZG, how they drafted the Yuzhong coming out at blue 2-3, the Lilia to close out the draft, solidifying the loss of the Hylos and Valentina at the center of the map. The awkward pick, but one of their last best choices in the Phoveus, though I think they could have considered the Alice as well. It was open for them. Mongols, seems like in the draft they already lost the game.
Yeah, and you know what's more disgusting, Renmar? We haven't reached level 10 and the gold lead is already above 10,000. So,
oh man,
that is disgusting. Again, you called it, we called it as well, right? With that Lilia pick, I immediately like, oh, that's such a good pick after that pick came through. Because again, this right here, of course, with the help of other picks, but the Lilia pick might just win them the game. And again, with the first blood, with how the game is going right now, the Mongols, they are backed into corner. Two-man Petrify Ox taken very low, still able to revitalize. Oh, that's Zixora jumping, looking to distract, looking to find connections, but the mid turret will fall! Again with Recall, showing up with the seed, NXing, allowing, providing the damage they were able to take down two.
And Guangzhou Gaming are still threatening the base of the Mongols. Meiki trying to stay alive as long as he could. Beneath the Zaman force, Guangzhou Gaming look healthy. K forced back. Meiki still here. Still 5 members of Guangzhou threatening to end it. Below 11 minutes, they do 25-5. 14,000 in gold ahead. Domination by Guangzhou Gaming.
Good way to describe with one word there, domination. And that was the theme for GZG in that game, where Zixora, all he can do is just laugh, because he knows, like, what the heck was that game? I wasn't able to do anything. I wasn't able to farm. I wasn't able to get connections with my Guinevere. The only play for Zixora was down bot. And that was a 2v1 situation. And after that, no good about Rick Rims, no good connection, no neutral objective on the board. GG go next, seems like, is the mindset for Zixora.
Yeah.
But Renmar, what a strong opening for GZG.
Yeah, that is one hell of a way to start the grand finals for sure. You put now all the pressure onto Mongols because it looks like GZG have done all their homework. You appreciate, again, they put so much respect onto Zixora. Again, that's the philosophy of MLBB in China. Whatever the comfort is, we take that out. Whatever your strongest picks are, who your strongest player is, we're targeting them. And they've done everything they could perfectly in the draft. They ban out YSS to Yo Harley. Most of the times, we'd call that crazy. In this context, it's perfect because they also first picked the Leomord, then Mongols, and I think this is where they have to adjust their priorities here. Put importance of the row mid battle, yes. But then now with the presence of the Lilia, you might have to just be trading for Hilda and Khalid. Hylos might not be the pick to go for in most scenarios. Add to that, Claude, if you can, take the Harith over the Claude, because CY looks so comfortable with it. And again, it's a lane bully, it's lane domination. You start have to thinking the same mindset as GZG. Mongols needs to start getting crazy with how they're banning and how they pick, while Guangzhou, they're the ones who are doing something crazy, and it's rewarding them because in the bigger picture of it all, again, context-wise, it's the right decision to make. Target Zixora, reduce the impact in the EXP lane of Bankai, and then you pick up a really good mid laner to make sure that the row mid duo of Mongols don't have a good time. It's perfect drafting.
Again, a perfect draft indeed. And I feel like it's above perfect if there's a definition above perfect. That definition for the execution, right? The execution was just so on point. It feels like the 5 of GZG were in flow state as one.
Yeah.
Being together, you know, there was no missed calls, maybe mistakes, minor ones, but it doesn't really threaten the game. But all in all, you know, fight objective, fight turtle, fight turret, wave push, go rotate. It's all, and it feels like it one motion for GZG in that game. And the total kills was a lot. The game duration was under 11 minutes, like you said, man. What an execution, GZG.
31 kills overall, but 26 of that went to Guangzhou Gaming. It really just adds more to the fact of how Mongols completely mishandled the initial start. And that was also one of the big themes earlier of the previous series, how important that first 3 minion waves that come out at the mid are in terms of your overall jungler rotation and your team rotations early on to set up. Yeah, give this Lilia the MVP. Go get that Xing. You deserve this. 18 assists, Gani.
I mean, again, we talked on the draft. We talked on, this pick might take them the first game, and he got MVP. So again, a great confidence boost for the team, right? We didn't see the Lilia in the lower bracket finals match, and GCG's like, you know what, the Lilia is such an underrated, and I dislike the response for that last pick, right? The Phobius, you mentioned the Sora, maybe that's a better play, but I think it's still nullified by the Lilia, at the end of the day, once you go down. So Lilia definitely a hero to watch second game here. I think if not denied, should be banned.
Yeah, definitely a change of priorities here for Mongols. I think what's also making this easy for Guangzhou Gaming is, yes, GZG are a team that also like to ban the Marcel, but Mongols know that Guangzhou Gaming know that Mongols will always ban the Marcel. So far it's been a similar ban pattern for Mongols throughout this day, especially when they're red side. They always just ban Freya, Jusin, and Marcel. I don't know if that means that Mongols doesn't have room to work with anymore, because I think if there's something that they can consider letting through, it's the Jusin, but then that also puts the mindset, or an idea of the mindset of the team, that they are hell-bent on making sure that the opposing team doesn't get the juice in, means that they don't have any respawn for it for their row mid. When we've seen, juicing doesn't always mean auto win in the center of the map. You can handle it. Maybe Mongols just can't, and that in itself is a weakness that Guangzhou Gaming has decided to capitalize on by picking up the Lilia.
You know what? The inflexibility, right? Inflexibility, I guess.
Yeah.
For the bans here, definitely capitalized by GZG.
For sure.
Now let's see, will they stay on red is my question. Because if they stay on red and the bans, I think it's going to be a same pattern of picks for the side of GZG. Now, folks, I want to hear your thoughts. Put in the comments, put in the live. What do you think? Support your team, spam it. Because I feel like that Lilia pick should be denied as well. Man, I don't know how and when. If second phase again, or red side again, it's going to be tough. But let's see here. Again, the adjustments definitely needed here for Zixora and friends, who is looking to equalize here in the second game.
Yeah. Looking back at it with how awkward it was for them to fight against that Lilia, maybe an adjustment that they could have made is close out the draft instead of Valentina Phovius. No, they couldn't pick anything other than the Valentina, because if ever they didn't pick the Valentina, Guangzhou would have picked it up themselves. Still would have been really good, but maybe, okay, one thing they could have fixed, instead of a Valentina Phovius, maybe lean towards like a Zetian and a Alice. We know Alice can handle the Yuzhong well. It also might have changed the picture of the GZG last two picks. Maybe it wouldn't have been a Khalid Lilia. Khalid most likely, Lilia might also just have been a Valentina instead. But then with that close range nature, it's good for a Zetian. Zetian high loss together can just play for pokes, and it would have been alright. But let's see now if we'll see that potential shift here They do switch sides, and just as expected, Mongols still not giving the Marcel, meaning that they are a team that don't even play the Marcel.
Yeah, it seems like they're not comfortable with the Marcel approach, and that signifies weakness, I guess, from side of GZG to identify, right? Okay, they don't like the Marcel. They will ban the Marcel either or blue or red. GZG still opting to ban the Zushin out this time, so no jungler focus ban here for GZG on the approach here. On the second game, Leomord. I thought they would prioritize the Leomord, but no, the Mongols like, you know what? Let's just not pick up the Leomord at all.
Yeah, they could have picked it up for themselves. With the aggression of GZG, maybe Mongols might be considering falling back into picking up the Baksha. If they ban the Phoveus here, they banned the Yuzhong. GZG are in their heads right now. Still, it looks like they don't have an answer ready for it, so you know what? I can't blame them too much for taking it out. Lots of power picks available on the board. Harith, I think you don't need to trigger the Harley Suyo trade right away. You can allow GZG to pick one of the other and then just pick whatever's left, then adjust for that pick, make it look comfortable. So if ever they can rush Harith here so it doesn't end up with CY, Guangzhou might lean towards picking up the Harley Khalid or Suyo Khalid. And if somehow the Khalid gets through to Mongols, it could be good for them to pick up also.
All right. Will that happen here as the YSS? Seems like it's a little bit too expensive to be let go from the side of Mongols. GCG denying it. Harith, Claude, like you mentioned as well earlier on, is definitely on the board. Mongols. Which route do they go for? Or this time around, will they prioritize the Valentina rather? Yeah, it's gonna be the Valentina. So securing it first here for the Mongols.
All right. Stable. You know GZG to be a team that like power picks with big ticket ultimates. So there's a good chance there's a lot you could take. They're not a team to rush the Phoveus. I think, they decide on which of the two junglers they get, or continue keeping the trade open and just pick up power elsewhere. I'd like to see them prioritize the Harith as fast as they could, though.
Jungler and gold here, I think, is the right move. Take one first. Jungler and gold, as expected. Suyo and Harith here. And then they can pick up Lilia third. Lilia red side here, red 3. If, Mongols drafted a hero or a jungler that is close combat-ish. Let's see.
I think they're going to lean towards the Khalid and the Harley here, or still consider going for the Guinevere as a surprise. Baksha is open for them as well. It allows them a little bit more stability in the center. That way you play through your side laners instead, but there's not a lot of power picks that you can play through the side laners, as the Harith is the best in bullying in the lane, and then the Claude will be playing weak side. Tough choices here for Mongols. I think they just have to get something like the Khalid if they could. Yeah, they get the Claude and Khalid. The box is still open.
So the jungler is going to be picked second phase with the Khalid shown and with the Claude shown here. I actually don't mind. Again, with the Lilia pick, still, it just anticipates a lot of good picks from the side of Mongols. It actually stabilizes yourself as a good anchor as well. And I don't mind picking up mid later here. Instead they go for the roamer. All right, so they want to respond with mobility. Right? Mobility in Khalid and Hilda being the oppressor.
Yeah, it's been a usual trade for teams in China. Of course, even all throughout the world, we put a lot of stock in the Khalid and Hilda relationship with each other. If you see one of the other, you pick up what's left for you. But then at the same time, the Cho was also an option and something that GZG has shown. But with the Valentina around, maybe they're not comfortable giving the kick. Still, not a bad pick. They still have a lot of options in mid. If they somehow don't get the Lilia, they can pick up Zetian, which gives an ultimate to the Valentina. So maybe Mongols, I think it's okay for them to ban out the Lilia and then just most likely GZG will end up with a mid laner that has a huge ultimate you can steal as a Valentina. If they ban out the Zetian and you give the Lilia, I'm gonna start asking questions as to why.
That's a good take here. But as expected as well, GZG, they will prioritize the bans towards the jungler position. Zexora again just targeted here. The Mongols, one last ban. You mentioned the mid laner. Yeah, I don't think they should shift their focus. So there you go. It's going to be the Phobius instead. So it will be a shift of focus. Not having a Lilia equals to Phobius problems, right? So yeah, they locked in the Valentina. Phobius definitely can be a threat, and they deny that power. So I think it's a decent ban still.
For me, kind of too much. Because even if GZG pick up the Phobius, at least you pick up the Uranus. Yeah, you're lacking crowd control and the EXP, but majority of GZG are burst based, which the Uranus is happy to go up against. I mean, come on. We saw this coming a mile away, dude. We were calling it in the first phase already. GZG getting the Lilia.
I was sugarcoating it, I guess.
Yeah.
I sugarcoat it. But yeah, the Lilia, I mean, I expected them to pick up Red 3, and I'm sure GZG's like, okay, it's okay. We can play other mid laners if the Lilia is banned. They're like, hey, the Lilia is still open, so why not just pick it up?
All this burst, the Uranus would have been very happy to go up against. If the Valentine and Khalid actually have a great kit of crowd control, it's built in and it's a little bit more easier to dish out for them compared to it being like a Khalid Zetian combo, which is a little bit tougher in the timings. Joy! Okay. A little bit more damage. They needed magic. They have a stability somewhat in the Alice. Alright. So they didn't want to pick up the Uranus, so they pick up the Alice instead. I'm okay with this. I mean, the thing with Joy games is it's honestly like very 50-50 no matter how it's up against. This is more a question of the quality of Zexora. Can he make this work?
I think with the lack of crowd control, at least so far from side of GZG, it definitely looks like a Joy angle is possible here for side of Mongols, right? So GZG, they definitely will feel that crowd control. It's gonna be the Sora though, so just displacement, not really a big crowd control, but yes, that is, I guess, one of the sacrifices you have to make when locking in a Hilda roam, right? And here it is, the 10 heroes that will be deployed. The Mongols looking to equalize. Meanwhile, the hometown heroes, the home team of MCT looks to double their lead here in the best of 5.
Yeah, might be a little bit tougher for them to do that this game. Compared to game number 1, it was clear and obvious that Lilia would have already messed up Mongols before the game even started. Now that GZG still ended up with a Lilia, still could be a difficult thing there, the Roman mid for Mongols, but at least they have a tried and tested combination in mid through the Khalid and Valentina. The X Factor pick in the Joy. More than anything, this has to be a game where the Roman mid just set up for the Joy well. EXP needs to be helped as quickly as possible because that is what activates the aggression of your Joy early on. Just dead lane the gold lane, you control the center, you go to EXP, you help Alice to help the rest of your team. That is the condition for Mongols.
Let's see if that conditions will be met here in the second game, folks. And again, GZG looking to double their lead. Mongols looking to equalize. Who will get it with the Joy from Summer? Coach Summer, is this the game that will take them to game 2 with a 1-1 record? Lanadon, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for our second game of the Grand Finals, MCT EA.
Still can't also discredit that Modi might just completely lock the F in on this Sora and say, I don't care about your formation, let me just go ahead to Thunder Form real quick and just blast each and every one of you real quick. Oxen Makey, as expected, a little bit of difficulty here, but not as bad as it was earlier. May gets the information where Zexora starts, but at least no early deaths Right now, the Alice, a pick that we suggested could have showed up in game number 1, ends up ending up here for Mongols in game number 2, and it's handling Modi a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, no, like, I guess nothing stand out rotation-wise here from both the teams. Nothing too crazy for the first minute here. And both junglers are... in the mid lane though, that's a jump on towards Ox. Still holding on to the flicker. Xing will punish that for that's first blood. 2 games back to back. Xing finds first blood kills.
I'm pretty sure Ox had the information that Mei was holding RMB. What the hell is he doing? I'm sorry, can't sugarcoat that. It's 2 games where an early first blood spells doom for what your team wants to do with this lineup.
And on the Lilia again. Quick sand guard here, just to regen back up. 10 seconds on the clock for the first turtle of the game. With that kill, I'm sure GZG, they will take no time in rotating towards the turtle area.
Still, Mumu is here, so they were able to take that condition at least. The Alice is here to help, and that alleviates the pressure a little bit from Ox.
Jumping in. That's gonna be recall. Calm, compose, retribution, but he's caught in a no man's land. Surge way to rescue. Here's going Xing again, and Modi allows MongolZ dismantled again. My goodness, GCG. The sequence in that turtle fight was too beautiful, and it's 2 kills and the turtle now.
Yeah, Recall got the win in the Retri duel against Zixora. It's not like he was interrupted or anything. I believe he also had electrifying beats up. CY doing all right here in the laning phase against K. No clear advantage. Ooh, still not as bad as the start from game number 1. Mongols definitely can find an angle to turn things around for maybe Turtle 2. They are still healthy enough. It's a 1,000 gold lead. Not too massive. It's an even spread of where that gold is distributed. In the mid though, Makey might get blasted, but he uses his own wrath there to be able to get away safely. But here comes Modi from out of nowhere. A sicko indeed. No kills just yet for GZG, but Mei finds Ox and flexes on him in the river.
That's a good kill, a great addition, though just a roamer, but it shows that who is the better roamer so far here. 3 minutes in. 0-2-0 start for Ox, far from ideal. And GZG, they are starting to build the right foundation here. Again, they are starting to run away with it. Now, second turtle is going to be up. 20 seconds on the clock. Recall, closing the distance. Goodness, the calculation of the pickoffs, man. Down goes K.
This is all pride right now for GZG. They're at home court. They know that they want to deliver a win for the home fans. And they've done so with a lot of respect. Targeted banning, better gameplay. Mei living up to his word and his statement that he will be the nightmare, and he is living rent-free in Ox's head.
Yep, GZG now looking to contest. Unlike the first turtle, shifting clouds on towards 2. That's going to be the damage coming through. Take a look at Mei, zoning out Makey. That's going to be, again, the turtle for red side. Rouse, first one to fall. Mumu isolated. 4 members is on him. Down goes Mumu. 2 bodies on the floor. Plus the turtle adds that to the board towards GZG. Zixora. Oh, a lot of kill pressure this time. This is the outplay potentially. Zixora finds 1 kill. Recall will not be able to survive that one. Zixora looking to fire back.
The captain and the leader of the team has posed the challenge to Mongols. I've done my job. Now do yours. Step up. And let's see if Mongols can find an opening with this. They get a little bit more farm for Zixora. Mei spots them out, and he's forced to temper his expectation, but K single-handedly blasted by CY in lane. No way around that. CY just soloed him.
Yeah, now Mei is able to deal damage on towards Aux, who is sitting at an 0-4. Zixora finds a trade. Now comes the joy again. In the mid lane, it's going to be Modi here, isolated under the turret. That's going to be a couple of damage shots taken with the turret. K gladly taking the extra goal, but take a look at top turret. It's going to be the first one to fall here, folks. GZG again with that solo. CY is leading in goal by 600. Zixora! Take a look at the damage from this Joy, man. He does not care. Will be traded by Makey, though, as take a look at the hair. CY will deal a lot of damage on towards Aux, but this time, finally, Aux is able to get away.
So far, for every kill Mongols gets, for every kill Zixora gets, GZG gets 1.
Yeah.
Still, the light of hope lies through their leader in Zixora to be able to carry the team, but they need to do so through rotations in the river, because CY back-to-back games on this Harith has just been too much for K to handle. Modi is going to be here to help out for this turtle, and this is going to look like a very awkward engage for Mongols. They have a chance here, though, to take control of the game through a better team fight here.
Joy showstop. That means they pull the trigger. Shaman Force pop. Brody finds one. A little bit too complacent there with the showing, maybe. Hence, GZG is more decisive on the calls here. It's a 5v4. The turtle is touched. That's going to be May. Uh-oh. Terrified. Flicker out of danger. Zixora looking to find the stacks. Xing. No black shoes pop. There you go. That's the damage. Popped by Zixora on towards Xing. Can he fall? Zixora will find the unstoppable, but Recall is there to find the shutdown. Turtle will still fall for K, and that's going to be the trade. Moo for the turtle. Nope, never mind. It's just Zixora for the turtle.
The disruption by this Alice gave enough space there for Mongols to work with. They're going to be able to bring down the tower, but Modi with a shifting skies might shift the narrative in favor of GZG yet again. Raging Sandstorm to try and get away. Suffers his 6th death in the game.
Wow. GZG, they find a clapback, they find compensation, but they can't revive the turret mid lane. Mongols is going to have like the find back, the clapback, that early game is, I feel like they neutralized the situation here in Mar, right?
Yeah.
They neutralized the situation, and it's tough now, looking at the position right now.
Still, because of the wins, especially Zixora was able to find for Mongols, the gold is still very close. Every team fight moving forward should be quite doable for Mongols, even if, for example, let's say Ox gets taken down real quick. The Alice has kept it somewhat close. The Alice looks like he can survive 4v1s, as we saw with the last turtle take, so there's a chance through that even with the Kali gone, Mongols can still fight. So now you have to watch out. If you're Guangzhou Gaming, you have to distribute resources a little bit better. You cannot blow all your abilities in just taking out the Kali. You know you can take out the Kali quickly. Don't waste your abilities on him. Do more of your big setups, most high damage abilities that you've got on the rest of the team. Because now you have to wait for that Joy entry. Because Zixora has been single-handedly, no other way around it, carrying Mongols to keep this game number 2 close. Then Mumu shows up and say, Cap, you need a bit of help? I got you. I'm here on your left. And it's worked out well so far. Still, Guangzhou Gaming have a lead, have a bit of control of the map, but they have lost their tower, as you put it. Mongols need to be hell-bent on defending this mid tower for as long as they can to have more space to clap back against GZG.
Yeah, definitely the advantage, right, in the mid tower needs to be utilized here from the side of the Mongols. And man, I can't stress enough the aura that Zixora possesses in this game. It's a lot, Rennie. And I think he's sitting at a 501. Oh, he just got shut down earlier, right? So that is just one death to his name. As ladies and gentlemen, we'll have another tech pause here. Should be hopefully a quick one, as the Mongols with the tower take mid. I think it grants them a lot of avenues to, again, for Zixora to find flanks, potentially to hold more bushes, for the Roamer and the EXP to play around with. Let's see though. GZG, again, they're slightly ahead if you take a look at like the economy and like say the team fight capability for now, but they are far from getting out of the woods just yet here. So yeah, a lot of work to do still for GZG. As we expected as well, Renmar, from the drafts. We expected a closer game here, second game.
Yeah, and it's good that the Mongols were able to recover in a way that at least it is definitely closer. This could have just gotten completely out of hand yet again, but of course with the heroics of Zixora to keep it close, it is expected with the draft that this should be closer. So it's very fortunate for us that we got to see that. But now I think one of the best things they really have to watch out for is number one, Modi. On the Sora, as easy as it was for the Joy to be the reason why MongolZ is back here, the Sora can easily be the reason why they're completely taken out. The entry so far of Modi has been great. So I think it also puts a lot of pressure on the gold lane of Mongols to make the most out of his abilities to escape. Good use of the BMI. And Mongols, I think, can leverage the aggression that it seems like Guangzhou Gaming are playing and the mindset that they're in. Open up the map, play the macro. You've shown that you can do that. So far, GZG look like they're outplaying you micro-wise. So play the map. There have been moments here, not just the mid-turret, but with Guangzhou Gaming heavily taking a fight, there's a little bit of a lane push by K. He's able to flow it a little bit. CY has been doing a good job of doing what he can as the gold laner to take care of the side lanes as well. But at some points, that will hit a cap to it. So make the most out of the minion waves and the aggression of GZG. Open up the minion wave flow on the side lanes if you're Mongols.
I like how you brought CY up to the spotlight here, and yes, he has been underrated in this game, right? Yeah, he got a solo earlier, Rennie, on towards the goal laner, on towards the Claude, on towards K, and that's an expensive kill because that alone sets up the tempo, and getting the early 2 items for Harith is already big. So that's already a small spike before the Holy Crystal. If after the Holy Crystal, that's a big power spike for the Harith. But before that, it's already a spike. So now, CY is able to stay active on the map. Look for fights, rotating maybe for a 1 type of deal to be a nuisance, to deal and provide the damage. Now, Rennie, I've been seeing a lot of Red Bulls now. I want me some Red Bull.
Same, man. Even though it's a little bit too late for me for some extra punch, I think I need it. It would be good. But I think so far with how these two are playing, they want to go as fast as possible, especially GZG. But man, Zixora really can't hide or skirt from it anymore. He is definitely the standout player of the Mongols, the best by far. What he's doing on this Joy, if this is the pick that Coach Summer said that they had prepared under their belt or in their sleeve, that's great. And so far it's working out really well. Let's see if they'll be able to carry it out till the end. Of course, you see our marshals right now in the arena doing everything to make sure that, I believe it is, not sure if it's on the side of the Mongols or GZG. It seems like it's on the side. It wasn't the side of GZG. Just making sure that all their tech is good. Everything is good. It's looking like it's a bit of a comms issue right now, and yeah, they're helping Guangzhou Gaming solve that.
Definitely got to be more patient here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are, promoting fair fights. So you gotta, if there's an issue, we got to deal with it first. And yeah, back to the situation. It's a best of 5. First game, GCG got it. In this game, Zixora and friends, they want to equalize, but it seems like the player is already on their phone here, Rennie. So it feels like we are going to jump into the Lanadon very, very soon. Hopefully we can continue. Because I can't wait to see what's going to happen here in this game.
So far, both teams right now looks like they're just checking if everything is all good. Just waiting for the go signal to continue. Crazy. What a crazy ride we've been on today. Lots of surprises in the drafts, and it's quite refreshing, honestly. I think for the majority of our seasons in Indonesia and the Philippines, it seems like we've settled for a very clear picture of what to expect. You still see those power picks and most important meta picks here, obviously, but we've been seeing a little bit more surprising drafting patterns. A lot of specific bans you don't usually see, which changes the drafts in ways that we don't even expect. So it's very refreshing to see all this.
Refreshing, and also, they're just more reactive, right, Renmar? Where they're always reacting to one another, which can be a good thing, you know. And let's see here as what we are about to witness, folks. I think we are jumping to the Lanadon. Back to the game. Let's see what is going to happen here. 8 minutes in, 7-12 on the board. GZG and the Mongols. We resume.
Holy Crystal now locked in for the Joy. So that's going to be a huge power spike. Gene Swan and Holy Crystal enough for damage to be felt. A lot of fights breaking out suddenly in the bot. CY looks like he's gonna get caught, but the Raging Sandstorm turned around by Ox, but they're not gonna be able to capitalize as the other members of Mongols have already backed off.
The Mongols now looking to kite away, looking to re-engage. Blazing Duets with the Purify. That's a good shifting clouds, but GZG still able to hold the damage and disengage. Ladies and gentlemen, that almost potential big fight. No casualties.
Okay, good news for both teams. Oh, Zixora finds recall away from the camera. Off-cam kill, 6-1-1 for him. Mumu, it looks like, had a bit of help, or at least provided the info. Zixora is hell-bent in carrying Mongols to a 1-1, a series score.
And Renmar, the gold lead now is below 1,000. So the Mongols, they're definitely back with the Lord up with momentum on their side already. GZG, they are desperately looking for compensation now. It's going to be a fight. 5 members of Mongols already occupying the Lord's Pit. Again, no angles to be found from the side of GZG though. Aux will be the first one to fall. Mumu flickering out. May now trying to distract Zora. In a no man's land, no retribution holder there, a little too complacent. Hey! No jungler needed. K steps in, takes the turtle, and he wants the kill. Recall doesn't find the stun, still very low. Makey looking to close the distance, still able to find it. K will not survive. CY denies it.
The recall retry was too early. Miraculously, K was able to get the last hit on the Lord and extended that sequence long enough alongside Makey to get an even more substantial push. But GGG with the clouds fly out and stop the Lord from crashing through mid. But you cannot count out Mongols. They are definitely still in this. Zixora, though, now has to watch out for his entries a little bit better, as Modi has been assigned as the guy to counter the entry of the Joy.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, they got to assess that situation. I'm sure they are going to adjust moving forward. 11 minutes in, folks. Game number 1. The game was done at this point. Down to the Blazing Duets with the BMI towards the back. Great disengage, but Makey actually taking a lot of damage. Here comes the reinforcements. Xora's in the area, not showing himself just yet. Stun. Here they come. Xora shows. And immediately, GZG, they disengage.
What a recovery by Mongols. With everything they faced so far in the 2 games that we've seen, or a game and a half, we're still in the middle of the second game. They've been able to take control again. But a Divine Glaive for this Lilia is bad news for the team. Ox looks like he's gonna get easily caught out again. Him and Makey were too deep to get the info. But we mentioned it earlier, even with the Khalid gone, Mongols still have the Alice. And with their very mobile Joy, they're opening up the map. They're gonna lose their tower in mid, but the flow up top will be pushed by Zixora.
Yeah, this is not good. We touched on earlier where the Mongols, they should keep their mid turret intact as long as possible, and I feel like it's not long enough.
Ooh. Yeah.
Right? Now the gold lead is still just 1,000 between them, but because of the mid turret take, it definitely equalizes on the space here, especially in the purple buff here. CY is already given the purple buff, right? So that means that, yeah, GZG, especially during this time of day, they're ready for a big fight with CY basically carrying the damage.
5-0-5. Perfect game so far for this Harith. Guangzhou Gaming respecting the chance that Mongols might surprise CY, who is also given the orange buff. So all buffs right now are going into the gold laner. They want to play around this Harith full stop, because they know there's a risk that the Suyo is going to get surprised, taken down. He almost did. Brought down to 50% health in the center of the map just now.
Far lane is equalized. The Harith just made sure of that. And now they're ready for a big fight here in the lower's bottom quarter. That's Black Shoes and Flicker. That's big information. Now it's going to be, the damage coming through. Aux pops a Flicker. That's going to be GZG closing the distance. Retribution will fall for Zixora still. Now abort. The Mongols, they are man down and they want to disengage. Can GZG close it out? Here comes Zixora. Still able to dash in and dash out. GZG. They re-engage! K and Zixora just farming aura, and that's a wipeout for the Mongols.
Hell bent and heaven sent. It's the performance of Zixora. Demon time and in the zone. GZG have been wiped out. Mongols have the wave in mid. There'll be a minion wave on respawn. They have their Claude. They lock in for the Alice to eat the tower hits. Mongols equalize the grand finals.
What a re-engage from Zixora and K. 5 members shredded down just because of the Joy and the Claude Blazing duet. And that game, ladies and gentlemen, is why I love MLBB, and I'm sure that is also why Renmar loves MLBB. They got the lore, they disengage, and then whether it being pre-planned or the call was on the fly, but the re-engage was just beautiful.
It really was. It's cool too how it sort of looked like a Looney Tunes cartoon where the Joy was like, all right, give me a moment. I see my angle. Here I go. Perfect entry. Time with the Blazing duet. That's a highlight. If that doesn't go into the social media of MCT EA, I am gonna be asking why. That has to be a reel. Turn that into a short. Clip that. Yeah. Push that right away. That is a play of all plays and a recovery of all recoveries by Mongols. If it's the Joy, then I hope there's more. Honestly, I hope there's more. I hope this isn't the pick they had saved up their sleeve, because that was just an insane performance. We did mention it in the draft when it came out. When it comes to Joys, it all boils down to whoever's holding it. No matter the type of draft it looks like it's up against, we've seen in multiple games ever since the inception and the rise of this hero, even though the Joy doesn't look good, if the player is great, the Joy will look great, no matter what kind of lineup that it's up against. Of course, he was picked out once or twice, but beyond that, it looked like there was not a lot that Guangzhou Gaming can do to stop Zixora and him being absolutely locked in to bring this to a 1-1 scoreline. I will have to take my tip my hat to Ox. At one point, it looked like he just accepted the fact that his role here is bait. He's just gonna take the first bunch of damage. He is gonna have a terrible scoreline, but at least he's giving information and forcing things out of Guangzhou Gaming. And it looked like there were times where I was wondering, hey, Guangzhou, you know that you have this Kali dead. Why are you still committing so much and taking Ox down?
I mean, yeah, definitely a tough game for Ox here. I believe he sat on 08 record, Kuya. So
yeah,
it's tough. I really thought, Ox, oh man, tough game. Oh my God, Momo. It's gonna be a repeat of game 2.
Yeah.
After Zexora got 2 kills. Remember that 2 important kills on X Ying and Su Yo, I believe, around the purple buff area.
Yeah.
I think that really not just regained momentum, but also the control. They got the mid. That mid turret after that, I think, was the starting point for Mongols. And yeah, items here, very, very clear that they are ahead. 8 kills on and 4 assists. Zexora, man, what a joy of game.
Yeah, no one else would have gotten this MVP. Honestly, if they surprisingly sort of trolly gave that MVP to Khalid, I would find a way to defend that with my life. I dogged on it early on, his performance, but at the end of the day, as a roamer, sometimes you just have to be there for your team. Moral support, you have 8, 10 deaths, don't care. As long as you're forcing something out of the opponent, you're doing your job. But of course, Zexora deserves that 100%. Very clear to everyone. The impact that he had here, it really did feel like that was just the switch. You mentioned the double kill that they were able to find. Once they got that, things got so much closer. I think that also especially fired up Mumu on the Alice. We were asking for this Alice because up against teams that want to be aggressive, sometimes they overlook longer stretched out team fights, and Alice loves those moments, and Mumu delivered. So if this was like a buddy cop movie of like Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker, that's Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker. Zexora and Mumu in game number 2.
It was a big one for Mumu as well, man. But yeah, again, guys, it's a best of 5. So it's 1-1. And mind you, we were in this position. And the Mongols were in this position as well earlier on. It's 1-1. They lose out on the first game. They equalize the second. Now, will the story goes the same here on the grand finals of the Mongols and GZG, Guangzhou Gaming?
Hopefully we get to see a game similar to game number 2 wherein it's much closer than you realize. Maybe not necessarily one team getting a lead early on, but I feel like there's a lot of quality between these two. We've seen a lot of quality from GZG. Mongols, though a little bit more central in where we see their quality. I know it's in there. I know it's built in them. I will have to revisit again the Roman mid. Makey and Ox here. I want to see them have a game where they clearly win over Xing and Mei. And then I want to see how Guangzhou Gaming recover from that. Do they have it in them that if their Roman mid are struggling, can they make a comeback? Do they have that dog in them to go, oh, we got this. We can fight back. We got that clap back in us. Hopefully we get to see that kind of situation instead of more games where we have to hope that Zexora and someone from Mongols pops off. Let's see Mongols in the lead for a chance.
Let's see. Hopefully they're able to bring that momentum after that second game to the third game here potentially. But again, GZG, we saw what qualities that they shown throughout playoffs. They stayed in the upper bracket for a reason. They got the first slot of the grand finals for a reason, and we got to see the quality that they also can give on our first game. You know, the Lilia is not an auto win, seems like, Rennie, especially going up against a Joy pick. That Lilia was nullified.
So much better. They had the answer for it. I mean, we did say laning could be awkward somewhat, but much more doable. It's good to see that Mongols were able to do just that. Even more so than the what Mongols can do to maybe potentially start this game off better for them. I want to see what Guangzhou Gaming have in store to respond. Again, team with a lot of pride, who play with a lot of pride. I want to see if they're just going to go aggro right out of the gate and flex on the Mongols again. Show them why they think that they're the better team. And it's always good to see recoveries from moments of disaster, moments of losses, how teams come back from that.
Let's see, right? With the resilience should come through as well from the side of GZG. And yeah, again, I think what we can expect here on the third game now. You know what I expect, Rennie?
What?
You know what? I think it's going to be instantly changed from the side of GZG. I think they're going to have less bans towards Zixora. Why? Because with that Joy ban, I think it proves that Zixora has a lot of hero pools.
Yeah.
And I think Coach Summer will always find a way where the draft will always suit Zixora's heroes, whether it being Joy, whether it being Leomor. So if I were GZG, I would sway away maybe on the power heroes, yes, but not all. You know, I think they can neglect the Yisun Shin now.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you there. Open up your other bans to put pressure on Roam and EXP or Roam and mid. Focus on those three roles. I think gold lane wise, CY is comfortable going up against anyone. I know that there's a potential that they might eye out respecting the Claude, but if the Claude wasn't the problem there were much more glaring problems that you had to face, one of them being the Alice. So yeah, definitely GZG needs to take their foot off the gas pedal on taking away heroes from Zixora. He has a deep hero pool. You made a great point there that Coach Summer will definitely find an angle to make sure that the draft suits him. So then, how do you face that? You take away roamers, mid laners, and EXP laners.
Yeah, exactly. I think that should be implemented here in this game. I will try to find some other aspects here. I guess what they can do here for the side of GZG is again focus on themselves and also banning other options for the other roles, because Zixora is definitely overwhelming. Deep hero pool. They gotta focus on the turtle, man. They gotta start focusing on the turtle now with the Lilia getting taken down like that. Perhaps they want to prioritize the Phoveus now, I guess. Get the Phoveus and the Lilia combination. Now that's a nasty pairing if in one composition. And I think GCG, they're weighing their options now. They're definitely weighing their options on what to do for the third game. Guys, I would like to remind you, first game, it was GCG just dominating the Mongols. Under 11 minutes was the game. The second game, it's a different story. Again, the Mongols, like the lower bracket finals, they were able to find the equalizer on the second game. And here we are, position-wise, 1-1. Boy, oh boy, Renmar. It's going to be a wild one.
Yeah.
I wish before, I wish we get to see the sides first, and then we can just like deep talk about the sequence of the drafts. But unfortunately, you just gotta wait till, the asset shows up.
I wonder if there's any room for any crazier picks. Earlier during the interview, Coach Summer did say that the reason why they picked up the Paquito in the series against HUNS earlier in game number 1 was it was a moo call. He wanted to play it. But
And he didn't want to explain why the Daroth was picked as well, because he doesn't want to show his cards to GZG just yet. Sadly.
Yeah.
Just yet.
Yeah, let's see that if maybe somehow the Daroth will be there. Of course, I mean, with the grand finals, with how it's going, we've had to shed off a little bit of our skin here. We are definitely in a heated matchup, and we're waiting to get back into it again. Thank you all for joining us. If you're just joining us here for the East Asia Championship Tour for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, it is a 1-1 scoreline in the grand finals between the Mongols and Guangzhou Gaming. Whoever wins this will secure their slot in the main stage of MSC 2026. 4 teams from this tournament have already secured their at least 3 teams have secured their wildcard slots. Sunset Ravens from Japan, the HUNS Esports,
The HUNS from
and
Mongolia.
whoever loses this series will still have an MSC 2026 wildcard slot. The grand finalist winner gets the main stage slot, and of course, being crowned the East Asia champions. A new thing in the realm of MLBB esports this year, we have championship tours across the globe. I believe we'll also have a Southeast Asian championship tour, or at least we already are somewhat in the circuit of that. We know that there's also Amber North and South, they have theirs. So thank you for being a part of the big expansion growth of global MLBB. It's just been a terrific ride, and it's good to see that the game keeps getting bigger and bigger across the world for us as the years go on.
And just breaking news as well, right? Speaking of other circuits, MSL Thailand just finished, and we got a winner. We got a winner already. It was KOG going up against ACT. And KOG got the better of AC this time around. A different story, because in the upper bracket finals, ACT, they were able to defeat KOG. So they got the revenge here with a scoreline of 4-0 Renmark in the grand finals. That's a sweep. That's a punch in the face for ACT. Unfortunate. But hey, in this grand finals, there will be no sweeps because it's 1-1 already.
Yeah. There's a lot of grand finals happening all around the world. Here in the Philippines, we have our MDL finals also happening. I believe we are already in its 7th season. I'm looking at the other leagues as well to maybe get an idea of what potential crazy picks we might see. I'm trying to confirm it and find the game, but I saw a comment somewhere that I think someone from MDL. Oh yeah, and MDL PH. There was a gold lane sun is what brought it to game 7. It's a gold lane sun with Petrify. Things that I only thought we'd see in our ranked games. I mean, in PH, it's a Roam sun with a Petrify. But hey, man, if Coach Summer has crazy stuff like that up his sleeve, I wouldn't mind, you know? Something crazy like that for the grand finals of MCT East Asia, because as great as the joy was, that isn't really a crazy pick. We've seen it here and there all across the globe already.
I mean, yeah, I think if not, if other teams are looking at the finals, they might add, or they might, you know what? Hey, jungler, learn the joy. See Zixora right here. I want you to replicate Zixora's joy.
Yeah.
I'll give you a week. Maybe that's the coach. If I were a coach, I'd do that to my players. I'll give you a week. If not, okay, never mind. I'm not gonna be an Iron Steel coach.
If Coach Summer or the coaches from GZG are watching this, maybe they saw that clip from MDLPH and say, "Hey, you have 10 minutes. Learn how to play the sun. We're playing it in the gold lane. You're packing Petrify with it. Let's see if we can make it work."
What's the scoreline, by the way, MDLPH?
In MDLPH right now, it's game 7. It's 9-4, but it's very, very even. Big Fight has just broken out, and it looks good for Aurora Hunters who are fighting it out there. Of course, it's a big day again for MLBB esports. We're still waiting to see. Oh, here we are. We're finally back on a vision on the stage here in China, in Shanghai. Of course, to see the continuation of the series. Our marshals still doing everything they can. I believe usually in scenarios like this, I believe they just got a big rerun or check up on all of the comms, make sure everything's okay, make sure everything's all good. And we'd like to salute all the hardworking marshals all over the world. You know, that's one thing I wish we had more of. I wish we had more really well-known celebrity marshals. I know one time that there was this, sorry to put it bluntly, very cute and attractive marshal in Malaysia that got really popular. Never learned her name.
I
remember that? Yeah,
I
like she was
this, but I
everywhere.
don't remember the name. I don't remember the name.
Yeah, she was
but
everywhere.
I remember though.
Yeah, like all the clips. I hope we have more celebrity marshals.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you're right. Now that you brought it up, I remember that sort of like being a thing back then.
Yeah.
But yeah, celebrity marshals. Let's see. Right, GZG, MongolZ going at it the third time here, ladies and gentlemen. Who will take match point? GZG, similar approach as game one. The Yisunshin Sil ban, seems like.
Is there gonna be another Juicin ban as well for MongolZ to close it out? Oh, right out of the gate. You see the reaction from Coach Summer. I think even they couldn't believe that the joy was respected. So once again, that's 3 bans. I think Guangzhou are gonna be keen on rushing the Leomord here. But if they do, MongolZ will still end up getting the the Harley, if ever. So they rushed the Benedetta since it finally got through. Okay, yeah. MongolZ got some power picks under their belt.
We expected this, but on the previous series, right, Rennie? Where 2 bans already instantly from side of Benedetta. You know, let's just pick it first phase, and they brought it here in the grand finals. Benedetta banned out. Claude picked up alongside the Phobias now. They should pick up the Lilia. I like the Lilia. Yeah. It's good Lilia.
Exactly. Just show them that you could do it as well. Or, there's one pick in Thailand that gets banned a lot, but it could actually be okay here. They could consider picking up a Valir if they want to be kind of cheeky with it. Puts a lot of difficulty for the Leomord. You have to time your entry or you're going to get knocked back, ruining your entire team fight. They pick up a Baksha in the jungle, which does go hand in hand also with a Valir, as we've seen in other leagues. They already have a lot of magic damage coming in through the Harith. They have their physical damage. This will most likely be a damage-built Benedetta. And then the Roamer can either be pick-off, because the Benedetta and the Baksha are disruptive enough, or if they just want to pack it, even more of a heavy front line, so that the Valir is free to just toss his fireballs. So the Lilia and the Valir are the picks that I'm eyeing out for the mid lane, which I think could be really good for them.
You know, I like that you call up the Valir as well, right? It's such a good pick again. And imagine a scenario, Rennie, where you call in the steed, and in certain angles, Valir can't push you off. So you cannot get your horse. You cannot get Barbell, essentially. So yeah, the Valir definitely a hero that can surface here. But with the mobility that the MongolZ has here, what heroes can GZG stop or negate the mobility? Baksha, Benedetta, very fast rotations already from the side of MongolZ. Their theme in this game is Lightning McQueen.
Ka-chow. That is the battle cry for MongolZ here in this game number 3. You can definitely play really fast. If they also want to play, even add more to the disruption and better poking in mid, you can go something as crazy as Kaja and Valir together. Lots of pokes that makes a lot of trading in the center of the map difficult. They ban out the Khalid. So either they're eyeing out picking up either the Hilda or Chofer themselves, or they want to go for something crazy like the Kaja. If you want to throw it back. And if you really want to play the map, if they're comfortable with it, then you go Kaja Lo Yi. Again, another great combo for wave clear. Gets very good prio in the center and will play more to the idea of speed that we're talking about for MongolZ. They have so much map coverage if they go that route. A lot of room for MongolZ to work with, honestly.
A lot of avenues indeed. And GZG, wow, this is a deep one here, Rennie. They banned out the Helkert. And this is homework, I feel, right? They're in deep waters, or or pero is it's an it's an overthinking. Maybe they might overthink.
It feels like they put themselves in their own shoes. It's like, hey, what would we pick in this situation? We've already picked a Hellcurt. Maybe we pick a Hellcurt. No need for crazy ideas. You said the Lilia earlier, and the Mongols decided to listen to you, Gani. Still a very, very good pickup right out of the gate.
It's value, right? The Phobius and the Leomord with heroes that is short distance, close combat, melee type of deal. Lilia is always a good answer. And GZG responds with, you got the Lilia, but I got range, Yves, right? It's just both coaches throwing haymakers here, entering the final phases of the draft.
I'm gonna just say it now. Mongols, please consider the Atlas. I think that's gonna be my campaign trail for this part of the calendar that we're in. Consider the Atlas for your team. I mean, they can just end up packing the Khalid Gon. They can still go Cho if they want to pick off. But I think if they really want to get in their face, you pick up something as disruptive and as crazy as that. Dude, you don't have to worry about Valentina. Oh, come on. Never mind. You know what? I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I'm kind of sad about that.
Kuya Reni, campaign denied, pero I see your vision. But yeah, I think high lows is gonna be the little final lock-in here, just to stabilize. I feel like to break momentum. The Leomord and Phobius wants to get close to you with a glorious pathway in your face, under your feet. You can't get close. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter the third game.
It wasn't as crazy in terms of the results that we'd get, but because of the adjustments of Guangzhou Gaming, the respect towards the Joy, it finally opened up a pick for Mongols that has been constantly banned today. The Benedetta falls in their hands. And if I've ever seen, or if I look for a game wherein it demands excellence from one person, it is now. Show the world, Mumu, why this Benedetta kept constantly getting banned from you, why you would also ban it away from the HUNS earlier. Show why this is such a hotly contested pick and highly touted pick in Mongolia. 1-1. Whoever wins this goes at match point, a step closer to securing the main stage slot in MSC 2026 in Paris. But before we go to Paris, we go to the Land of Dawn.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Like you mentioned, it's game 3. One win here means match point. Championship point, if I dare to say. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, what will happen here as Aux is already getting a beating. Mind you, Aux, 2 games in, got first blood. This time around, it seems like it's a clap that will force a flicker there. And a different story already, different vibe from the Mongols.
It seems like at the start here, we got our wish. Something we were talking about earlier. I want to see Mongols leading the charge in the center of the map this time.
Yeah.
Because so far in the first 2 games, it's been Aux taking a beating. He took a beating there. But of course, with this kit and the fact that he supplemented with the Lilia, he's fine, and they continue to invade. Aux brought down really low as they want to try to go for the orange buff. It looks like it's a massive punish, but the recall gets blasted. The Lilia stands strong. Zexora, though, could be up next, but here comes CY to supplement X-Yang to punish down Zexora. Jungler for jungler, roam for roam.
2 for 2 at the end of that fight here, ladies and gentlemen. As we are 40 seconds into the turtle later on. CY, better trades here. K very low, and CY is holding on. Ooh, they're playing very, very dangerously here in the bottom side, especially K, knowing that he is very low. CY wants to shove though, but yeah, it's 2 for 2. It's all equal.
Seems like no matter the matchup, Mei shows up out of nowhere and finishes off the kill onto K. As I was saying, it seems like no matter what the matchup, CY just has K's number right now in this entire series. Been tough to see K actually win in the laning phase. Mongols trying to look for a play up top.
Uh-oh, yeah, that will be enough to force a recall for Modi. Now, with that in confidence, Mongols, they will try to regain more control in the Turtles pit. Final blow pops. That's going to be Mei. Be positioning. Here comes Recall with the steed. Oh, take a look at the collapse. Meiki is able to find the kill. Recall finds the turtle and high-lows now. They want to close the distance. Xora stunned up. My goodness.
Oh!
That's a bang, bang, bang from Recall, and they got the turtle as well.
That's the start you want to have. After the initial trades, Recall gets a triple and reminds Mongols again why so far it's been GZG taking control for majority of the series. Let's see where Mongols will get their retribution through. Xora goes for the Dreadnought armor as expected, going up against the Leomord. And a lot of the physical damage burst coming out from the Hilda abilities. A very heavy trade in mid. Ox uses the glorious pathway to slow down the chase of GZG onto him, and he gets away scot-free. Had to use his ultimate to do it. Recall builds the War Axe as first.
Yeah, just unfortunate for CY, claiming 3 assists. Oh, final. Again, Blazing Duet already spent. Challenge Force as well on the bottom side of the map. Both gold laners here still looking to clear the wave. Aux in the area. Recall shows, and both teams seems like wants to gain more advantage here in bottom side quarter. Top though, all good. A slower tempo, but it's still a total of 9 kills, folks. First 4 minutes.
Again, the Focus is one of those heroes that Benedettas are just not chilled with facing off against. Still though, economy-wise, very close against his lane counterpart in the XP, but Recall does have a substantial lead over Xora. As expected though, Xora saw playing a utility jungle. You really just want to get close in the levels, you're not really chasing items. Speaking of item, Modi gets his first in the War Axe. Should make laning a little bit more difficult, even more difficult here for Mumu, but Mumu and Xora together force the flicker out of Modi as they try to go for the gank at the gold lane though. Big heavy trade. K punished. K read and K answered by GZG.
Yeah, that's going to be him out of position. Take a look at the real world population pops. Oh, Recall! Still able to be clutch on that retribution now. The damage comes through. Recall trying to reposition the stun though. Locks him into place. That's going to be a trade with the Hylos. Mumu not in a prime position as well. Xora now no shield unity to play around with, and GZG will be able to close the distance. 3 bodies on the floor from the side of Mongols, and GCG, they got the turtle. Now, Modi in the mid lane is a 2v1 situation, soon to be a 2 versus 2. It's gonna be Meiki forcing out the flicker, but K, without the Starlium scythe earlier, still able to deal a lot of basic attacks damage.
I feel like that was a little bit of an overcommitment there by Mei and Modi. Speaking of overcommitment, Mei still walked into the jungle and gets taken out. Little things like that need to be ironed out by GZG if they want to keep their domination in this game. Here comes K though, trying to make a name for himself. Ox with the help, the stun, and the kill onto CY. This Harith is back, but Recall comes out of nowhere to even things out. Xora with a bomb to provide space for Ox to get away. Void Crystal by the Eve, and the real world manipulation to send the members of Mongols back.
GZG and MGLZ throwing blow for blow, ban for ban here, 5 minutes in. And ladies and gentlemen, we are still 6 minutes of the game. It's still anybody's game here, sure 2K, but just one good fight. Team Mongols will definitely be able to neutralize, if not turn the game around. So GZG, they gotta stay focused, they gotta turret bottom side. That's a great start here. That's the only structure to be taken down, and you check the items here, it's already a lead on all across the board for the side of GCG except the Lilia. So yeah, I think again, as a utility mage, no problem, but you got to keep the distance not far enough.
Keep it close. Mumu helping cover for Xora. It seems like Ox has a really good angle for a flank. This looks good for Mongols, Gani.
Yeah, that's gonna be the stun, that's gonna be Law and Order, but take a look at the collapse, the burst damage that the GZG composition is able to deliver. That's going to be Mumu isolated. Will be taken down. 3 members off the board, and it looks like it's a wipeout with the turtle also in play. May keep off the black shoes. Where are you going to go, Lelia? Says May, who wants blood, and with the flicker. Still nowhere to go. SCY is able to claim the kill. It's a wipeout technically, and GCG, they look to get full control of the map. It is this disgustingly blue in the Land of Dawn.
The Phoveus and the Leomore just worked too well together. At that, X-Ying was pretty safe there. Mumu couldn't take him down comfortably. There was a bit of coverage as well from May, who decided to help out, if I'm not mistaken. And it's just every team fight, Guangzhou Gaming is executing better. The Mongols were able to get some early trades. It got out of their hand real quickly with the rise of a recall. Now sitting at an 8-2 and 4 KDA. Here's a glorious pathway. Mongols trying to look for a kill here onto May. They chase after CY. CY looks like he's just blasted. No Purify. Doesn't even have room to flicker out. And that's a huge punish for Mongols. Quick.
That's a good call there from side of MGLZ. Mongols finally, they got an important kill on towards the gold laner that will definitely slow the farm down, because guess what, one more item to that holy trinity for Claude, right? 6k already in hand, 1,000 gold behind is the Harith. K needs to farm more. It seems like with that kill, they are able to manipulate the waves ever so beautifully that they will get the tier 1 top and bot at the same time.
It's just terrific right now for GZG. They find Mumu. Oh, if Mumu gets caught here, it's gonna be bad. They force out the real world manipulation. He runs into the Phantom's team. But here comes the coverage from Mongol. They try to turn it around. Mumu is still able to get away. Recall still trying to chase. Here comes the space out. K with the Zaman Force right in the back. Forces back X-Ying. He still doesn't have his real world manipulation back, but he already used his flicker. It resets for both.
Okay, we engage now. It's going to be May now in the front. Also, isolated caught. That's going to be C-Pop, ladies and gentlemen. The re-engage again this time. Not from Mongols, it's from GGG. With 2 members off the board, the Lord is free and clear. CY just showing control of the river with the Blazing Duet now in the mid lane. Shaman Force spot by K. That's a stun, a mini one though. K is still dancing around the Shaman Force just to disengage. CY pop the Blazing. Oh my goodness, the flicker outplay! But comes the final blow in the back. Mumu finds a good eye for Renata. Just deny the rotations. It's a clapback, it's a trade. It's 1-for-1, but with the death of Mumu, they get another.
In majority of the team fights that we've seen, it's been this Phoveus, though only sitting at 3-1 and 5 in the KDA. Those dark waves, those shoulder tackles have been stopping a lot of the momentum that Mongols is looking for in team fights. And it seems like this really just isn't the comfort for Zexora and Mongols. They need Zexora to be able to carry. Now that he plays for a little bit more utility, playing as a frontliner, mainly for the Harith and the Benedetta as the main active carries here, they just can't translate that. Mainly because those 2 heroes are countered by one, the Phoveus that Mongols allowed Guangzhou Gaming to get.
Cannot allow that to happen. Alkstal will not survive this time. Surely X-Ying pops and commits the box already. They will be able to find the clear, but still has to deal with the big waves here. Oh, Holy Shield will be triggered, but it's just another reset, right? The turrets are still up. The base turrets are still up here for side of Mongols.
Close enough in the gold for a comeback. Too far to go for a risky play. 1,000 difference between the Harith and the Claude. The Harith does have damage, but needs the Holy Crystal to be really felt here. Here comes an entry by GZG.
Yeah, Shaman Force. Oh, 2-man Petrify, 2-man stun rather. That's gonna be recall. Falling for CY, repositions with the BMI now. Zexora, can he find the finish? That's gonna be May now, taken off the board. Surely not just yet. That's gonna be 4 members disengaging from side of Mongols. Here comes a re-engage. Blazing Duet from CY is able to take down one, but K finds another shutdown at the end in the mid. It's CY claiming at the double. It's a frag exits. That's going to be Sixora taken down, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bang, bang, bang for CY. Triple kill and a wipeout for GZG.
And Mongols look despondent. GZG won't be able to end the game just yet. But GZG are going to be on the way to setting themselves up for a Game 3 win. The Phoveus that was let through, the Benedict and Harith that were prioritized over that hero, reminding the Mongols and us all why this is such a highly touted pick. It was Modi and his efforts with the Dark Wave and the shoulder tackles to set up there for the eventual re-engage of Guangzhou Gaming through the Blazing Duet of CY and the real-world manipulation of X Ying. 3-1 and 14 for this Eve, and he's built mostly utility. With the Glowing Wand, Ice Queen, that's why it's tough for Mongols to get out of fights once the real-world manipulation drops.
And another component here has been added. It's a Winter Crown. Blazing Duet outplay potential. Perhaps Vox has been put down. CY. Blazing Duet Winter Crown pops as well. That's going to be Mumu now being the main target. Uh-oh, with the stun, with the flanks. It's Sora falling first. In the back, it's going to be K taken down by Modi. The Phoveus is going crazy as GZG again looks to claim more bodies here. Xing looking to find the bird effect and the slow effect here with the Ice Queen Wand and Glowing Wand. But take a look at CY, who will claim the unstoppable.
That's why we called him Sicko in the M7 World Championship. Though he wasn't able to get a deep run, he made a statement and a name for himself. And the statement in this game is after 30 plus kills and only 13 and a half minutes, Guangzhou Gaming goes to match point against the Mongols.
Not just that. They got championship points here, Renmar. It is the grand finals. But boy, oh boy. What a game. The Mongols, man. I thought it was... I honestly, Renmar, I was shocked looking at the scoreline.
Yeah.
I was genuinely shocked because it was 30 kills on the board for just one team.
Yeah.
I was like, what? You're right, Renmar. It is 30 kills just for GCG, and I thought it was much closer, but man, oh man, that shows once they got the ball rolling, the snowball could not be stopped.
I'm not discounting the possibility here that Mongols still might be able to force a game number 5, but it seems like GZG have now really checked Mongols. I think what's really hurting them is the fact that, okay, I understand if you don't play the Marcel, you just ban it out straight up. But we've seen that there are answers to the Marcel. If you're comfortable enough with it, what used to be a pick countered by the Marcel, there are teams who have shown that you can still play the Cho into the Marcel just by tempering his rotations and being easy on deciding to overcommit on it and try to get the pick off. The Juicin Freya Marcel getting constantly banned out by Mongols puts a lot less pressure on the blue side team or their opponents, because they can just easily think about, okay, we know what to expect in the bans. There's such a wide pool now that we can work in the draft for the remaining picks that we don't have to worry about those power picks potentially going to the other side. It seems like Mongols are the one reacting more towards their own bans.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it, Renmar, and definitely needs to be taken care of in the upcoming potential final game of the grand final series here. But man, the ban, if I were Coach Summer looking at the Joey ban initially, I would react it the same. I would laugh. My God, I really got into their heads. But man, after this game, humbled me. If I were Coach Summer, I will be humbled. So execution-wise, though, unfortunately for Zixara and friends, it wasn't as clean as the first game. I guess the coordination. I think that there were glimpses on, when Zixara and friends, they were able to at least neutralize the grounds, level the playing fields, but then a miscoordination happened top, and then chain reaction. CY was him this game. And it was really tough to stop the Claude in such a snowballing Claude. It's really hard not having a lockdown hero per se. It's tougher now, or it was tougher for the side of Mongols.
Yeah. It's interesting to see that this is the kind of trades that we're getting, because even in like our own regional leagues for the Southeast Asian teams, it's surprising to me that even for East Asian teams, if they are going up against a lineup with a tanky or fighter style jungler, they really don't want to pick up assassins. The Harley is such a good pick and still definitely has a spot in the drafter Mongols. They rushed the Benedetta, they rushed the Harith. Yeah, we got their comforts, but clearly GZG just countered those two with a Phoveus. A Phoveus is so highly touted also. They could have picked it up themselves alongside the Harith. It's such a good pick that slots in with a lot of drafts really well. But then they were also thinking about the potential of the Lilia. But if the Lilia came out earlier, there's also a lot of picks that you can go for. So it feels like we're seeing here just some gaps in terms of the understanding of the current metagame and maybe the current limitations of our players, that it was criminal that Modi got away with a very easy pickup on the Phoveus and had a huge impact here. Again, he wasn't up there in terms of the final picture of the KDA, but every time he was in a big team fight, his presence was felt, and it straight up stopped Mongols from having a comfortable time in every team fight.
I agree. I think the Phoveus pick, a lot of outplays were made for Modi. But
yeah,
we're going to short break, seems like, Rennie.
Yeah, we're going to break. We'll see you in just a bit.
Take me out into the water as the full moon rise.
Welcome back to the grand finals of MCT East Asia. This is a championship tour for Mobile Legends Bang Bang here in the region. One game away from immortality, from victory, to be crowned the best team in East Asia and to get that MSC 2026 main stage slot. That is where Guangzhou Gaming is at. And so far, it seems like Guangzhou has really solved MongolZ here. Despite that surprise pickup on the Joy in game number 2, it was quickly answered back with just a good fundamental pickup on the Phoveus to counter the very greedy Benedetta Harith rush of the Mongols in red 1-2 in game number 3.
And they immediately banned the Joy out after losing on that fight as well. So I expect the same coming not from GCG this time around, but from the Mongols. I want to see denies. I want to see, call it impulsive, but just reactive bans, right? I think it's important knowing that your team is not on the momentum. I think it's important to let's just stop it. At least it worked for GCG. They banned the Joy because of game 2. Coach Summer left, but looking at the result, Coach Summer definitely will lose his smile. So now I expect them to somehow break the momentum. And it's a similar feeling on the lower bracket finals where a team that is on match point, Rennie, they will go wild crazy in their potential final game here. So expect a lot of aggressive composition that will be built by GZG.
Yeah, I think they can keep that up. If they still end up on the blue side here and then it ends up becoming another rush for the Leomord, I'm totally okay with that. I think other than just the reactive bans from Mongols, showing a little bit more respect, getting out of their comfort zone, letting the juice in through, I would understand why most teams would rather not give the Freya. Sure, okay. With base of how they're playing, it really seems like they're a team not ready to deal with the Freya and Marcel. That's fine. At least consider letting the juice in through and see how you can play around that. Or don't be afraid to still pick up the Harley even if you see the Leomord or a tanky fighter jungler on the other side. We've seen multiple games all throughout our own regional leagues or local leagues wherein Harley can do well against a lineup that has a Baksha or a Leomord, and in most cases it wins because it's just so much faster and has that quick -1 right away. So it's perplexing to me that Mongol seems to overlook a lot of the best picks in the current metagame that isn't just decided by us, that's decided by the state of the game as a whole globally. For going the Phoveus to go for a Benedetta Harith when the Phoveus can handle the Benedetta in lane, and then your Harith gets countered because you gave that up, it's frustrating that
Definitely.
Despite all these ideas that Mongols has, and I'm sure they have the capability to carry it, to make it work, the metagame is the metagame for a reason. The best picks in our current patch are those for a reason. At least respect that.
And that's why it's called the most effective tactic available, right? The meta. So let's see here if it will happen or if it will come to a realization here from the side of a Coach Summer here, who is definitely on the back foot. But yeah, I think Harley going up against the fighters is definitely tricky. It's definitely tricky, like going up against Baksha. But I'm sure Zixora can handle that. So in a bit, we are about to jump into the drafting phase here, ladies and gentlemen. And looking at the current situation, GZG, man, I see confidence in there. I see the smirk. You see the smirk there from GZG. That is, guys, I'm ready. We're ready.
Yeah, it looks like they know what's in the wind right now. The Mongols look a little bit more, not really despondent, but it's
uneasy.
Like uneasy. Uneasy is a great word for it. The Mongols fan in the crowd, of course, all the support there. It's great to see. They're gonna need all of your support to eke out this victory. Still, though, we've seen multiple times in the past how a team can get lost in their own sauce, in their own hubris, thinking that they've already got this in the bag, forgetting something. And that just might happen to GZG if they get lost in it too much. But so far, with what we've seen, it really looks like they've already read Mongols like a book in terms of the draft, with their overcommittal in the first phase ban towards the Marcel Frey and Jusin, keeping the game somewhat predictable drafting wise. Again, the point that we made earlier, not enough respect, and the best pick so far currently. GZG seem to be just operating under a different level compared to the Mongols. It's the draft for Game 4, the so important draft. GZG, they're forcing Mongols to ban something differently because they banned out the Jusin.
Yeah, definitely. And there it is, the reactive bans coming through from side of Mongols. As expected, it's not gonna be the Phobius though. It's gonna be the Yuzong, a hero that we saw earlier on the first game from GZG that definitely wreaks havoc towards their composition. Still respected, right? Now with the Freya ban coming through from the side of GZG, Mongols, they have an option here on, let's say, banning the Leomord. That's what they did, at least during blue side.
Consider banning out the Leomord. You pick up the Phobius as your first pick. GZG won't be able to pick up the Valentina. So you pick up the Valentina for you. So you have Phobius, Valentina already locked in. GZG still respect the Joy. You can open up the Harley Suyo trade. So you either go Harley here or the Phobius. I'm just thinking about it how we usually would call it in the Philippines. But it's a different ban here. They go for the Valentina. If GZG read this out correctly, they lock in the Harith and Phobius here, and they should be able to coast to just winning this all.
Yeah, that is an approach, Friendmar, but remember game 2, it's a similar vibe. They went with Suyo and Harith, right? They went for the jungler and gold, and it seems like they want to replicate that sort of approach here. So, and they went Lilia 3rd, they went Lilia Red 3. So, Mongols with, if they lock in the Phobius, the Lilia Red 3 will be picked up instantly here. So, will they delay the Phobius pick is my question.
Ooh, they just might. If they're already sure that this is going to be a Lilia pickup by Xiang, and you don't see the EXP matchup, maybe the Phobius isn't warranted anymore. I want to see them consider the Uranus if they could. Again, very static in lane, but they just brushed their carries already. They get the Claude as expected, but of course it's open and they want to pick up their Ziggs Aura pick, allow it to carry. They get the Yi Sun Shin, and that's expected. Since they didn't get it, Guangzhou Gaming will get the Phobius.
Yeah, it seems like it will not be a Lilia Red 3, just like you explained, because the Lilia pick was, well, rather the Phobius pick was delayed. They pick it up for themselves, and GZG, what they're saying is we will shift our focus on limiting the Alice. We have witnessed our Alice in full effect from Mumu, and we don't like it, right? We deny it, we eliminate it. Mongols, they can't shift their focus towards the mid laners. Again, just Xing so far has been so on point here as an anchor on GZG.
They won't be able to go for something like an Eve or Farsa. I think you just settle for good respect ban on the Lilia. You take that out. You can't go Kimmy with the Suyo and Harith. It's gonna be too greedy. Good ban. Although this is why I wanted to see the Uranus come out sooner, but I think because of how the trades ended up going, Mongols dodged the Lilia because they decided to play surprise that they take out the Yi Sun Shin. If they want more setup and aggression, I think the Yu Zhong would be okay for them later. Then just back it with a very strong front. Oh, right. Yeah, they banned it out. Excuse me. They still banned the Eve despite having a lineup that could deal with it. Does Xing just end up with a Zetian?
I think that's the safest pick, right? If they want utility, they have enough firepower. I really like the firepower already within the Suyo, within the Harith, so they will go for utility, right? More support type of mid laner that can also poke. That is the Scythian and Mongols. They got another layer that they got to deal with, because when engaging with certain heroes, with like the Yistun Shin, like the Claude, the Fury of the Phoenix definitely can hinder the momentum. So they gotta have their communications intact.
I think they have to risk it and go for something weird and crazy like the Esmeralda. Esme into the Phoebus in lane's alright. Esme into the Harith.
Makes
Shields.
sense. I like it.
You get to easily pop the passive of the Zetian. They might be thinking about damage though, and might just end up falling into like a Sora or a Lapo, but consider the Esme. But they go for something so stable, maybe a little bit too stable. I think these Mongols, Mongols know that they are playing a greedy lineup and they need to go for something very safe. They get the Gatot and they get the Terizla. I mean, conceptually, it checks a lot of boxes, but it's safe. Going up against a team that is locked in, looking to end it here. They want to play for tempo. They want to play for aggression. They have to consider a revitalized Roamer. The high loss is still open. If they want to match with a little bit more aggression, they go to Kalea. If they want to surprise, they go Belleric with a revitalize. Something that we saw Aurora pull out, and I know we've seen Belleric here and there in MPLID. Still, it's a high loss. They go for something stable also.
Yeah, I think no need, right, to go for flashy roamers. But I, again, understand the vision, but it's going to be the high lows here, locked in. And you know what? I agree. I think it's a little bit too safe here for side of the Mongols. Maybe it is what they need, though. Maybe we are the ones who is a little bit too much of a risk taker here, Rennie.
Yeah.
with the drafts. But hey, let's see. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is potentially the final game of MCTEA 2026.
Hours, days, months, and years of sacrifice boiled down to this moment. Guangzhou Gaming look to end it here, secure their slot as the best in East Asia and in MSC 2026 main stage, while the Mongols look for redemption. Looking at it though, the members of the Mongols seem to be skeptical. Maybe they're starting to doubt not only themselves but the picks that they end up with, while Guangzhou Gaming look at business. They look like a team that they know have a shot to end it all here. But if there's one man who could potentially be the make or break for this series, it's Zexora, who has made a name for himself since last year's M7 World Championship, earlier this year's M7 World Championship with Team Zone. They already beat their brothers in the HUNS. Show Mongolia and the world why you made it to this point. Can Zexora, Makey, and Ox set up the carry and turnaround of a lifetime to force Game 5 in Guangzhou Gaming's home turf? Let's see how Game 4 will turn out.
It is definitely do or die here for the Mongols. As for GZG, they have the advantage. Now, will they be able to take the momentum from the previous game? Let's witness it together. And talent-wise, nothing too crazy, I gotta say. You mentioned, though, Claude FOB, but it seems like it's just his thing here. He likes the Master Assassin more. And we can see both teams actually trading damage here in the mid lane, 3v3 potentially, but so far, Lethal Wanderer will be secured by Recall. They want to commit on towards a fight. May! Taken very low. Sora finds first blood. That's a flicker from Xing. And that will be enough to create space.
Good thing Mongols backed off. But Recall showed himself suddenly the turnaround of the damage. Punishing Ox and Zexora just when it looked good for Mongols. It was Recall and Xing who trusted in their kit to keep the fight alive for GZG.
It was so unnecessary. They got the dub. They got the kill already on Zexora, by the way. So that's extra 200 gold. But they're giving it back to the hands of GZG. Now they got 2 kills before this first turtle, and it just allows GZG to have the advantage entering the first neutral objective fight.
Yeah, I agree. They should have just been satisfied already with what they got. 1 kill, no need to risk it. You're up against a Suyo. Of course, built in, he has somewhat of like an execute style ability in his kit. And of course, with the reach and the poke of the ZTR, where the fight breaks out.
Oh, that's gonna be stun. Now he's isolated. Great punish again now. Hopefully they're not too greedy. Just go and clear the nude. The MongolZ would like to have a delay, waiting for Ox. And let's see here. It's not good with the Flying Clouds map. So, oh my goodness, they find the close gapper there. And they were able to take Zexora down. A recall. All in all, it's just an ideal early game for GZG.
Mongols look lost in their own potential to force a game number 5, as Mumu and Zexora look completely out of connection there. Mumu wasn't level 4. He decided to throw the revenge strike on the turtle, starting it off, meaning it has already a bit of health depleted. It looked like he ended up leashing for GZG. So it was an easy call for Recall and the rest of the team, seeing Zexora out of the spot, because he was playing as if Mumu was still there, but suddenly a fight breaks out here. Glorious Pathway, a turnaround, maybe MongolZ is looking for it. The AOG is not going to connect to Recall, but Mei gets taken out. Mei gets to keep his jungler alive though, and if you're MongolZ, you're going to respect the fact that you don't need to invade anymore. Just take away this beetle and then continue on your rotation.
Yeah, a compensation kill there and a compensation camp clear for the side of Mongol. Still behind though, EXP-wise, Zexora and as well as Recall, who has 3 kills now. Skypiercer, I'm sure it's coming very soon. If not, it's already in the equipments of Recall, so we got to check that out later on, but it's still just almost 1,000 gold here between them. Zexora definitely can restabilize. Oh, level 7 Recall jumps in. That's gonna be the Glorious Pathway put down. Zexora all alone, stunned up everything, collapsed onto Zexora, who did not have any support there. Defensive penalty zone again. The Mongols look lost. GZG dove in under the turret. 4 members on him. AOG doesn't land. Recall claims the 1-2.
And he just built up his Skypiercer. He has 5 kills already, but no stacks on it yet. And if ever, that's just 1. But the team that look like they're on the way to securing this championship is Guangzhou Gaming. More sure, more confident in their play. But with all of the action in the river, K has gotten a kill. CY has gotten a death. A clear advantage for this Claude in the laning phase. Maybe Guangzhou Gaming has just overcommitted too much in the river that they couldn't help their gold laner, and they couldn't help him there. CY falls. The tower will fall as well as GZG actually get to save it. But K has the farm and the damage. Recall gets another kill in the center of the map off cam, taking out Mumu.
Yeah, that's a great compensation kill there from the side of a GZG, but that shows that GZG, okay, you take one of us down, we will take one of yours down. That's gonna be the connection. Recall looking to find the blade search kill, but not able to find it just yet though. Modi shoulder bashing onto his Ox, and here comes the collapse. Man, the coordination beautiful, the mid lane's looking vulnerable, and Meiki will not be able to defend the mid turret. GZG is just able to coordinate with their team very, very well.
They're way too sharp and way too good. Recall is deathless and has 7 kills. Should be around 20 or 30 in the stacks of the Skypiercer. Modi locked in! The Phobius, yet again overlooked by Mongols, punishes Meiki.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're 6 minutes in and 14 kills already on the board for both teams. Now purple buff invasion here coming from the side of GZG. Yeah, no purple buff for Zexora means that he will be stuck at level 9. Take a look at Recall, already on its way to level 11.
A big lead here for the Suyo clearly against the Yi Sun Shin. But the shining ray of hope for Mongols is the lead that the Claude has over the Harith, 1,000. Of course, the Harith, 2 items, you're already good. For Claude, it's gonna be 3. But Ox and Mumu seems like they're crumbling quickly towards the damage of the Suyo. So Mongols will play the map slowly. They're not gonna be able to contest this, and they shouldn't. Fear of the Phoenix gets dropped to stop Mongols from getting close.
Yeah, a clean take. GZG not overcommitting on towards a fight. They get the turtle, and they don't like their minions and manipulation, so they back away from a fight just to organize their waves. That's an intelligent, again, higher level tier of gameplay shown by the team from China.
What a story it must be for GZG. After the disappointing run in the M7 World Championship, almost making it to the main stage, but just couldn't in the wildcards. They look like they're on the way to making it to the main stage right away, but Recall gets spotted by Zixora and Mumu, and they cannot take Recall down. Zixora tried to chase after him, and that's gonna be a cover from the rest of GZG to try and punish out. Modi finds out Zixora and takes him down.
Wow, again, they were able to close the gap by Modi, man. All these folks who got the MVP previous game, by the way, Rennie, and GZG is able to just continue the steamroll. And 8 minutes in, Rennie, may I remind you what happened in the lower bracket finals? The HUNS got game 1, and then they lose out game 2, 3, and 4. Grand finals. Team Mongols, they got game 1, and then they lose out on game 2, game 3, and they might lose game 4 here, looking at the current situation.
Let's run it back even further. January 6, 2026 lives heavily in the memories of Guangzhou Gaming as their members lost to then Team Zone, to Zixora, to names such as K in the M7 World Championship. The team that stopped Guangzhou from making it to the main stage was Team Zone. This is revenge in the long run. Long time in the making for GZG. They are gonna get this first Lord without a problem. Mongols, can they stop the tide?
It seems like this play right here might take them to the main stage with taking Oaks down. They will continue their pursuit on shoving the waves, looking for a fight. They got the Lord who is marching top, and ladies and gentlemen, we're 9 minutes in. The turret in the bottom side is looking very vulnerable. That's a stun, a big one, a revitalized pop triggered. Take a look at Modi and TY dealing damage onto his Mumu like he's not a fighter.
They burst down the Terizla in an instant, but Recall is the trade. There's still a fair bit of minion waves for GZG to work with, but it's not over yet. Don't just count out the Mongols. They are a double carry lineup. 2 physical carries, 1 magical carry on the Valentina, and they have kept the gold close. Even CY is starting to feel the damage. AOG forces CY to use the Zaman Force, but he gets to sidestep it. Oh, looks like he's gonna get punished, but Zixora is close by with a Mountain Shocker, but CY gets away. Guangzhou Gaming did not lose anyone.
Both members are able to keep their members alive in that fight here, ladies and gentlemen. It's another reset. Still good news for Guangzhou Gaming. Lord will spawn in the bottom corner. Zixora needs to be careful. That's a stun. The glowing one finds the kill. Xiang claims it, and down goes the retribution holder. Now, here comes Guangzhou Gaming, knowing that they're man up. They will be oppressive. Or what's going to be the call here? Glorious Flatlater to slow things down. CY will find the kill on towards Oaks. And that's AOG will be forced, but here comes the Dark Wave and Xiang to claim a kill. 2 members off the board with Zixora now back up. It's still just them being on the back foot.
It's still a tough mountain to climb for Mongols. 11 minutes in, GZG has 16 kills to 6. In terms of the farm, despite all of that, the lead is still 4K on this Claude. And you can definitely count Zixora as being able to catch up with the items as he's up to a Malefic Roar and even one Legion Sword, and that is good news. Bad news though for GZG. They're having a tough time closing it out and getting a big definitive win as Mongols just look way too difficult to take down.
Yeah.
Remember, calling back to the M7 World Championship, K, Zixora, and Coach Summer in Team Zone stopped Guangzhou Gaming from making it to the main stage. It's a rivalry that I didn't realize we had that called back to as far back as January 6th. But GZG still have control as Mongols have too many minion waves to deal with. They have to risk it all here, Gandhi.
They got the far lane here. GZG definitely can slow down the turtle. The Lord, rather. And, here's a finish connection! And the collapse. 5 members is on. Mumu and Zixora instantly deleted out the map.
From the heavens, the fury of the Phoenix from Zetian, the Empress, might have just delivered GZG to the MSC 2026 main stage.
The Empress from China is going to deal the final blow for a team from China to take the main stage. Blazing Wet from K, try to clear the bot wave, but here comes the damage from Recall to take Alks down. Is enough to clear the waves, and GCG says, abort, let's go for the Lord.
They know that without the Gata Kacha, this would be a very difficult take. Mongols have a minion wave to deal with up top and down bottom. They're scrambling. They don't know who needs to go back and deal with it, so GZG pounds on the dive. Glorious Pathway forced out, but the minion wave spawned for Mongols. They have a little bit of time to work with, but Modi and Recall spot out Zixora. The shoulder tackle will connect. They use the Traceless to get out. Glorious Pathway, and it punishes Modi though. Mongols still have found a small win, but in the big picture of it all, Guangzhou Gaming should be able to get this Lord.
Yeah, Zixora is in nowhere near Lord's area. That's going to be Recall clearing the Lord smoothly. AOG to lock main down. The taunt connected. Glorious Pathway put down. Not enough to take the high-lows down. And here comes a re-engage. The nasty re-engage. She will with the Shaman Force Blaze, able to take one down. Can he take more Recall? In front side of it all. Stunned up, taken down. Not enough time to buy the Recalls and the Immortalities. But here comes the Lord. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's just an enhanced Lord, and GZG is looking to be more oppressive, but with the shred coming from K, they will be able to take the Lord. No problem. Blazing Roulette winner crown from K. Not enough damage. CY, though, will burst him down.
Oh! Fury of the Phoenix lands, Domeki stole it away from the Zetian, but CY is here, and he's locking in. Zixora couldn't stop him, and the base crumbles at the feet of Guangzhou Gaming. They missed out on the main stage in M7, but with their victory in the first ever East Asia Championship Tour, they go to Paris, straight to the main stage of MSC for GZG.
Congratulations, GZG. The combination of the 5 players here is just too much, and let's crown them the champions, Renmar.
They're not only going to the main stage of MSC 2026, they are the best in East Asia. From China, Guangzhou Gaming are the champions of the East Asia Championship Tour.
A lot of eyes will be set on this team, and they will try to create a mark in the MSC stage. But my goodness, what a showing we have. We will not go to a game 5. The final scoreline between Guangzhou Gaming and the Mongols is 3-1, ladies and gentlemen.
This is vindication and redemption for Mei, X-Wing, and Modi, who couldn't get past Team Zone in the M7
鏖战终落幕，巅峰定乾坤，让我们再次恭喜广州 Gaming 拿下了本次英雄亚冠 ACL 决胜巅峰东亚冠军巡回赛的总冠军。把掌声再次送给我们的冠军战队好吗？有请我们的冠军战队的5位选手、教练组以及等一下要接受采访的工作人员留在我们的舞台上。那我们其他的工作人员可以到台下来观看我们的夺冠采访哦，有请。首先的话，我们可以把我们的 Mac 传到我们的 MongolZ 选手的手中。刚刚我们也听到了，场上响起的就是专属于我们广州 Gaming 战队的专属战歌。怎么样 ，MongolZ 听到战歌的时候，内心第一反应是什么？MongolZ 选手听到战歌的是什么样的心情？
说明赢了呀。
说明赢了。我知道你每次采访都会跟我讲，不要跟我整些尬的，但是这一句真的不是我给你整尬活。在最后一刻，我在台下听到了你的粉丝对你的欢呼声。MongolZ 你就是试一边，怎么评价一下这个说法？对着镜头说一下试一边这个说法，认可吗？还是觉得自己还是有很高的一个空间可以提高了？
还行吧。
还行吧，还是这么谦虚吗 ？MongolZ 还是不改初心哦。那我有一个问题想要替所有观众好奇一下，因为我们知道 MongolZ 选手的状态在季后赛到我们的这个整个总冠军啊这个路途上时有起伏。那其实我当时在季后赛采访你也有问到嘛，你自己是怎么看待自己的发挥？你说你自己也确实认为可能状态总是需要调节。你认为今天有达到自己最好的状态吗？现在的状态足以带领你们的队伍去到 EWC 的正赛舞台吗？
有啊，
有，很满意了是不是？确实，今天也用这个冠军证明了现在的状态。那么下一个问题想要问到的是我们的阔海选手，可以把麦克风给到我们的阔海。其实我们对于阔海选手讨论比较多的一定是国产打野，现在觉得国产打野的实力怎么样呢？
我就是东亚第一打野。
东亚第一打野，但是说回到一个比较严肃的问题，我们都知道决胜巅峰世界赛的传统是大比赛之前改版本。如果说真的在 EWC 的正赛来临之前改回到野核版本，你个人觉得问题大吗？
不大，
不大，很有信心。但是我听说你好像本人不是很喜欢玩野核，有这回事吗？还是谣言？
谣言，纯属谣言啊，大黑。
纯属谣言，好，用实力击溃了所有的谣言。下个问题想要给到的是小英，我们知道小英这一刻对于你来讲等了很久，整整半年的一个旅程，终于复仇成功了，现在心情怎么样？
很激动吧，我只说真的很激动，好吧？
真的很激动，我到现在还记得当时在 M7的这个比赛上，你非常落寞的神情。直到今天，你觉得是什么样让你们的队伍可以有这么高的一个进步，来成功的复仇蒙古战队呢？
我觉得就是我们教练越来越好，然后我们大家都有一条心就是想着赢，然后我们越来越磨合的越来越好嘛，然后就赢了吧。你
觉得是默契？对。
还有我想说，千万别跟这一季1比1，因为我们 BO3是无敌的。
没错。那其实刚刚我有问到 MongolZ 的这个状态，他本人可能比较腼腆哦，他没有很正面的回答。那这个问题如果抛给到你，你认为现在的广州 Gaming 是以一个最好的状态，已经做好了全部的准备去迎接 EWC 的正赛吗？还是你认为还是有发挥的空间的？
我们肯定是有发挥的空间的嘛，毕竟就我觉得还是要沉淀，好吧？沉淀，我总是先谦虚一点。我们去正赛，我们毕竟也是第一次去正赛嘛，先跟他们就碰一碰嘛。
没错，我们还是有1个多月的时间可以去好好的学习，去沉淀。那么下一个问题想要问到的是 CY 选手 ，so we can grab the mic to CY。给到 CY 的这个问题呢，其实我会每一次夺冠采访都问到外援选手，你认为我们赛区现在可能是 EWC 的第几名？那么之前的外援选手都会回答我，像KBG 的 Saxa 或者是 DFYG 的 SuperCan 都会告诉我们是前4或者前6，但是事实上证明了我们之前确实不是，没有达到那样的预期。那么这次 CY 会怎么看待我们整个赛区的实力呢 ？So CY, actually this question I have asked every import player on the stage. How would you rate our region in the world right now? And before they're gonna say we can be top 4, we can be top 6 or higher, but actually we are not before. So this time, this year, this Guangzhou Gaming, how would you like to rate our region right now?
I think can go champion.
Oh, is that real? Is that real?
I think top 4.
Top 4 right? OK， 那 CY 选手一开始是很打趣的说，我认为我们有实力夺冠，拿下世界冠军啊。后来他还是改口了，他说可能目前的话是有竞争4强的一个实力。那下一个问题想要给到的是 May，so can I give the mic to May？ 妹神有掉小金珠吗？没有哎。
没有，我今天很开心。
是不是经理有叮嘱你千万不要在夺冠的时候哭，所以忍住了？
没有。
这一次确实做到了，带着我们所有中国赛区观众、粉丝的笑容走出赛场。那对于你来讲的话，我们现在都深深的记得你在 M7 赛场流下的泪水。现在终于用复仇来掩饰了当时这种比较伤心的心情。那你现在是怎么样的心情？感觉是不是又要掉小珍珠了？
我很想赢，每次赢了我都很开心。
把掌声和欢呼声送给妹神。妹神是一个非常感性的性情中人，也是这样的精神和态度带领了广州 Gaming 走向冠军的舞台。那妹神需要先平复一下心情吗？
没事。
好的，那我们就带着这样的情绪来继续我们的夺冠采访。因为我们知道比较客观的一个问题是，其实这次是唯一一次，自从我们建立赛区正式加入到决胜巅峰的国际赛以来，唯一一次中国赛区以单战队形式出征。所以你们是中国赛区唯一的种子，唯一的希望。对于你们来讲的话，很明显，仅仅赢下这场比赛是不够的，我们需要在 EWC 走得更远。有什么话想要对中国赛区所有的，不管是我们的粉丝也好，所有中国赛区的战队也好，所有为中国赛区努力的解说、主持、台前幕后工作人员，有什么话想要告诉他们的吗？
其实很感谢大家能来线下观赛，也很感谢屏幕前的人去支持 EA 赛区，不管你是支持哪个国家的战队，但我们现在就是冠军，我们会带着东亚最强的力量去到瑞士轮。
相信现在妹神的这个发言，不仅是让我们赛区的观众动容，也提到了整个东亚赛区。我们都知道，东亚赛区一直被全世界的赛区认为可能是目前实力倒数第1、第2这样的一个赛区。但是妹神今天这样的回答，带领的不只是我们中国赛区所有人的荣誉，带领了我们整个东亚赛区的荣誉去到我们更大的舞台。我们也期待你们在 EWC 的精彩发挥。当然了，荣誉不只属于台前的选手，也属于我们幕后的工作人员。接下来我会邀请到的是我们的教练阿豪来到我们的舞台中央，可以把话筒给到我们的阿豪教练。那我们知道阿豪教练的履历其实是很有来头的。目前为止呢，我们中国赛区在世界上唯一的一块奖牌是来自于当时由阿豪教练带领的中国的女子赛出征我们的一个世界赛，拿到了铜牌的好成绩。这一次呢，又是临危受命来到了广州 Gaming， 也带领他们来到了世界赛的舞台。对于阿豪来讲的话，你认为去带领我们的男队跟女队有什么不一样的地方吗？
我觉得没什么不一样的地方，就我把我教练的本职工作做好，然后选手愿意相信我，就我们就能赢。
确实，阿豪教练一贯都是这么的沉稳。那我们也知道，在你身上的担子其实是很重的，不像之前我们可能有2支队伍，所以中国赛区有更多的希望。这次只有1支队伍，那么你要带领唯一的这一支独苗出征，你对我们的这个比赛有什么样的预期吗？这次的 EWC 之旅，你有什么样的目标吗？
目标的话，
有没有信心延续你的为我们赛区创下的铜牌的骄傲呢？
这么说吧，世界冠军我也不是没拿过。
确实，我们阿豪教练在其他项目是有过世界冠军的荣誉称号的。我们也非常期待这次由阿豪教练带领的整个团队，我们带来更多精彩的表现。那么最后，我想要采访到的是我们的莴笋，我们的 manager 可以来到我们的舞台中央。给到莴笋的话题，肯定就不能够说是仅存在于我们的这一支战队。那对于我们的整个赛区，其实刚刚也有无数次提到了，目前在世界上的排名评分是不够高的。我们赛区的这个莴笋很帅，是不是？我们赛区面对的困境，可能不只是我们中国赛区的困境，包括我们的蒙古赛区、日本赛区、韩国赛区，我们这样一个目前在世界上被碾压的实力、这样的水平的赛区，你们是我们赛区的一个非常重要的希望，一个支柱和力量。你对我们赛区这次的出行有什么样的展望呢？
其实就像我年初的时候 M7 的时候那个时候说的一样，就是第一次去世界赛嘛，我们没有经验，就是有其实学的就是经验。那回来以后总结经验，那重新出发，会有一些压力，因为当时我们是中国第2出去的嘛，但是现在我们是代表中国第1，然后拿到了东亚的冠军。那么我们就只能不仅扛着中国的大旗，也要把东亚的大旗扛在身上，扛着这种信念出发。
是。 有什么预期吗？
有什么预期啊？就是
大家狠话都放到这儿了。
反正让2追3的心魔也都过去了，对吧 ？M7的心魔也都过去了，现在我们就是一往无前就行了。日本跟蒙古全都回家了，那就看我们上位。
看你们上位，扫除所有障碍，扫除一切心魔，就是广州 Gaming 一路挺进总决赛、挺进冠军领奖台的信念。那么同样呢，在广州 Gaming 之中呢，有这样的一位选手，他总能于战局焦灼之时稳住阵脚，在队伍危难之际挺身而出，凭借犀利打法撕开防线，以亮眼表现扛起全队重任，是队伍制胜的核心力量，更是本场总决赛无可替代的赛场主宰。那现在就让我们共同揭晓荣获本次英雄亚冠 ACL 决胜巅峰东亚冠军巡回赛的 FMVP 选手，他就是让我们恭喜阔海选手。恭喜阔海！那么首先呢，让我们有请木桐科技国际及东亚电竞负责人楚桐先生登台，为我们的 FMVP 颁奖。有请楚桐先生。阔海选手可以来到我们的舞台中央领奖，属于你的荣誉。也有请我们的颁奖嘉宾和 FMVP 合影留念。再次感谢楚桐先生，有请我们的嘉宾入座观礼，有请。同样呢，也可以把我们的话筒给到阔海选手，还是要进行一下 FMVP 采访。首先第一个问题，有没有想到会是你？
没有，我觉得应该是 XC。
哦，为什么呢？
他发挥比较稳定吧，我这把有点送，最后一把。
很谦虚，但是现在你是我们国产打野的希望之光哦，所以说有什么话想要对自己的队友说的吗？
队友，你们太强了！
很厉害，那有什么话想要对今天一直支持你们的粉丝朋友们说的吗？
感谢支持我的粉丝朋友吧，
感谢他们。
还有陈强真的强，好吧？
陈强真的强，没错。那么最后一个问题呢，我希望你可以代表我们所有的国产打野选手，因为其实自从我们就是可能更换了阵容之后，所有人对国产选手打野选手的质疑声非常非常的多，认为我们国产打野就是差距大，就是站不出来。你可以怎么样代替我们所有的国产打野选手，对全世界说一句话吗？
告诉我，现在站在这里的是谁？
是阔海选手，我们当之无愧的国产打野之光，也非常恭喜阔海选手拿下了本场的 FMVP。那同样呢，我们也知道，实力铸就荣光，拼搏成就佳绩，属于个人的至高荣耀呢已然落定。广州 Gaming 呢也即将奔赴更为广阔的世界赛征程。所以接下来呢，我们将会有请到的是英雄亚冠 ACL 副总裁杨俊雄先生登台，为本次的总冠军战队颁发通往 EWC 电竞世俱杯的钥匙，有请。也有请我们的妹选手作为代表来领取属于你们的奖励。恭喜妹，妹现在可以举起属于你的这个底座。那现在有请妹选手作为代表，将我们的钥匙嵌入底座。完成属于你们的荣誉时刻，此刻用力按下，代表着通往世界赛的大门已经为广州 Gaming 打开。妹选手呢也会代表我们的广州 Gaming 在 EWC 电竞世俱杯的钥匙上写下专属于你们的战队名字。有请我们的杨俊雄先生和我们的全体冠军队员一同合影留念，有请。感谢我们的颁奖嘉宾，有请入席观礼。赛场荣光已然定格，万千热血尽数汇聚，镌刻荣耀加冕，前路征途浩荡。出征仪式呢，马上就要开始了，大家千万不要走开哦！让我们静待勇士整装出发，奔赴世界赛场。现在，让我们先把时间交回到解说席。
Joe Gaming, you know, I was reminded of something very important here. Back in 2023, we got our first ever look at how a team from China would perform in MLBB esports in a little tournament called MPLI. There was a roamer there by the name of Mei, the same way that we saw carrying the key of Guangzhou Gaming for EWC. He has never competed in the main stage of a major international tournament such as MSC or the M Series until now. What a journey for May, one of the first ever pros we've seen out of China. And fun fact, in some ways, his name is actually translated to Sunday. And what day is it? It's his day today. It's Sunday. What a long grind it has been for May, man. And congratulations as well to GZG and the finals MVP recall.
And again, just congratulations to the organization themselves at GCG. No more fight in wildcards. Welcome to the big stage, right? It is the main stage, you know. You see the passion, you see the emotions there from some of the players and, of course, the coaching staff. But my goodness, their journey, and what a way to finish it all. You know, drafting Zetian in your composition, just winning 3-1 in a dominant fashion, a well-deserved win. Definitely from the side of GZG, and unfortunately for the Mongols, they will not enter the main stage just yet, but they will still have another opportunity, Renmar, in competing in the wildcards. And Zixora, Team Zone, they got through under Team Zone, Zixora, so that story might be repeated here later on, perhaps.
Yeah, and of course it's great for Mongolia as a region because they have 2 representatives in the wild cards for MSC 2026. The HUNS are there, Sunset Ravens, and of course the champions of MSL Thailand and King of Gamers. Team Falcons from MENA are there. But in the group stages, in what we call the main stage, the members of Guangzhou Gaming are going to be joining the champions of Cambodia in Pro Esports, the champions of MENA in GK Esports, and the champions from India, of course, one of our newest regions, in True Rippers. By the end of this week, we're also going to be seeing the champions from the Philippines and, of course, our runner-ups making it into the main stage, joining the rest of the teams already there. Next week, we're going to be seeing Malaysia and Indonesia as well. And I think we're on the way to seeing also in the Turkish side in MTC. By the way, Aurora have qualified for at least the wildcard, or do they have 2 slots? I'm gonna have to. Yeah, okay. They've qualified for at least the wildcard, so they're gonna be fighting it out of the grand finals there. What a ride, and suddenly we got a lot of qualified teams for MSC in just one weekend. So many grand finals of tournaments overlap. But yeah, what do you have to say, Gani, about what we've seen so far here in East Asia, especially with this grand finals day? Your thoughts?
I think keep developing, man. I think this region right here definitely can create a mark in the international stage. And the teams that fall short, their run has to fall quick. Don't give up. You saw earlier was mentioned by Renmar, the journey of May. Haven't touched the M series, haven't touched the M stage, MC stage, but now here he is already on his way to Paris. So again, guys who fall short, just don't give up. Keep chasing your dream, and again, soon enough, it will pay off.
It's been a terrific run here at the East Asia Championship Tour. We're just going to be waiting in just a little bit. Of course, I think we're going to be seeing a send-off for our teams here. We already saw the awarding of the finals MVP, the trophy, the gorgeous trophy of the East Asia Championship Tour getting lifted. And no wonder that this was the color scheme that we have here for EA. It's exactly the same color scheme as the trophy, and it's gorgeous, man. I know the Immortal Cup in the MPL regions is really pretty, but I gotta say the trophy for the Championship Tour looks mint, very crisp.
Very, very authentic, very original. It looks classy as well. And yeah, I like the mood board. I like the concept here. Hopefully they are able to keep the similar vibe, because it has been my favorite, I think. The brown, the gold, and the shade of sandy yellow. It's nice.
Yeah. Of course, to everyone who's joined us here, thank you so much. It's great to see just how big our big global esports scene continues to grow. Teams from East Asia, more opportunities for them. It's cool that we'll get to see a team from Japan still fight out for the wild cards. Of course, Sunset Ravens is there, as we've discussed, and don't forget, so much more tournaments are going to be closing out next week, the week after that, the week after that. It's grand finals after grand finals, tournament after tournament. So please watch out for the rest of what global MLBB esports has to offer. East Asia has a lot to offer as well. If there's I know we've already seen the Mongols and the and Guangzhou Gaming here, but real quick, how do you think the HUNS is gonna fare in the international scene in MSC?
You know, I hope they are able to bounce back stronger after a brutal loss, I gotta say. And I think how they will fare, it all depends on the coach. I think the draft has been good. If they are able to get the hero pool, will they go through the main stage? 2 slots, right? 2 slots from wildcard?
Let me double check. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's just gonna be 1 wildcard slot, actually. It looks like, it's just gonna be like 1 straight up, just 1.
That is brutal. Yeah. But I gotta put HUNS on the upper tier. I think they got a good chance. They have a good chance in taking that 1 slot.
Yeah. So we're gonna go on over to the stage now. Let's check it out.
今回の俺たちは1回敗北せずにゴールにたどり着くまで突撃するぜ。
少年意气凌云起，万丈豪情踏征程。他们是来自日本赛区的 Sunset Ravens。
Тонын зүйлсээ онгоос бид нар төрж бид нар анх хийж тоглож эзлээ. Энэ удаа бид нар бүгдийг нь урьж тасна.
纵有千帆皆可越，敢凭实力定巅峰。他们是来自蒙古赛区的 The HUNS Esports。
Бид гал нутгийн алсын салхинд нэрж зэрлэг хүчээрээ бүх садыг даван туулна.
且凭义气临沧海，共赴烽烟决胜名。他们是来自蒙古赛区的 The MongolZ。
征途之路皆为磨砺，此战我们剑指巅峰。
百战淬炼锋芒在，任凭争锋问鼎来。他们是来自中国赛区的广州 Gaming。
Sunset
4支豪强齐聚一堂，4方劲旅共赴巅峰。每一支战队都怀揣着热血与信仰，每一位选手皆蓄势待发。他们不惧强敌，无畏对决，只为奔赴心中的至高荣誉，在决胜巅峰的舞台上绽放最强的实力，以信仰铸风骨，以潮流塑锋芒。奥运冠军许昕主理品牌 Superman 作为本次赛事服装指定合作伙伴，携手 ACL、MCT 倾力打造专属联名出征服，凝聚赛场热血，彰显赛区气魄，共赴巅峰对决。此刻征程已起，荣耀在前，我宣布4大战队全员出征。
The HUNS, Mongol Sunset Ravens, and Guangzhou Gaming officially get set off to EWC MSC 2026. We are about to close out, but any final reactions here to what we just saw and the tournament for today, Gani?
You know what? Best of luck for the teams that are still fighting for the wild cards. And again, enjoy your sweet victory, Guangzhou Gaming.
On behalf of our wonderful production team and all the casters that have joined us here in MCT East Asia, Husky, Arashi, Naisu, and Sdafa, my name is Renmar. This has been Gani. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in the next big tournament. Good night and good fight.